26th to talk about what to expect in terms of the convoy's arrival. So this is now before the arrival of the convoy. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And can you tell us what the chief told you in terms of what to expect?
Well, the information was not particularly clear. No one had a real sense of how many vehicles were coming, whether they were going to stay a long period of time, what their actual plan was. There was a sense on the chief indicated that the group was somewhat disorganized and did not speak with one voice.
And in terms of scope, scale, number of vehicles, number of protesters, can you give us a sense for what you were told?
That they were coming from 3 different locations, the west, the east, and central Canada, to convene on or near Ottawa, and that they were upset with the mask mandates, which were primarily, as you know, a provincial matter, but they were upset with the federal government as well.
And did he give a sense for how long you could expect them to be in Ottawa?
My recollection was that they would be here for 1 or 2 days. That was the norm. You know, a lot of people protest in our city, and our police do a very good job of controlling and managing the situation. And to the best of my knowledge, we never had a protest in the 25 years I've been in public service that lasted more than a couple of days, and then they gathered their signs and placards and went back home.
So it was 1 or 2 days was the sense that you got from the chief in terms of how long the convoy would be in Ottawa?
Yeah, there was a bit of a moving agenda for the organizers of the convoy, because at one point they had, I believe, Mr. Bernier wanting to speak, and then he wasn't able to come on the Fridays or the Saturday, and then it was pushed back a day. So there seemed to be some challenges that they were having as to who was going to speak and when they were going to speak, and that prolonged it. My view at the time was that it would probably last a couple of days. My understanding was most of these truckers were independent, and if they weren't on the road doing business and pickups, they were losing money, so that they would in fact go home on Saturday or Sunday, and obviously that did not happen.
Right, and the chief didn't give you any indication that it would be anything other than the weekend?
No, we didn't have any indication. We had a memo or an email from Steve Ball, the Hotel Association, indicating that one of the organizers had come and inquired about a long-term booking of 30-plus days at a number of hotels. They wanted, I think, 9,000 to 10,000 hotel rooms.
And did that concern you at all?
Well, it did, except, when you're making a booking, you have to have some evidence you're going to follow through with it. So simply asking about booking 11,000 rooms when the city only has about 11,000 rooms at its disposal, the tourism industry. I don't think most took it seriously, for the simple reason that there was no follow-up. It was simply asking about rooms and room availability and rates, I suppose, and then it didn't really go anywhere, because my understanding is the bulk of the people with large rigs stayed in their cabs. They didn't need hotels.
And so in your discussions with Chief Slowly on the 26th, was there any discussion about what would be done in the event that the protesters decided to stay longer than a couple of days?
I don't recall any other discussion on that at that point.
Okay. Now, at some point, you began to use the term occupation in your correspondence. At what point did you determine that this was no longer a protest and that it was an occupation?
Well, a couple of points. First, when more people started to arrive, and secondly, when people were not leaving the parliamentary precinct. So there were those 2 points that really brought to light the fact that this was going to be more of an occupation as opposed to a protest. As I said, the police in our city are very used to handling large protests and large visits of state leaders and so on, but nothing of this magnitude has ever been seen, quite frankly, in any city that I'm aware of in Canada in the last 25 years.
So is it fair to say by Monday the 31st, after that first weekend, when the majority of the trucks were still there, that's when you determined that they were not going to leave anytime soon?
Thereabouts, either whether it was the Monday or the Tuesday, and then certainly that was solidified in my mind that they weren't going to leave on the weekends when the weekends started to create this very tense situation where people were coming in from all over the region, and in fact, different parts of the country to come and support the protesters, and that's where the havoc and the chaos was created in our communities.
And was there ever a discussion that you had with either Chief Slowly or the deputy chiefs about blocking access to the additional convoys that were coming that second weekend to join the original protest?
I don't recall being in any meeting when that was discussed.
Did you raise the issue?
My bigger concern at that time, from recollection, was what can we do to ensure that the trucks don't go into the residential areas? Because we knew that the impact that would have, because we'd seen in the first couple of days the constant horn honking, and they had some train whistles on some of the trucks, and there was just unruly behavior on the part of these people who'd come and basically occupied our downtown.
So it wasn't a concern that there were additional convoys that were coming to join to kind of expand the footprint of the original convoy?
Well, I think there was concern, absolutely, because when you saw hundreds and then it turned out to thousands of people arriving with different pickups and 18-wheelers and so on, that this was going to be bigger than any of us had imagined.
Okay, but there wasn't a discussion to try and prevent that from happening?
Not in my presence, to the best of my recollection.
Right. Now, I want to take you to a document, which is a readout of a call that you had with the Prime Minister on January 31st, and it's ssm.can.nsc.402812. And so you had a call with the Prime Minister on the 31st, is that right?
That's correct.
And how did this call come about? Did he reach out to you, or did you reach out to him?
To be honest, I don't recall whether it was me to him or him to me.
Okay,
Not sure.
if we can just make that bigger so we can see. Okay, so you say hi, and as we know, these are summaries of the call. It's not a transcript, but it gives you a sense for what's being said. And if we go to, right, so JW is when you're speaking, PM is when the Prime Minister is speaking, and so the second thing, second section there before the redacted portion, the second sentence, third sentence, you said, these people had their time and need to move on. We have been trying to get this across to the Chief of Police. Do you see that?
Yes.
And when you say these people, are you speaking about the protesters?
That's correct.
And you say, we have been trying to get this across to Chief of Police. So this is now Monday, the 31st, so right after the first weekend. And so what discussions did you have with the Chief of Police about this issue, about letting them or asking them to move on?
Well, I was interested in what the plan of action from the police was going to be in order to clear out the downtown core, because my sense was that this was not shrinking in size as people started to go back home. It was growing in size, so everyone could see that. And I stressed to the police, as you know, we can't direct the police on what to do, but certainly in conversations I had with Chief Slowly, he understood very well the importance of getting this situation resolved sooner than later, because it would grow into a bigger issue.
So you had discussions with Chief Slowly over that weekend or on the Monday?
Sometime in that period. I don't know if it was a Sunday or a Monday, but I was in contact almost on a regular basis with someone from the police service, whether it was the chief or the deputy, Bell.
And so at some point you told him it's time to move on, we need to get these people out of here. Is that right?
No, I can't. As I said, I can't direct the police, but certainly I asked the questions. What is the game plan to move forward? And the chief said that they're working on one, and I relayed that to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister wanted to get a sense of what was going on the ground and how this was affecting our city, in particular our residential community and the small business community, because as you know, we just got out of the lockout from COVID and restaurants and businesses could start opening, and then all of a sudden we have another lockdown imposed really by the occupiers who came here to disrupt our quality of life.
And at the bottom there, if we can just move it up a little bit, No, sorry, at the bottom, yeah. It says the turning point, so right after the redacted portion, you say the turning point is the Terry Fox statue, the tomb, Shepherds of Good Hope. People just can't fathom how this is acceptable. And so you're referring to the incidences that took place over the weekend with respect to the National War Memorial and the Terry Fox statue, is that right?
Yeah, I think what was happening was disgraceful. We had some people dancing on the tomb of the unknown soldier. We had other people urinating at the cenotaph. We had a group that went and stole meals from the Shepherds of Good Hope. We had and the mandate placards put on the Terry Fox statue. It was completely despicable behavior on the part of these individuals. We welcome protesters who are respectful of the law and respectful of our communities. The vast majority of these people in that kind of behavior were not being respectful, and I think we're hurting their cause, quite frankly. When you saw, the Shepherds of Good Hope, who does such good work in Lower Town, in the Byward Market, having people bully their way in to get a free meal, that was just abhorrent.
And further down, you say, Chief of Police said it's so volatile, but kept under control so far. Trucks are starting to leave, but some diehards chained themselves to this. Unfortunate for people living in residential neighborhoods. They just doing themselves a disservice, which is what you just said right now. Chief of Police spoke to Chief Lucky, and we need a few more sources. Can you explain this last part? Chief of Police spoke to Chief Lucky, and we need a few more sources.
I think it should say Commissioner Lucky and a few more resources. I think they just left off RE.
Okay, and so what was the discussion then? And what was the discussion around this point then?
Our police service on its own was completely outnumbered. We could not deal with it just as an Ottawa police issue. We needed the support of the other orders of government.
And so you were aware that Chief Slowly had reached out to Commissioner Lucky by this time to ask for more resources, is that right?
Yes.
And so by the Monday, it was clear that OPS did not have the resources that it needed to handle this demonstration, is that right?
That's correct.
And so in this call, there were no specific requests for assistance from you requesting from the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister offering anything specific back to you, is that right?
Well, I did relay the fact that we needed more resources, and that once we had the number, because at that point early on we did not have the exact number that Chief Slowly required to clear out the individuals in Centretown, Lower Town, Overbrook Forbes, as well as the Byward Market. Okay. But it was very clear, I made it very clear, and the Prime Minister fully understood that the RCMP were going to have to be involved. They obviously have a very significant presence in Ottawa in any event, responsible for VIP security and public buildings and so on.
Right. Okay, so if we just go to the last page then, just to kind of see how the call ends off. And it's, the Prime Minister says, the remainders will have no choice but to incite as a counterbalance, so we all have to be careful. We really appreciate your support of cities. Thank you for your steadfast leadership and your whole team. And so that was the end of the call there.
That's correct.
All right, and if I can take you to OTT 3855. And this is a February 3rd email that you sent to City Council to update them, it looks like, on the efforts of the city.
That's correct.
And this is now Thursday before the second weekend. And you indicate that you had a call with the Prime Minister on the 31st. If we can just go down a little bit. Yeah. And then in that third paragraph, you say, this morning, the city solicitor and I had a discussion with the team from GoFundMe to request that the funds raised so far remain frozen until the end of the occupation. Can you explain how the discussion with GoFundMe came about and what action was taken?
Well, as you know, the GoFundMe campaign by the organizers was very successful. It was raising millions of dollars, and that was, I think, one of the reasons why more people started to arrive, thinking they would get a cut of that money for their gas and mileage and food and so on, and if they needed places to stay. And so I was approached at some point in that time frame from the consulting firm that represented GoFundMe in Canada to see if I'd be amenable to having a meeting with senior GoFundMe people to discuss and to let them know that the funds they were collecting were very much harming our city and, in my opinion, engaged in illegal activities. So the meeting was arranged, and we had a number of people on the call. They'd also spoken, I believe, earlier in the day or after my call with, I think it was Chief Bell. So he gave them a more detailed situational report as to what was happening in our city and why we felt that these funds should be frozen and ultimately sent back to the individuals, because those dollars were keeping the convoy going.
And what happened after that meeting?
Well, I can tell you, during the meeting, I think they underestimated how big an issue this was, and I told them this was certainly hurting their reputational, or their reputation, because they were funding a group that was very much involved in activities that were harmful to our city and our country. And I can't recall the exact time, but a few days later, I believe, there was a decision by GoFundMe to freeze the funds, and I lauded them for doing that.
And were there any subsequent calls after the initial call with GoFundMe? Did you have any more discussions with them?
I don't believe I did. Whether someone on my staff did, that may have been the case, or with their consultant. But they also, I believe, started to send the money back to individuals.
And so if we look at the following paragraph, it says, in the last hour, I had a very good discussion with Federal Public Safety Minister Marco Mendicino, where I reiterated our city's call for additional resources to support our officers responding to this demonstration on the ground. He assured me that our request for assistance was being given the highest consideration by Commissioner Lucky, and he offered his ongoing support until we see an end to the occupation. So by this time, February 3rd, that's the language you're using there. And when you say you reiterated the city's call for additional resources, when did you make the original call for resources? Because this is February 3rd, and you're referring to reiterating the call for resources. Are you referring to the 31st call with the Prime Minister, or was there another call for resources between the 31st and February 3rd?
Well, the very first time that I had asked for additional resources was with the Prime Minister on that phone call, and he understood completely the situation we were in. He lives in Ottawa, obviously, and he was seeing firsthand the challenges our city was facing. So he was the first person that I contacted. This call with Marco Mendicino, or Minister Mendicino, I may have had another phone call with him, I can't recall, but certainly he was very, very well aware that we needed additional resources. He asked how many. I said that's being worked on by our Chief of Police. And I also indicated that we were going to reach out to the OPP as well, and that Chief Slowly, who had very good contacts with municipal leaders, would reach out to municipal police forces as well. And I certainly called a number of my mayor colleagues across the country, bringing them up to speed on what was happening, and said that you may be getting a call from your Chief of Police, and we hope that you can help us during this difficult time. And the municipal police forces were very, very responsive, and we appreciate their support at our time of need.
So in terms of a specific request for resources, this February 3rd call with Minister Mendicino would have been the first time that you asked for resources from, other than the January 31st call, which was not as specific. This would have been the request that you made for additional RCMP officers.
Yeah, I don't want to mislead you. I may have had another call beforehand, but I can't recall, and I don't have notes to that effect, but we may have had another call. But certainly this call and this memo that I sent to colleagues on City Council was to deal with the immediate and the short term and the long term. And if you just scroll down, one of the other parallel discussions or scroll up around there, parallel discussions I was having was with the Provincial Minister of Finance, as well as the Treasury Board President, Mona Fortier, and Peter Bethan-Falvey, because we knew that a number of businesses were going to be severely impacted, and we needed to receive not only officers to bring the situation under control, but in the midterm, we needed financial support to help those businesses that were suffering.
And were there, at this time, by February 3rd, provincial discussions with the provinces beyond the assistance to the businesses that you've discussed? Any other requests for assistance other than that?
Well, at some point, I know Chief Slowly would have been in touch with his counterpart at the OPP.
Sorry, I mean with respect to your discussions or your requests.
I may have had at one point, I had a discussion with Minister Lisa MacLeod and indicated to her we needed support, and she was very appreciative of the situation, and she said she would relay that back to her colleague, the Solicitor General.
And what kind of support were you looking for in that discussion?
Boots on the ground.
OPP officers?
OPP and RCMP, but
Okay.
to the province, of course, OPP, yes.
Okay, and do you know when that call with Lisa MacLeod took place?
I don't recall. It was sometime in that general area of when the memo went out.
Okay, and so her
But she
response was, I'll take it back.
Yeah,
to the
she
Solicitor
was very helpful because she too lived in Ottawa and she was seeing firsthand. I think one of the challenges that we face with this is that people who live away from where this terrible situation was taking place didn't really have a full, not everyone, but some didn't have a full appreciation for how horrific this situation was. We have about 18,000 people that live in these areas. This is not just Parliament Hill. This is Centretown. This is the Byward Market. It's Lower Town, Vanier, Overbrook, Forbes. It was having an impact on a wider part of the city. And I think, people started to realize this was turning into a very volatile situation when we started seeing fireworks going off and hot tubs brought in and the behavior I told you about, those 4 or 5 incidents. And, the public who were living here understood fully that this was a horrific situation, and the sooner it got resolved, the better it was for everyone.
Yeah. And at the bottom as well, if we see the end of the letter there, a number of colleagues have suggested to me, and I have agreed, that a special council meeting be called to discuss the impact of the truck convoy demonstration on our residents and businesses. The clerk will be issuing a notice of special meeting before the weekend for the meeting to be held on Monday, February 7. And eventually a special meeting was convened for the 7th. Why was that not convened sooner than the 7th? It seems that by the 7th, you're almost 10 days into this situation.
Well, a number of factors, availability of individuals that the council wanted to speak to. It was no sense in having a meeting of council if the chief wasn't there or that Steve Kanalakis wasn't available. This seemed to be a date that worked well. Everyone was working around the clock, literally, trying to resolve the situation. And one of my objectives was to try to minimize the number of opportunities that we dragged the police chief and his senior command in because they had work to do back at their operations center. And so this was a date that appeared to work for almost everyone, and that was the date the clerk circulated the notice about.
And let's speak now about the declaration of the state of emergency on February 6th. And I'm going to take you to OTT 4231. And this is the declaration of the state of emergency that you issued, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And why was this done on February 6th? What was the tipping point or the reason why it was necessary at this point in time?
Well, there were a lot of people asking up to that point, including members of council and members of the public and members of the media, why didn't we declare a state of emergency on the first weekend? There's a little bit of a urban myth or misconception about what a municipal state of emergency. It has very little impact on public safety. It really is an administrative tool that allows the city, for instance, to bypass the procurement policy of the City of Ottawa. A good example is during the pandemic, I declared a state of emergency and allowed us to go and get personal protective equipment without going through a tender process of the top 3 and so on. So it made those kinds of decisions quicker. It allowed the city manager to take people from one branch of a city in a different collective agreement and move them into another area. We needed people, for instance, to administer needles and do COVID-19 tests. And, if you had a job that was not essential to that, we needed extra people. So I think it was in some ways to give some comfort to the public that yes, we consider this an emergency, but we were constantly explaining and trying to allow people to understand that this really did not have any impact on the overall removal of individuals.
But beyond the potential measures that were made available to you as a result of this declaration, it's also, as you say, an important signal, or it's symbolic in a way, and it allows others to understand that the city considers that it is beyond the capacity of the city to deal with the emergency.
Yes, but on every occasion that I've declared a state of emergency, it's been on the advice of our city manager, and the city manager brought this to me at that time, and we had the clerk draft the resolution, and I signed it.
Did you seek advice prior to February 6th as to whether you should declare a state of emergency?
I would have mentioned to Steve Kay, let me know when you think it's necessary, and he came to me, I can't remember the exact date, it was probably the day before this was signed, and on January 15th, I guess. No, it was later than that. And it was on his advice, and the clerk prepared the document, and I signed it and released it to the public.
And so what discussions did you have with Steve Kanellakis about using this as a way to engage the province?
Well, I think there was some discussion with my chief of staff and Steve Kanellakis that there was this may act as a catalyst to get the other two orders of government to move. I didn't see it that way, but they felt it might act to push the province to do their own declaration and to put more pressure on the province to come to the table.
Okay, so if I can take you to ONT 311. It's a summary call between Canada, Ontario, and the City of Ottawa, and I believe this is what they would refer to as situational awareness meetings. And if we can just zoom into that. And so Steve Kanellakis is present at this meeting along with Deputy Minister Rob Stewart and others. And it says there, it's attributed to him. Steve Kanellakis, City Manager from Ottawa, provided an update from the city's perspective. And in bold there, Ottawa Mayor Jim Watson is going to declare a local emergency in the City of Ottawa at 4:30 p.m. The expressed intent of this declaration is to put pressure on the Premier to exercise powers to resolve this. Based on what you've said that this was mainly for procurement. Is this bolded sentence overstated, or was that the express intention of declaring the state of emergency?
No, my understanding was it was Mr. Kanellakis felt that this would be helpful to prod the province into being more hands-on in the situation. I didn't happen to see it that way, but I'm not disputing the fact that I believe it did help, because later on in this crisis, the province did declare a state of emergency under their provincial powers, and then the federal government brought in, of course, the Emergencies Act.
So did the city consider that the province wasn't engaged enough in finding a solution?
That's correct.
And why was that?
Well, Minister Blair suggested that we have a tripartite table where the federal, provincial, municipal government elected leaders could get together, share information, bring forward any new information that we should have at our disposal. And the province rejected that. They didn't feel it was necessary to have three orders of government at the political level to have this table. Okay.
And so when you say that, or when you deemed that the province wasn't doing enough, it was because they weren't coming to this tripartite table. Is that right?
Well, a couple of things. They weren't coming to the table, and we were having difficulty convincing the provincial officials the need to have significant more OPP officers on the ground for two reasons. First of all, at some point it was going to have to be a police operation to clean out Wellington Street and the adjoining communities, and that was important. And secondly, we needed the province on board because, as you know, municipalities are the creature of the province. We don't have all the powers that people think we do as mayor or as council, and we need to show a united front that all of us are legitimately concerned about the challenges facing our residential communities, our small business community, and we needed to move forward. And So yes, it was frustrating that the province was not as responsive. I can say, though, in fairness, once they did get engaged, they were very good partners. The OPP was very helpful, but it was getting to that stage. And as I mentioned, I believe in our interview, the Solicitor General seemed, at the provincial level, seemed to believe that there were 1,500 OPP officers on the ground, which was not true at all. And I checked with our police officials. I said, how many OPP today? And they said 50 to 55. So the Solicitor General kept repeating that there were 1,500 police officers. You'd know if there were 1,500 OPP officers, you would see them.
Yeah.
There weren't.
Okay, and we'll get to that in a second.
Sure.
But I just wanted to point out that the tripartite meetings took place on February 7th, 8th, and 10th. So on the 6th of February, which is this meeting here, that would not have been a reason to want to engage the province because those tripartite meetings had not taken place yet. So
Yeah, well, there were tripartite meetings at the staff level, and there was the tripartite group. We tried to get together with the federal ministers, Mendicini and Blair and myself, and we hoped Minister Jones.
Okay, so we're gonna we'll look at those in a minute. Further down, it says the mayor Jim Watson is feeling the pressure and wants this issue to be pivoted back to Ontario and Canada. City of Ottawa is looking for a way out. Are you able to explain? This is something that Steve Kanalakis said in a meeting, but he is saying that you're feeling the pressure and you want the issue pivoted back to Ontario and Canada. Can you expand on that?
Well, of course I was under pressure, but my bigger concern were the residents who were under much more pressure than I was living through this hell. In terms of Steve Kanalakis indicating we wanted Ontario and Canada to be involved, was that, first of all, we knew that none of the mandates that they were protesting had anything to do with the City of Ottawa or any municipality. They were all provincially run or federally run. Secondly, we did not have the resources. We didn't have enough police officers to continue doing all of the rest of the work of patrolling Ottawa streets. And as you know, we're 2,600 square kilometers, so you couldn't take every officer away from Canada and Orleans and Vanier and so on and put them in the downtown core. So pivot to Ottawa or pivot back to Ontario and Canada was to say, please come to the table. We need your help.
Okay. And if I can take you to OTT 18172.
What date is that?
This is a February 6th email from, it looks like OPS to you and to Chair Deans. So it's from James Armbruster. I believe he's with the OPP.
No,
or the OPS, sorry?
No, he was my EA.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. And that's to you and to some other people in your office?
Sorry, I'm reading, it says to James Armbruster from me on what I'm seeing.
I'm looking at the one above. But in any event, if we go down, yeah, you're looking at the one underneath it?
Right.
Yeah, sorry. And if we go down to the original one, okay, perfect. So if we go up to see the two, so this one is from the Ottawa Police Service, John Steinbach's.
Right.
And it's to you and to Diane Deans, Serge from your office, and other people there from the OPS, et cetera.
Right.
And it says, Chair Deans and Mayor Watson, please find below the list of Ottawa Police Service asks to the federal, provincial, and municipal levels of government that was requested yesterday by the board. These asks are designed to assist with the management and safe conclusion of the demonstration.
Right, and what date is that?
This is February 6th. So it's
Okay.
the day that you declared the state of emergency.
Right.
And then it says the chief is requesting a meeting as soon as possible to discuss. We're available this evening. And if we go down to see what the list of asks is, there are some things there for the city to do. And it looks like then the chief was asking the city to assist in several ways that are reflected there. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of those points, the third bullet point on the second page there, it says, yeah, sorry, if we go up, yeah. Where did it go? convene financial institutions, insurance companies, gas companies, trucking associations, and local BIAs to restrict material and financial support to demonstrators. Can you explain what was being asked of the city in that point?
On that particular bullet point?
Yes.
That's something you'd have to ask Chief Slowly because it was his request, but my understanding was that they wanted to try to see if they could stop, for instance, gas stations from filling up jerry cans, because we knew that was the transportation method by members of the convoy to keep their rigs running in the cold weather. So, we also had, I know, over the course of this period, I was invited to, I think, 5 or so meetings with different business groups, including BIAs, and it never came up at those meetings that I was at that we were asking their merchants to stop selling supplies and so on. So that's something that the chief asked for. I'm not entirely sure what benefit it would be, but I relied on his good judgment.
And was that done? Did the city take any steps towards those things?
I don't believe so, because our number one preoccupation was to end the occupation and bring the streets back under control of the City of Ottawa. So you can only do so much. There are only so many balls in the air that you can juggle in order to get these issues resolved. But I don't believe, certainly I was not involved in contacting any financial institutions, for instance, aside from the GoFundMe discussion we had.
Right, and in terms of insurance companies, was that part of the discussion that was being had with the province to be able to restrict the commercial licenses and insurance of the participants?
Yes, but that may have taken place before the formal request, because we were basically trying to find any mechanism or method that could help us encourage the truckers to leave. And one of the suggestions that I believe a member of council brought to my attention was there's a separate licensing regime and insurance regime for trucks. Could those organizations, through MTO, Ministry of Transportation of Ontario, actually use those tools to basically force the trucks to get out, or there'd be consequences to their actions of illegally blocking our streets? And the Ministry of Transportation did not follow through on that. They didn't seem to think that was a reasonable idea, or maybe they didn't think it was a good idea.
So you had a call with the representatives from the Ministry of Transportation, is that right?
It wouldn't have been me, it would have been some member of staff, but not me personally.
Oh, okay, so you were not on those calls, but it was reported back to you that they didn't think it was a good idea?
That's correct.
Did you have any understanding as to why they didn't think it was a good idea?
Well, there was, they seemed to think that it would, they couldn't do what we were asking them to do. So there seemed to be a bit of a contradiction in terms of what we thought was available under provincial law and what they were telling us was not available. And I think at one point someone said it wouldn't make any difference. This was a group that was digging in and having a paper exchange of rules and laws and bylaws was not going to move this group at all.
Okay. And then the final point that's on the top of that page, there are daily emergency operations center meetings to coordinate whole of city response, including daily public briefings led and coordinated by the city so that the police can focus on operations. I don't believe this was ever done. Are you able to confirm that? Did the city have daily briefings?
Not public briefings. There are a number of press conferences that were held by both myself and Chair Deans and Chief Slowly and City Manager. So we did make ourselves available, if not on a daily basis, when new information arrived. We weren't going to have a press conference for the sake of having a press conference if there's no new information, but there certainly were a series, I remember seeing, and I think we talked about in an interview, a series of memos that went out over the course of the event, updating members of council and the public.
Right. But this is daily public briefings, so I imagine that's for the public.
Yeah, well, I guess the public briefing would have been the press conferences that were carried on the city's social media networks.
And then under advocacy, it says mayor to play advocacy role with other jurisdictions on below asks. So there it talks about the 1,800 officers, which you did advocate for in your letter of February 7th, co-authored by Chair Deans.
Correct.
And it also says on the third bullet point, professional mediation and negotiation capacity. Can you explain what this was about? What were they asking for there?
Well, again, I'm at a bit of a disadvantage because these are not my requests. These are the requests that were sent to Chair Deans and I in an effort to write to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety, as well as the Premier and the Solicitor General, to seek the 1,800 additional staffing and enforcement. We were pushing the police because one of the challenges we had was up until this letter came, or this memo came from the chief, we did not have an exact number that was being requested of the two other orders of government. So this was something that Chair Deans and I pushed for because we needed that number to go back to our federal and provincial counterparts to say, all right, you asked for a number, here it is, and here's how it's divided. So on the issue of mediation, again, I can only suggest it may have been they wanted to have some capacity to go and try to mediate the safe removal of all of the trucks, but that would be something the chief would have to ask.
Right, so was the chief asking you then to engage a professional mediator for that purpose, to try and de-escalate the situation with the protesters?
Yeah, again, I'm not sure the intent or why it was. I think it's under advocacy, but my understanding was that these were requests for our staff. The one request that was for myself to play was really bullet number 1 to get those 1,800 resources.
And then if I can take you to OTT 20707.
And what date is that?
This is on February 7th. It's the next day after that email from the OPS.
Right.
With the requests. There's an email on February 7th, and it looks like, if we go down, it looks like Councillor Eagley is saying, Sarah, here's a quick and dirty draft. Jean is fine with the mayor seconding the motion. And then there is, this is a draft of a wording for a motion, and there's a lot of whereas, and then it says at the bottom, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor, supported by City Council, formally requests that the federal government appoint an independent mediator forthwith to assist in de-escalating the protest, as well as the orderly removal of the protesters and their vehicles from the City of Ottawa. So is this the response to the request from OPS to engage a professional mediator?
I don't believe so. I think it may have been done almost on a parallel basis. It was Councillor Egley that I believe drafted it, and the Jean is the Jean Cloutier, who was going to move it. I checked earlier this week because I saw this email. I hadn't seen it before, but it never went to City Council. It was a draft. And I know that at some point in that period, I had also suggested publicly, would there be a role for the federal government to appoint a distinguished Canadian who could go in and mediate and resolve this? The idea was not supported at all by the federal government. I referenced it, I believe, in a CTV interview. But I don't think the two were connected, even though the subject is the same. I think Councillor Cloutier, to his credit, and Councillor Egley were trying to come up with some reasonable suggestion to try to bring an end to this. Because I think if I can put it in context, every member of council, whether you lived in the downtown core and represented it or not, were feeling overwhelmed and under siege by constituents and by people from across the country harassing members of council. And I think all members of council, to their credit, were trying their very best to come up with sensible ideas that they could present to us, including the chief and the city manager and myself and my office, to see if this would help resolve the situation. So all members of council in good faith were trying to do what they thought was best to end this. In this particular case, I don't believe this motion, I know for a fact it didn't go to council, so it was just a draft, and I suspect it probably didn't go to council because the quick response I received from the federal government was, we're not going to appoint a mediator.
Okay, and do you know why they didn't want to appoint a mediator?
I can only speculate, so I shouldn't speculate. I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
Okay, well,
that.
did they tell you why? Did they say why they were not interested in this?
Again, I have a vague recollection that that I raised it with either Minister Blair or Mendicini, but I can't recall the context of why they were against it. Okay,
and I'm going to take you to OTT 5513. This is now February 7th. And as we saw earlier, Chief Slowly had made a request for 1,800 officers. We haven't looked at the email, but there is an email in which he sets out a chart indicating what kind of personnel he's looking for and how many.
Yes.
And this is a letter then dated February 7th to Premier Ford and Solicitor General Sylvia Jones. And this is the letter in which you request, if we go down, there we go. And there you are asking for those officers.
It's a little farther down.
Further down on the second page, yeah. Yes.
And I believe we did send the chart to these individuals as well that the chief had indicated.
Okay.
Or put together.
And we know that Chief Slowly had asked that you advocate for the resources at different levels of government. Did he ask you specifically to write this letter?
Well, that was the implication. He provided us with his request because Councillor Deans and I both agreed that we needed to get something in writing because it was putting us in an awkward situation where we were having these regular meetings with federal or provincial officials, and they said, well, how many resources do you need? And we didn't have an answer. So to the credit of the chief, he put together a very thorough, it wasn't just police officers, there were obviously other components that he'd asked for, including civilian staff and public order officers, cyber investigative capacity, digital and social media forensics, and financial forensics. So we wanted to put that in writing, and this letter was basically the same as the one we sent to the federal government as well.
Okay, and if we can go up. There we go, in the second paragraph there, you say, what was initially described as a peaceful protest has now turned into a siege of our downtown area. And then you say, as of today, there are currently between 400 and 500 trucks occupying Ottawa's downtown core. Then you go on to say, these acts in the occupation are having damaging and long-term impacts on the well-being of our residents. People are living in fear and are terrified, and they're now being subjected to the non-stop honking of large trucks for 9 days, which is tantamount to psychological warfare. Then you say, given the scope and scale of the armada of large trucks that are now occupying our downtown core, and this is now on the second page, we are writing to you to ask today for your help to secure 1,800 officers to quell the insurrection that the Ottawa Police Service is not able to contain. And then further down, you say, we must do everything in our power to take back the streets of Ottawa and our parliamentary precinct from the criminal activity and hooliganism that has transpired over the last 9 days. We need your help to end this siege at the heart of our nation's capital and in our residential neighborhoods and to regain control of our city. So was that description of the situation accurate as to what was happening on the ground as of February 7th?
Absolutely. You know, I think if you just go back and look at the media coverage, the media themselves were being harassed during this whole period of time. We now know that a number of children had to miss chemo and radiation appointments at CHEO. The residents living on those streets having these horns honk literally 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, plus the diesel fumes, plus roasting a pig on one street, bonfires, lighting off fireworks, having a dance party. It was showing complete disrespect for the people who lived in the city of Ottawa. And I put that wording in very strongly to let the two other orders of government know that we needed their help. Our city's back was against the wall. We had this outrageous behavior by people who seemed to have no respect for private property, public property, or the well-being of the citizens of Ottawa. And my job as mayor was to speak out and say, we have to end this, and the only way we're going to end it is with a significant increase and boost in the number of police officers.
And when you say, and to regain control of our city, you're conveying here that you, the greater you, I suppose you, OPS, the city, OPS had lost control of the city.
Well, it was teetering on lost control. We lost control in the red zone because we couldn't even contain jerry cans going in. You know, in one or two incidents, the chief explained to me, the police tried to stop them, and then they were swarmed by 100 truckers. And one of the things I think is vitally important to remember in this whole terrible situation was that while there was a high level of frustration on the part of the public, rightfully so, on the part of our council and city staff and myself, At the end of the day, there were no deaths and there were no serious injuries. And so the chief, in his wisdom, and I agree with him, was not going to barge in there without necessary resources to make sure that the one shot they had, the one opportunity they had to actually get in there and clean up Wellington Street and Kent and O'Connor and the Byward Market and the baseball stadium, was to do it with the necessary resources to move in quick, swiftly, and that's exactly what they did, and I appreciate the police doing that. But you're quite right, in the red zone, it was lawlessness. People were having parties, they were open fires, they were throwing off fireworks that were a fire hazard to heritage buildings in the downtown core. They were harassing people in restaurants, tearing off their masks. These are not sort of made-up stories. These are all documented during the convoy occupation. And so, yes, we're not swallowing our pride by saying we could do it all on our own. We needed help, and we needed the help of the other two orders of government.
So if I can take you now to OTT 6057. And this is another letter dated February 7th, and this is now directed to the Prime Minister and to Minister Mendicino. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's essentially the same letter.
That's correct.
Okay. And now I understand that discussions with the Prime Minister and with Minister Mendicino were ongoing. The 7th is the same day as there was a first tripartite ministerial meeting. On the 8th there was as well, and on the 10th. So did you receive a formal response to this letter from the Prime Minister or Minister Mendicino?
I'd have to go back and look in files. Often these letters go out, they're publicly made, and do you necessarily get a response?
Yep.
What we were looking for is not a nice typewritten response. We wanted action. And we believe that, or I certainly believe, that this letter acted to break the logjam, to put in writing for the first time our specific requests that we needed help.
Now, the Solicitor General did respond to your letter on February 8th. On February 10th. Is that right?
I recall her sending, I think, a 2-page letter to, I believe it was both Councillor Deans and myself.
Okay. If I can take you to ONT 851. And this is the response dated February 10. We can see there's from the Solicitor General of Ontario. And it's to you and to Chair Deans as well. Thank you for your letter, also addressed to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, requesting additional officers. And then she says, public safety is a top priority for this government. The Ministry of the Solicitor General is committed to working with our policing and community partners to provide them with the resources and tools they need to keep Ontario's communities safe and resilient. Then she talks about the right to protest is core to our Canadian identity. Peaceful protests are a cornerstone of a healthy democracy. However, criminal behavior is never tolerated, and hatred or intolerance must be condemned by all. She says, the last paragraph at the bottom, we have been encouraging all those participating in the Ottawa protest to govern their actions in a way to ensure they are peaceful and respectful to the community and to those charged with keeping the peace. And then she says, regarding the request for significant additional resources, please note that I have shared your correspondence with OPP Commissioner Thomas Carrick. Commissioner Thomas Carrick and RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucky will continue to liaise with Chief Peter Slowly, Ottawa Police Service, to determine how policing partners can provide support based on available policing resources and the operational plan proposed by the Ottawa Police Service. What's your reaction to this letter? Did this satisfy what you were looking for in the letter that you sent on February 7th?
No, but I think, as a former minister myself, the provincial government, this is the kind of letter that, is pretty much a template. You thank them, you explain the situation, and you are told that, rightfully so, the minister can't direct the OPP on what to do, but she forwarded it to the commissioner of the OPP. So, we knew at some point we would get through to the province and they would come and help us. And when they did, it was very much appreciated, and the OPP did a remarkable job. But, there's the level of frustration that we had was that it's fine to forward this to the commissioner of the OPP, but by that time, the commissioner would have known what our request is because Chief Slowly was in pretty regular contact with both commissioners.
So did the Solicitor General commit to do anything, either in this letter or in any discussions that you had with her? Any kind of specific action that the Solicitor General was committing to take?
Well, again, when I had a call with her, I can't recall the date, but with the Premier and Solicitor General were both on the call, and they indicated that they would not be participating in the Tripartite group, which was disappointing, but it's their call. But I reiterated with the Premier on I believe the 2 calls that I had, that it was essential that we get police officers here as quickly as possible. And the whole issue, as I talked about earlier, the Solicitor General was under the impression that there were 1,500 officers assigned to Ottawa, which was not the case. I think what may have happened was that the minister or the OPP were, giving you a cumulative number, 50 here, and then maybe 40 came back, and then another 60 arrived, so you count 50 plus 60. And the other thing is, I think you have to keep in mind, in this period was the Windsor situation, which was viewed as a higher priority given the $1 billion a day trade blockade that was taking place in Windsor. Mm-hmm. And so we certainly saw through the news a significant OPP presence in the Windsor area. And I thought at the time, well, I wish they were here because we think we're just as important as Windsor. But I thought, well, at the very least, they did a very good job in Windsor. And once that's wrapped up, they'll be sending those officers to Ottawa. Okay,
so you expected that the Windsor issue, and by that we mean the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge, would be resolved before Ottawa became a priority to become resolved. Is that right?
Yes, and that's in fact what happened.
Okay, and if I can take you to ONT 858. Now, this is a letter that was not sent to you. It's the next day after the response from the Solicitor General, the kind of template letter as you described it. And this is now February 11th, and this is directed to Commissioner Carrick. And the Solicitor General says, this letter is being sent regarding the protest activity occurring in Windsor. So this is the Windsor situation as you were talking about. Right. The Government of Ontario is proposing that a meeting occur within an agreeable time period between a select group of protest leadership and representatives of the province to allow their issues to be heard. To move forward with our offer to schedule a meeting, all protesters must leave the protest site immediately, denounce all unlawful activity, and encourage a period of quiet. This means no unlawful, unpeaceful, unsafe protest activity can occur between the time of acceptance of this offer until the meeting takes place. Please share this with the protest leadership and note that immediate agreement is required. Any time delay in acceptance will negate this offer. So in this letter, the Solicitor General is offering that the province will meet with a group of protesters in Windsor if they leave the protest site immediately and denounce all activity. Are you aware if the province ever offered to meet with protesters in Ottawa?
I'm not aware of any such request.
And is it fair to say that that option was never discussed either with the Premier or with Solicitor Jones at any of your discussions?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I actually, in fairness, I have not seen this letter. I don't believe it was CC'd to me, so it's the first I've seen.
No, that's right. It's not a letter that was sent to you, but the question was whether this type of offer that was being made with respect to the protesters in Windsor, if that ever came to your attention, if that ever happened with respect to the protesters in Ottawa. And what I hear you saying is that no.
No, that was never an option that was presented to me or anyone in my office.
Okay. If I can take you now to, I'm going to take you to the first tripartite meeting that occurred on February 7th, and it is pb.nsc.can 2335. And if we go down to the bottom of that page, yeah, right there. Okay, so this is, my understanding is that this is a readout of the first of the 3 tripartite ministerial meetings that took place with you, Minister Blair, Minister Mendicino. I believe Mr. Kanalakis attended as well, and at times Deputy Minister Rob Stewart was in attendance as well.
Yes, it was all done virtually.
Yes. And BB there is Bill Blair, and in the second line he says, spoke to PM last night, felt it was important to convene table. All of them have already been working well with city officials. And so it looks like there the Prime Minister felt that it was important to convene this tripartite table with everybody at the table so that issues could be discussed. And if we look at MM is Minister Mendicino, and in the third line he says, we have confirmed 250 Mounties have been deputized. He says, we have been timely and responsive in putting our response together. Minister Jones will want to have a discussion with what they can contribute. So I understand that he's saying here that they have made 250 RCMP officers available. Is that your reading of that too?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go to the next page, you say, in the first line, you say 150 already pre-assigned. And are you talking about RCMP officers here?
That's correct.
You say not on Wellington Street or Kent. Counted as part of the total, but this doesn't help our foot soldiers with OPS. Down to 100 spread over 3 shifts over 8 hours, this isn't a lot. Our request is significant. Biggest crisis facing our city. We are filled with angst. So what are you trying to convey in this section here?
Well, I have to say, Minister Mendicino was very approachable and reasonable to deal with in the many opportunities I had to deal with him. He understood the file, but we had a disagreement in terms of what I'll call it 250, I guess, officers on the ground, as the federal government was saying. They were on the ground in Ottawa, but they were assigned 50 to West Block, which was the new center block, 50 to Rideau Cottage, and 50 to Rideau Hall. So out of the 250, or 257, you remove 150 right away because those individuals stationed at West Block, Rideau College, and Rideau Hall were not helping in Centretown or the residential area of Centretown or the Byward Market or Overbrook Forbes. So, it was a bit frustrating because, when you read through this, once you get down to 100 spread over 3 shifts of 8 hours a day, it's not a lot of officers. And so while we appreciate it every time we saw a Mountie or we saw an OPP officer, we needed the large number of 1,800 to get this situation under control and kick these yahoos out of our city who are disrupting the quality of life of the people of Ottawa. So, at the end of the day, fast forward, we got what we wanted, and we appreciate the federal government, the provincial government's support. We wanted it sooner because this thing should not have lasted 3 weeks.
And then further down in the middle of the page, it says, Watson, that's you, on tripartite table. Has the province agreed to this? And Bill Blair says, both of us have reached out, Marco Mendicino and I. We are working on it. She wasn't able to join today, unfortunately, and she would be the Solicitor General?
Yes.
Okay. We'll continue to engage to encourage them to join these talks. And then you say, province is very reluctant to be a part of what is going on. Premier, line was, anything you need, I will be there for you. I have gone to Sylvia Jones with that message. The protesters are digging in, try to light a fire, for example. They are misleading people on social media. So what is the sentiment that you're conveying there?
Well, disappointment that the province didn't want to take part in the tripartite. And when I had that conversation with Minister Jones and the Premier on that phone call, I think it was a phone call or a Zoom, I can't recall, to be honest. The Premier was adamant that he did not feel it would be useful to have 3 levels of politicians sitting around a table.
And did he say why he didn't think that was going to be, that wasn't necessary or helpful?
Well, I think he felt it would be a waste of time. When he said that, I was quite frustrated with him. He said, look, what's it going to accomplish? A bunch of people sitting around a table talking and making decisions. And I said, well, that sounds like a cabinet meeting. And he didn't like that. But at the end of the day, it was his call. If he wasn't going to go to force his minister to go to the meeting or not go to the meeting, he just said they're not going to be part of it. So as I said, now in fairness to the Premier, when he did engage, it worked. We had the police officers from the OPP, we had the RCMP, and we were all on the same book. But this thing should have been resolved in week 1, not week 3.
And when did you see engagement from the province? When did you start seeing that?
I'd have to look through my notes, but it was, I think probably sometime by the end of the second week of the protests, sometime in that period.
So we know that the province declared a state of emergency on February 11th. Would you say that they were engaged before that time, or that's the point of time when they became engaged?
Well, notwithstanding the fact they didn't want to participate in the Tripartite, they were obviously available to us. And, as I mentioned, at the local level, federally, I had very good liaison and connection with Minister Yasser Naqvi, the MP for Ottawa Centre, and Mona Fortier, the President of Treasury Board, as well. I think she was in a different portfolio at that point, and Minister MacLeod. So we were having ongoing discussions at the political level, and all three of those and other elected officials were acting as a very good conduit for our requests back to their political establishments. And I can't give you an exact time when the province was more engaged, but they were always engaged. They just weren't at the tripartite table. And I think certainly after Windsor, they recognized the next big problem is Ottawa, and they better, get there as soon as possible, because this thing was close to swirling out of control. And what we were seeing was every weekend, people were treating this like it was some sort of a rave or a party or something, and arriving, and there were DJs and loud sound systems and racist flags and desecration of our national war monument. And I think, I can't give you the exact date, but eventually the OPP came on board. Eventually we got the RCMP. But as I said, this thing frustrated me because, the public were saying, well, why don't you tell the police to do this? And as we all know, or most people know, in our society, a politician cannot, by law, direct a police service on operational matters. So we have to work at the political level to do whatever we can to get some resolution to a situation that was extremely hurtful to thousands of people.
So if I can take you now to another document, ssmnsc.can 2052. And I believe this is a readout of the second tripartite meeting. And it looks like the participants on the first page are Minister Mendicino, Minister Blair, you, if we go down a little bit, yeah. And it looks like Chief Slowly was in attendance. Do you recall him attending one of the tripartite meetings?
Yes.
Okay. So then on the first page, you say, why no Solgen in attendance? I suppose that's Minister Jones.
Sorry, okay, I see that, yeah.
Yep, and then Minister Mendicino says no word back. So at this point, you had expected that Ontario would have been at this table, is that right?
Yes, I don't know the sequence of dates as to whether, because I did have that conversation with the Premier where he rejected the idea, but I know that the federal ministers were also trying to get the Solicitor General to engage on the tripartite table, which she declined.
Well, this may assist, because then you say, I'm speaking to Premier tomorrow.
Okay.
So you probably spoke to him then on February 9th.
Well, I had at least 2 calls with the Premier, so you're probably correct in the sequence of events.
Okay, and then you say, we'll ask that his minister be at the table. And if we go to where it says Blair, on Ontario involvement, I know Marco's been having good conversations with Ontario. They are worried about being visible and then being asked about what the province is doing. Do you know what was the discussion around that point? They are worried about being visible. Can you expand on what the discussion was there?
I really don't recollect what the reference to visible or invisible was.
Okay, so do you know what Ontario's concern is? It says they are concerned about being visible and being asked about what the province is doing. You can't shed any light?
I can only speculate.
Okay.
So I don't really know what
Sure.
was going through their mind at that point. They certainly knew that they were more than welcome to the table, and they had our letter from Councillor Deans and I with the specific request and the breakdown
Right.
of the officers needed.
And then the chief gives a breakdown of what's been going on, the breakdown of the resources, what they've been doing. And then on page 3, so it says on page 3, at the very top, public safety risk is higher on Rideau. It's being contained by
Sorry, where is this?
on the very top of page 3.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It says, public safety risk is higher on Rideau. It's being contained by QC criminal organization, and they are radicalized elements as well. There is some negotiations ongoing leading to movement, and that's 48 hours away. If we had resources tonight, we can move on that tonight. And Minister Mendicino says, confirm Rideau is ahead of Wellington. So my understanding that this is in terms of clearing areas, that Rideau and Sussex would be ahead of Wellington in terms of an area to clear because of the criminal activity that's being described here. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, and my understanding, because I was briefed on this, was that the chief indicated there were the criminal elements, I believe, were involved with the biker gang community in Quebec, and they were blockading the corner of where Rideau, Wellington, Sussex, and Colonel By connect, and it was also had shut down, as you know, the Rideau Centre, which was a major economic generator, as well as a lot of small restaurants and shops along Rideau Street and the Byward Market.
Right, and then slowly says, yes, it's blocking a hospital route, et cetera, higher risk to public safety. When we have resources, reliability, we will be able to move. So here he's indicating that that area is blocking a hospital route and therefore a priority for clearing it out. Is that your understanding as well?
Well, and also it's a major transit hub for both STO and OC Transpo as well.
Right.
And a lot of small businesses in that area.
And then further down slowly says, for every action we do, there is a counter reaction that can exceed our resources. We saw that in Coventry. Our public request for more than 1,800 more people resulted in the activity in Windsor, plus a national call for protesters to drive to Ottawa so they can outnumber even increased police presence. So do you recall what Slowly was saying here about the public request for 1,800 officers? Did he see that as a concern that that request was publicly made?
Well, I think what we were trying to do was to keep that number confidential because we didn't want to show our hand and the police's hand as to how many resources were coming in. But I don't know when the 1,800 came out. It may have come out at a police services board or a question from a member of council. You know, you couldn't keep it suppressed forever. But, you know, I certainly was not concerned with protesters coming all the way from Windsor. What my preoccupation was to get the police officers that had quelled the situation in Windsor to get to Ottawa as quickly as possible. And I think his point is it was a bit of a game of whack-a-mole. When they'd sort of resolve one situation, another thing would flare up. A good example of that was the shack that was being built near the canal and the NAC in Confederation Park, this permanent structure where it was a food distribution point and it was very, very unsafe. There was propane, open fires, gasoline, all stored in this area, and our fire chief and fire service said this is a tinderbox that could explode. So, you know, we had the request from the NCC because it was their property to move in. They eventually did move in, tore all of that down, but then people started to come back again. So it was one of these great frustrations that people had where you got one thing resolved, then you moved on. He just didn't have the resources to keep enough police services there to ensure that a flare-up wouldn't happen again. So it all boiled down to we needed more boots on the ground.
And so then Bill Blair says, have you looked at traffic laws, et cetera? So he seems to be suggesting to use existing laws to deal with this.
Well, the police have the responsibility for the Highway Traffic Act, you're correct, and, police can issue tickets for bylaws, parking and so on, but we had, I think the figures are in the documentation, there were thousands of tickets that were issued, hundreds of people that were charged and arrested, but we couldn't, for instance, send unarmed bylaw officers into a very volatile situation to hand out parking tickets. If police were being swarmed, certainly you can expect even worse treatment of individuals who are not given the proper training to deal with a confrontation of that nature. I would not want to send a friend or foe into that red zone or into the area where the Quebec.
And at the bottom, oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't in good conscience want to force bylaw officers who are not geared to dealing with angry, unruly mobs into a situation where their safety could be in danger.
Right, and Chief Slowly alludes to this at the bottom. He says it's a challenging situation to enforce. Just yesterday, 100 people surrounded 30 officers when they apprehended an individual with a gas can and were almost overcome. We need extra public order. Bylaws aren't my control. So he's essentially saying existing bylaws, existing resources is not helpful to end the situation.
Yes.
Okay. And then you say, show me the Mounties. We need to come out of the meeting with a down payment on resources. What will you commit to? And then Minister Mendicino says there is a 5 p.m. RCMP call with the city, I believe. We need to have the province present on these calls. OPP will play a critical role. And then you say, it's hard for me to blast the province when I don't have a commitment from the feds. So explain that comment there.
Well, there was a level, we were a bit like the meat and the sandwich. We were trying to get both orders of government to provide their national and provincial police services to the City of Ottawa in the numbers that the chief and his command team required to get this issue resolved. And we knew, if you go back and look at the sequence of events from week 1 to week 2 to week 3, we started to see a lot more action in week 2 than we did in week 1. And what was important, I think, from my perspective, was, we all had a skin in the game in the sense that we had a police force, the OPP is the provincial police force, and the Mounties are the federal police force. And we needed all to be working and following the same script, because the last thing we needed was a bunch of distractions where, they don't agree and they're fighting and squabbling. At the end of the whole process, when the police finally did move in and they had the 1,800, I believe it went up to 1,900, it was, in my opinion, and I'm not a policing expert, but a very good case study on how to resolve a situation relatively quickly. They moved in, I believe on the Friday, they had the notices attached to all the vehicles on the Thursday, and most of the work was done on Saturday, and then the last of it cleaned up on Sunday. And so my point was, I can't go and start criticizing the province if you still haven't given me a commitment for the number of officers we needed from the RCMP. Now, to get back to my point on sequence, I understand, I think a lot of public were saying, well, why weren't there more police here more quickly? We had police from Vancouver, Calgary, all over the country, municipal forces. The Mounties had to ship people in from all parts of the country, and that takes time. There's logistics to that. That's why I wished that it had started 2 weeks ago at the end of week 1 instead of the end of week 2. But at the end of this process, there was a logistical challenge to get that number of officers, most of whom had to fly or drive to get to Ottawa. We had to put them up. This was an expensive undertaking. We had to make sure they had proper food. They had to be sworn in, those Mounties that were coming in, because they didn't have jurisdiction on municipal grounds as a Mountie, but the OPP did. So there were a lot of things that took time. So I wish I could have snapped my finger and said, let's have 1,800, get them in there, and end this nonsense. But that was not the case, because it took 4, 5, 6 days. When they finally ramped up and they had the 1,800 to 1,900 individuals, it was a very good show of leadership and a very good show of the professionalism of the police officers. And I repeat this because I think this gets lost. We'd be having a much different commission and discussion if someone had been shot and killed or seriously injured. That did not happen, and that is good, I think, credit to the police officers on the ground in miserable conditions. As you recall, it was freezing, February, ice all over the place, and they cleaned it out. And I give great credit to our first responders and others who worked very hard, paramedics, fire service, bylaw, public works, OC Transpo. It was all hands on deck. And I know the public wanted us to move faster, and I empathize with what they were going through. But at the end of the process, I think we have to remember that there was not, these things are tinderboxes. You see them in other jurisdictions where it flares up and you see the tragedy of, unprofessionalism taking hold.
But as you mentioned, the municipality is a creature of provincial statute. And here you're saying you want a commitment from the federal government, but you haven't secured a commitment from the provinces. And isn't that the proper sequence as a municipality to go to the provinces, and then the provinces can then subsequently push that request up to the federal government? Why was that sequence not being followed here?
Well, in fairness, I think it's a 6 of one, half dozen of the other in many respects. Whether we get the province to agree first or the federal government, we're a little different as a city because we're the nation's capital. We have a large RCMP presence as a result of headquarters being here, the VIP protection detail, protecting federal buildings and so on. So even though we're dependent on the province, we're equally dependent on the federal government as our largest employer and the group that pays the most in payments in lieu of taxes. So the reality is they were, I would consider them equal partners during this crisis. I wasn't going to go through the niceties of protocol and say, well, we'll just keep hammering the province until they agree and then we'll go to the feds. We were trying to do it at the same time on 2 different tracks to get them both to agree, which eventually they did, but it took some time, more time than I liked.
Right, and did anybody within the federal government, either Minister Blair, Minister Mendicino, the Prime Minister, indicate to you that by not going first to the provinces to secure that kind of commitment, that there was a delay in procuring those resources as a result of not following what you called the niceties of this process?
I don't believe that was the case. Certainly the federal ministers asked me to, communicate with the Premier, and I had a pretty good rapport with the Premier, and, as many people know, he's very accessible on his phone and takes calls quite quickly. And I think he was sincere when he said, anything you need, but we needed to translate that into actual action.
Right.
And so, I was asked by Minister Mendicino to raise the issue of OPP officers, and that's when I said, well, I can't go and keep pointing a finger at the province when you haven't delivered your end of the bargain. They eventually did, and we're grateful for that because that ended the blockade. Okay,
but you didn't understand from anybody in the federal government that they thought you were following the wrong process by going directly to them?
No, okay. It was never once raised that, well, don't talk to us, you're a creature of the province.
Okay,
that never
fair enough. If I can take you to SSM CAN NSC 2837. And this is a readout of the call with the Prime Minister on February 8. And so you recall you had a discussion with the Prime Minister on this day?
Yeah, I'm just looking for my notes. It's February 8th.
You can zoom into that. Yeah, February 8. Yeah, thank you.
Just trying.
And we'll go down to the kind of the meat of it. Yes, a little bit down more. There we go.
Sorry, I'm not seeing it on the 8th on my chronology, but if you have it, I'll believe you.
Yes, it should be on the screen there. February 8, a call, readout of the call with the Prime Minister. And if we go to the second page, you say, the Prime Minister asks how you're doing. You say a challenge for everyone, still a pretty unstable situation, nasty people out there that just don't represent Canada. Reminds me of the Republican Party down south. Can't reason with them, so vulgar and hateful, attacking people, ripping masks off, honking their horns. It's not over yet, and I appreciate...
You might slow down a bit for the interpreters. I'm just worried.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm just aware of the time, but yes, you're right. Let's slow down for the interpreters. It's not over yet, and I appreciate that I had a really good conversation with Marco and Bill. We have a table with the PT this afternoon at 4:30. Do you know what the reference to the PT, is that just the tripartite? Or what's the PT, do you know?
I'm assuming it's with the province. Usually you think of PT as provincial territorial, but
Okay. And hopefully more resources from you on RCMP. But then you say Ford is just staying away from this, but I want to bring him into the tent. So when you say Ford is staying away from this, what is the this? Is it,
well, it's the tripartite table that he didn't think was helpful.
okay. And then the Prime Minister says, have they, province, indicated that they will be there at 4:30? You say, it's been set up by Bill's office. Sylvia Jones is the name on it. She has been disingenuous, saying there are 1,400. I spoke to Ford yesterday, and he said, anything you want. So I'm going to hold his words to it. So this was the issue that you had raised about the 1,400 OPP officers, correct?
Yeah, I think it was 1,500, but close to 1,400,
Okay.
correct.
So either 1,400 or 1,500.
And on the Sylvia Jones, her name was on it, but she did not participate.
So she was on the invite, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ask about resources, and the Prime Minister says, one of the challenges is that it goes in steps. The first step is to go to the OPP, then RCMP. It's difficult for us to say what we need to do directly until we have a better idea of what the province is doing. That's why this table is so important. So can you explain what the Prime Minister told you here?
Well, I think he was alluding to the fact that it would have been helpful to have the province, it's like a three-leg stool. If you only have two legs on it, it's not that sturdy. You need all three. You need the provincial, municipal, and federal orders of government, number one. And I just think, during a crisis, from a leadership point of view, the more information you have, the better to share with your partners. We're not in opposition to one another, but we need all three to be singing from the same hymn book, as they say. So my interpretation of that, on that call with the Prime Minister, was that he felt that we needed to continue to put pressure on the OPP and the province, not the OPP, but the province, to get the OPP to come in good numbers, just as they did in Windsor. I think Windsor was wrapped up relatively quickly, and then there was the situation in the small town in Alberta where there was a fairly large RCMP presence. We needed both of those police services on board in order to move in. The police from Ottawa could not do it on their own, and having 50 OPP and another 50 or 100 RCMP was not going to cut it. We needed the 1,800 total.
And so when he says this goes in steps, the first step is to go to the OPP, then RCMP. Did you understand him to be saying that the proper order of operations was not being followed?
No, I wouldn't interpret it that. I think normally, in the normal course of events, for instance, the declaration of a state of emergency or requesting the military, there is that process where you have the municipality ask the provincial government, who asks the Minister of National Defence. We did that, for instance, during the flooding, I believe, in 2017 and 2019, where the military were very helpful to come in and help. But from my perspective, this was completely different. This was not a regular, situation. This was a very unique situation. And I challenge anyone to come up with any time in our recent history in the last two generations where this kind of an occupation took place for a prolonged period of time. So I think he was referencing probably the normal course of events is that we would normally go through the OPP and up the chain of command. But we had requests in based on the letters Councillor Deans and I sent to both orders of government, and it was very clear that we needed both of them to respond as quickly as possible with action and not words.
So Minister Mendicino and Deputy Minister Stewart, as we saw yesterday, they were both very active in reaching out and offering their assistance and asking what the city needed. On the provincial side, what was Di Tommaso or Laurie LeBlanc or Sylvia Jones, were they also reaching out proactively to see how they could help?
We knew what help we wanted, and they knew what help we needed because we sent the letter, so they were fully aware of our request and the specific demand.
So you weren't hearing them proactively like you were from the others?
No. Again, I think, I only had, I believe, 2 or 3 calls with the Premier, and I think only one of those was with Minister Jones. So I don't recall, in fairness, I don't know why they would be asking us what we need when, in fact, we told them what we needed in that letter to the Premier and to the Minister.
Right. And then the Prime Minister says, but on the Ottawa policing side, you have seen, as I have.
Sorry, where's that? Which
So
paragraph?
we're now further, the last paragraph at the bottom, there, now it's in the middle. It's the Prime Minister. It's in the middle of the page, but on the policing side. It's on the second paragraph of the Prime Minister's
Okay, I see that.
But on the Ottawa policing side, you have seen, as I have, some concerns on how things were handled from the beginning. How is your relationship with the police chief, and how are you guys working together? There are moments when you are saying one thing and he is saying another. Is there anywhere we can help around that? Now, the Prime Minister here seems concerned that you and Chief Slowly were delivering different messages. Do you have a sense for what that concern was?
I don't, and I don't believe I asked for clarification. I had confidence, full confidence in Chief Slowly. He was a relatively new chief, as you know, to the City of Ottawa, but he had extensive experience as a deputy chief in Toronto, and in particular with some large events. I think it was either the G7 or G20 meetings that took place in Toronto. So I can't recall where Chief Slowly and I were not on the same page. Most of the press conferences dealt with police matters, so he was the lead in it. And I would be scrummed, for instance, after a council meeting or when we had a Zoom call of any nature. But I don't recall any rift that we had. I think one of the things was, I was probably very impatient at how slow the process was going to get the police officers and how slow it took to get the actual breakdown as to what the chief needed. So I may have said, in public, that I wanted to see this letter go off to the 2 orders of government much more quickly, and he may have had a different opinion because, he sent it when he sent it.
So the Prime Minister says he had some concerns with how things were handled from the beginning, and he said, you have seen, as I have, some concerns. What were those concerns?
Well, the concerns were what happened to our intelligence system, both at the 3 orders of government, that we did not have a better sense that these individuals were going to come and stay a long period of time. Why were so many vehicles allowed to enter what I consider the most significant historic street in the country, because it's the street that houses our Parliament buildings, and why the roads were not blocked off when we started to see an increase in the number of trucks coming down the street and parking on King Edward. And I think almost every Canadian has that same question. Why were these allowed to happen? And it's easy to be, talking about hindsight and looking in the rearview mirror. I think this thing came about and it just kept growing and growing, and we collectively, all 3 orders of government and the police, did not respond quick enough. And we allowed that major street and bled into the residential streets to be taken over by a group of people that had no respect for the law and no respect for the people of our city.
So when you say all 3 levels of government kind of erred in this way in letting them in, what could the city have done to prevent that situation?
Well, again, I'm not an expert on policing matters, but the first thing should have been was to, once we saw a number of vehicles arriving on Wellington Street, get in there with a Jersey barrier and shut off Wellington Street. Now, that would have pushed them on to other roads, but my understanding from the discussions that I saw taking place in the media was that the prize pig was Wellington Street. They wanted to have Wellington Street with a flatbed truck and a podium and sound system to denounce the federal government. So if they couldn't have that going on to Queen or Albert or Slater, not much of a backdrop on those streets. So this was very much, I think their intention was to go in and have them with these vulgar flags and swastikas and Confederate flags and so on swirling all over the place with the backdrop of Parliament Hill like they'd taken over the country.
And so, but if we go back to that time, there were no discussions with Chief Slowly that you had with him about blocking access to the downtown area, right?
No, again, that would have been handled at the staff level. As you know, the staff at bylaw and public works would be responsible for blockading physically the street, but you would need police presence there because you had to maintain a corridor as they do now. If you go down to Wellington Street, there's still a corridor where an ambulance or a fire truck could get through. But you're quite correct. The challenge we all faced was that this thing came. We didn't think it was going to be as big as it did. And I've had conversations with other mayors who said, you know what, we learned lessons from you. Toronto, I think, handled the situation, and the mayor told me, Mayor Tory, that, we were the guinea pig of these protests, and it allowed them to get their act together at the start of the issue because they saw what the pattern of activity the truckers were doing here in Ottawa. And as a result, they were able to secure tow trucks quickly, and they were able to close off access points to Queen's Park, and the same thing happened in Quebec City. So, these mayors, learned lessons from us, and if it had happened in another jurisdiction, I think we would have acted differently and quickly to secure Wellington Street as quickly as possible.
And then you say, in response to the Prime Minister's suggestion that maybe there is some concerns about how things are being handled and your relationship with the chief, you say one thing was when he said, and he is the chief, right?
Correct.
It's not a police solution, but it is a police solution. I think he is just a bit frustrated. Everything is coming down on him, but that doesn't make sense. This is a police matter. I have been trying my very best to back him up every day. As you know, PM, now is not the time to change courses. We have to do our best to support him. And so when you say now is not the time to change courses, are you speaking about, what are you speaking about?
Well, it's not the time to change the leadership of the police service, namely the chief. But if you go back, I just wanted to, that was one of the frustrations I did have with Chief Slowly when he said this is not going to be a police solution. And I think a lot of people were sort of scratching their head, and I said, well, if it's not a police solution, how are you going to solve it? These individuals, by and large, you could not argue rationally or sensibly with. They were emotionally charged, angry people from all parts of the country. And I just thought that was a strange statement to make. But again, as I said, I very much backed the chief, and I thought, given the situation he found himself in, he was doing the very best he could to manage a lot of different groups. His officers, 2 other orders of government, the Police Services Board, City Council, residents. It was a very stressful time for everyone, I'm sure himself included. But I don't know at that point if there was some discussion about whether to remove the chief or not. I certainly don't recall it later on, yes, because obviously he did in fact leave the police service. I can't recall how many, I think it was on the
He left on the 15th.
15th, correct.
So on that point, did you ever have any discussions with anybody, either within the provincial government or the federal government, about Chief Slowly's leadership and whether or not there should be a change in course?
Yeah, not with to the best of my knowledge, not with the federal government, although I do recall some comments that Minister Blair made because he knew Chief Slowly, because Minister Blair used to be the chief of the Toronto Police, but I can't recall the context or what was said about that. I know, for instance, during the call I had with Minister Jones and the Premier, they expressed some concern about the chief's plan or lack of plan to get this issue resolved. And, again, I suspect Premier Ford knew Chief Slowly from his days as a Toronto City Councillor, but it didn't go farther than I think there was Minister Jones made some reference to the fact that she was hearing that things were not operating at the operations center as well as they should be, and there was some conflict and division of opinion.
Now, at the bottom, the Prime Minister says, listen, yes, you can say the federal government will be there with more resources, but again, the thing that frustrates me, and everyone is conflated, and then there's some inaudible part, and then he says, but Doug Ford has been hiding from his responsibility on it for political reasons, as you highlighted, and important that we don't let them get away from that, and we intend to support you on that. So what was your understanding of the political reasons of why Premier Ford, according to the Prime Minister, was hiding from his responsibility?
Well, I can't speculate on what the Prime Minister said, but I think I shared his frustration that they wouldn't participate in the Tripartite. We couldn't get a clear answer as to whether they were going to support the number of officers that we needed. You know, the Premier did not come to Ottawa during the occupation. I think there was a sense by some in the community, why is the Premier not here? But in fairness, you know, sometimes when you bring a leader into a situation, it causes more disruption because you need extra police and so on. But, you know, we had an open line of communication with the Premier, but I felt that I think he was probably more comfortable not getting into the mix of this until they were able to come up with the number of officers that he could announce were supporting our officers.
But the Prime Minister here is saying that you're saying that it's for political reasons.
Well, I look at, we're all politicians, the three of us, and my sense is that he didn't necessarily want to wear the situation because he felt that it was very much the responsibility of the Ottawa Police Service, and I fundamentally disagreed with him. I said, of course, they're the lead police service. They have that legal jurisdiction, but we need the help of the other two orders of government with police officers.
And then you say, if they keep dragging their feet, I'm happy to call them out on it. It'd be nice if we have something firmed up with the federal government to shame them. Ford didn't even make an effort to come and see what's going on. So it's clear you're sharing here the Prime Minister's frustration about the province's lack of attendance at these meetings and general lack of involvement in the solution finding.
Yeah. Well, I'm sharing my frustration because I was, you know, on the front line trying to explain to the public why it was taking so long to get so many resources into Ottawa when Windsor went quite quickly, and obviously when the guns were discovered in that small community in Alberta, it was shut down pretty quickly. But ours was lingering on, and there was you know, well, we'd see, you know, we'd have sort of a bit of up and down where, you know, one day we'd get a count saying 5 or 6 of the rigs moved out, which was good. And then the next day we'd have, you know, 7 or 8 are coming back in. So it was very, very fluid and very frustrating. And I think, you know, I was expressing my frustration, as was the Prime Minister, that on two fronts. One, we need the pressure on the OPP or the province to get the OPP here. But secondly, the federal government had to step up and do its duty, particularly being the nation's capital. We needed the RCMP, and, you know, as I said, I went through this period where you're spending an hour arguing that we don't have 250 officers. You've already assigned 150 to those three, and I'm not disputing you wanted to protect the Prime Minister and the Governor General and Parliament, but don't keep repeating the fact that there's, you know, 250 officers out on the street in Ottawa, because that was not the case, and no one. And I think, look at the end of the process, you know, was there a little bit of sort of, you know, if we push him on this front politically, he might act. It worked because we got the police officers that we needed. You know, you don't necessarily want to go and constantly prod and attack and so on, but most of this was done behind the scenes so that we were not going to show that, at least at the political level, there was this fractious debate. We could have a post-mortem and deal with that after, but the immediate urgency was to give some peace of mind and comfort to those people who were living through hell in Centretown and the market and Overbrook Forbes by the.
So would it have been helpful to have the province in attendance at these meetings for everybody to be on the same page and for everybody to know what the numbers were and what was going on?
Absolutely. I think that would have sped up the process because, you know, it's almost like that game of telephone. By the time you get the translation to the last person, it's a lot different than the first person. I think everyone in the same room, that was the whole, and I give credit to, I think it was Minister Blair that was the one that suggested the tripartite political group meet. And unfortunately, we weren't able to convince the province, but, we can't force them to do what they don't want to do. But, the end result, albeit a week or two late, we did see unity on the front lines with OPP, Municipal Police Services, and Ottawa Police and RCMP. And as I said, they did what I consider a textbook case of cleaning up a really, really terrible situation.
And so if the province had participated in these meetings and been more engaged, do you think there would have been less of a delay in receiving resources? The process would have gone faster?
I can only speculate because that's a theoretical question, but I truly believe it would have. If we're all at the same table speaking to one another, we can have our arguments back and forth. But, in fairness, at the other levels, there seemed to be some positive relationship, but there were obviously disputes with respect to what was the final plan that was going to be signed off on. And then, of course, as you know, Chief Slowly left the service, so that created an element of instability, but it didn't last long because just a few days later, the police, with their plan, took hold and cleaned up the city.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner, this may be an appropriate time for a morning break, if you wish.
Okay, so we'll take 15 minutes, be back at 25:02 or 24:02. And thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take the time and
So,
washroom break.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes. Order à l'ordre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Hi again. So I want to take you now, Mayor Watson, to ssm.can.nsc 2676. And this is the readout of the third and last tripartite ministerial meeting dated February 10. And it looks to be with Minister Blair, yourself, Minister Mendicino, Mr. Kanellakis, and Deputy Minister Stewart. And on the first page, Minister Mendicino talks about discussions with Commissioner Lucky of the RCMP to provide an additional 275 RCMP officers. And then he says, this will be operationalized in conjunction with the OPP. Need to have a sense of the plan. It's in the middle of that big paragraph. Do you see that? This will be operationalized, there it is,
Yes,
in conjunction with the OPP. Need to have a sense of the plan. And then on, so my understanding, and we'll see a little bit later, is that this is in relation to Chief Slowly's plan to use the resources that will be made available. Is that your understanding as well?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so if we go to the second page, just under the redacted portion, keep going, yeah, there are S. So that is Deputy Minister Rob Stewart says, we are engaging the province on all of these areas, which are the ones above that are blanked out, as well as the evolution of the plan. From what I understand, the plan of the chief has not yet been completely fleshed out. That may reflect the speed with which the RCMP can deploy resources. So what did you understand about the state of the plan from the OPS's perspective, the OPS plan, at this stage, which is now the 10th of February?
Well, my understanding was that it was still being worked on, and there was still debate amongst different agencies as to what was going to be the final plan. But in terms of the specifics, as I'm not a member of the Police Services Board, I would have no information or knowledge about what was going on behind the scenes.
Right, but here in this meeting, they're not talking about specifics of a plan, but they're talking about we need to have a plan in order to deploy the resources. So was the discussion that the fact that the plan had not been completely fleshed out, that would affect or that could delay the RCMP resources?
Again, I could only speculate because I wasn't part of that decision-making, but obviously the chief felt comfortable days earlier giving us the number 1,800 of police officers that one would assume would work its way into the plan that he was working on. So I think, the pressure we were putting on OPS was to give us a number so we can go back to our partners at the federal and provincial levels of government to get the officers that would fit the plan
Right.
that was still being worked on.
Right, and so your federal partners here are telling you that the plan is not completely fleshed out, right?
Yes, and they would have received that, I suppose, from the RCMP that are at that command center. As you know, politicians are not part of putting a plan together to deal with an operational matter.
Sure.
So I'd have to rely on their comments to get that information.
And were you hearing this from others as well, that there was issues with the chief's, with the readiness of the plan?
Well, at one point, I received, I had a conversation with Steve Kanellakis that indicated that there was some dispute and argument about what the final plan was going to look like, but that was really the extent of it. My understanding was that these were not insurmountable issues and that they were close to signing off on the plan that would incorporate the 1,800 officers to get this whole terrible situation resolved.
Right, and so your chief of staff yesterday testified that he was informed by Chief of Staff Mike Jones that by February 10 there was no agreement on an integrated plan, and he indicated yesterday that you were aware of this as well, and that it would have been communicated back to OPS, the fact that there were concerns about the readiness of the plan. Did you communicate that back to Ottawa Police Service or to Chief Slowly?
I don't know if I did or not, whether that would have come from Steve Kanalakis or Serge Arpan, but I don't recall me raising the issue with them. Anytime I had any conversation about the plan, he would indicate to me that they're closing in on finalizing it. And while not giving me the specific date when the action would start, it was alluded to on a number of occasions that they would start the process to clean out the whole area in days, not weeks.
Sure, but here Minister Mendicino and Deputy Minister Stewart are indicating that not having a plan can affect the deployment of the RCMP officers. Did you convey that back to Chief Slowly to let him know that this was the readiness of the plan was delaying?
No, again, that would have been done at the staff level, not at the political level. So Steve Kanalakis or Serge Arpan. But the reality is that we have to separate our roles. Even though I'm sitting in on this group, it's not making operational decisions. We were relying on the OPS to work with their partners to come up with a plan that was achievable and attainable in a relatively short period of time with the resources that we'd secured.
Okay, and on page 4, if we go down. Okay, and then you say, thank you if we can get word from the Commissioner to Slowly sometime today, we can get this moving. We don't have to pick it up and leave it on Monday. Okay, sorry, I meant the second point at the bottom there, where you say, this is a good step. At some point, I will call the Premier to get them to sit at this table. So this was the last tripartite meeting, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And so in the end, the Premier did not come to the table, right?
That's correct.
And do you know why the tripartite meeting stopped after February 10?
Well, I assume it was because we were closing in on that date when the police were going to start moving, and it was no longer necessary. If we had secured the number of OPP officers in that period of time or a couple of days later, there was not much point in meeting again, although I suspect if you looked at all of the different phone calls and Zooms and so on, we would have had meetings, bilateral or multilateral, but not the full tripartite. That was the last one.
So in the 3 meetings that we looked at, there are some common themes that we can see. You're expressing frustration that you're not getting commitment from the federal government. You say you need boots on the ground, show me the Mounties, let's get a down payment on RCMP officers. So you felt that the federal government was not committing to the resources that you needed.
Well, at that time, but then we sent the letter. We had the 2 calls with the Prime Minister, had a number of calls with Minister Mendicino, and eventually it all culminated in the officers arriving, both, I forgot to mention municipal services as well. They were quite substantial. You know, when you walk through the site and you saw Belleville police cars in York Region and Toronto, it was actually quite a relief to see those other police officers helping their fellow police officers. So, at the end of the day, the process unfolded as it should, but as I've said, one of the frustrations I had as a common theme was the lack of commitment to officers earlier on in the process.
Sorry, did you say that the process unfolded as it should?
Well, with the cleanup of the streets where the police moved in. And,
okay, but you agree that it took 3 weeks for that to happen, right?
Yes, and that was my biggest criticism, was that it took so long to get this resolved. And again, it's easy for me as an armchair critic to go and say, well, why didn't you move faster? I understand there's some logistical, we had officers from Vancouver. Well, it takes time to get the plane tickets and get over here and get hotel accommodations and so on. So, I'm not being overly critical of the fact that there are some logistical challenges, but I was pushing from really day 1 or day 2, we needed more help because the chief told me we couldn't handle this on our own.
Right, but you're not just an armchair critic. As you say, you're the mayor of Ottawa and you see that your city is in need. And so you have a duty, really, to raise those issues and to push all levels of government to do whatever they can to get this resolved quickly, right?
Yeah, and that was why I took on the role of ensuring that we had the political lines of communication open, why we established the Tripartite Committee. We sent the letter from my office and from Councillor Deans, and why we continue to have dialogue with local elected officials, members of council, and our political counterparts at the federal and provincial government.
But ultimately, there was a significant delay in getting those resources, although they ultimately did come, clearly.
Yes.
But there was a significant delay in both RCMP officers and OPP officers. Is that right?
And other municipal officers.
And other municipal officers. And so essentially what we're seeing in these three meetings is that you're not getting what you need from any level of government.
No, I think the other level of frustration was that we pushed for some time to get a number. I mentioned this earlier this morning, that we just couldn't continue going into meetings, whether bilateral or the tripartite meetings, without a clear idea from OPS as to what we needed. We finally did get that, and that acted as a bit of a mechanism to unclog the decision-making, but it just took too long.
Okay, so one issue then was not having an understanding of what was needed soon enough. Is that right? Like if that had been communicated sooner, the chain of events that subsequently happened could have started earlier, right?
Sorry, I don't quite understand the first part of your question.
The first part is you're saying that you eventually got the number of resources that were required, and you sent the letters off on February 7th. But had you understood what was required earlier, from January 31st, you already know that there are not enough resources, as we saw in your call with the Prime Minister. So had the chief communicated to you the requirements and a number sooner, that could have been passed on sooner, and the sequence of events of the meetings and trying to get those resources could have begun sooner, right?
In theory, I hope that would have been the case, yes.
Okay, and if the RCMP officers had been secured, and if that commitment from the federal government had been secured earlier, then also the situation could have potentially been resolved sooner. There was a delay there in getting those federal resources, correct?
That's correct.
And if the province had been at the table, at the tripartite table, and had been part of the discussions, and you were able to communicate directly to the Solicitor General or to the Premier what was needed and when, that also could have helped resolve the situation sooner, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So really, it was a failure at all levels. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, there's no question that, when you look back in hindsight on what happened, there were many failure points along the way. And, whether it's the city or the provincial or the federal governments, we all have to take responsibility for the fact that we did not act fast enough, and that the people of Ottawa suffered the most as a result of the fact that we did not clean up that occupation for 3 weeks. It should have been done sooner.
And so we've talked a little bit about what the OPS could have done differently, what the federal government and the provincial government could have done differently. What about the municipality? What could the city have done differently?
Well, as you know, we have limited authority and responsibility and powers in a situation like this. This was early on, literally within the first 24 hours. This was clearly a police issue. And I'm not simply shrugging our responsibility. We had certain responsibilities from bylaw and keeping the streets open and municipal requirements and policies and permitting process. This overwhelmed the city of Ottawa. It overwhelmed us at the administrative, bureaucratic, operational, and political levels. We'd never seen anything like this in our lives, and I think we were all, quite frankly, treading water, trying to keep our head afloat as we saw this situation unfold in front of us, both on television and in person. So it was, a horrific experience for the people who live there, who tried to work there, who tried to visit our city. It's had long-lasting impacts on many people's health. It's hurt our tourism industry, for instance. And, we have to rebuild that trust with the public and with the police. And we have to, on a go-forward basis, learn lessons, and hopefully the Commissioner's report will bring forward a series of recommendations that we, if we ever have a situation like this, we do much better for the public.
And so you said, early on it was clear that the city was overwhelmed and that it couldn't didn't have the resources to handle this,
Right.
not just on the police side, but on the municipal level as well. From the 31st, I think it became clear that this was not something that was going to just resolve itself on its own. And I'll come back to this point. Could declaring a state of emergency earlier, as of, for example, the 31st of January, have signaled that the city was overwhelmed, that it was treading water, and a signal to the other levels of government to act accordingly?
No, our staff were very clear that, again, I reiterate the fact that a municipal state of emergency, I think people see on television mayors in United States cities declaring states of emergency and the powers they have. It wouldn't have made a big difference at all. In hindsight, I suppose, if I was to recommend to my successor, we often get this question by the public and people get quite exercised. Why aren't you declaring a state of emergency? In hindsight, maybe we just declare it so it brings that peace of mind to the public that we know it's an emergency. We didn't need a document to know that this was an extraordinary, dangerous, serious situation that was going to have negative impacts on our residents and, quite frankly, the country. And the frustration was that the reason why we wanted the RCMP there was the protesters were protesting federal legislation right across from Parliament Hill and the Prime Minister's office. We needed provincial support, as they did in Windsor, because there was an economic imperative that our city not be shut down for 3 or 4 or 5 weeks.
And so aside from maybe signaling that need for assistance earlier with the state of emergency, what else could the city have done differently, and what else will the city do differently next time?
Well, we're going through the debate as to what to do with Wellington Street, for instance. I think we're going to have there's a motion passed, many motions passed by my colleagues on council, and one of the motions passed clearly indicated that we have to do something to protect the parliamentary precinct, both in terms of who should be patrolling Wellington Street, the roles and responsibilities of PPS versus OPP versus OPS versus RCMP, and then the military police. So we're very much a jurisdictional challenge because we have so many different layers of responsibility. But if I was looking back and had the ability to change what was done early on, I would have insisted that we have barricades blockading Wellington Street as a first step, because, as I said, I think it was symbolic on the part of the truckers. They wanted that as their backdrop. And, forcing them to come in on Slater or Albert or another parallel street to Wellington did not have the same effect or impact.
Right.
So now we're going through a dialogue with First Nations, with community groups, with all of the different policing organizations, to determine what are we going to do with Wellington Street, because we were concerned a few weeks after the convoy. There was the motorcycle rally that was somewhat disruptive but much better contained with Chief Bell, Acting Chief Bell, and concern about July 1st. There was some protest, but it didn't amount to much. And what's going to happen next February and January and March? Are they going to come back and try to repeat the behavior that we saw this January and February? So we have to be better prepared to protect those national symbols such as Parliament Hill.
And you agree that it was unacceptable that residents would have to go through this for 3 weeks, right?
Absolutely. It was unacceptable for one day, let alone 3 weeks, but we know that in a free society, people have the right to protest. But this went well beyond protests. It was illegal activity, hurtful activity, harmful to the public's health. And, I think the organizers, seem to show very little respect for the law and very little respect for coming into our neighborhood. We even had members of parliament going out and taking selfies and so on. And I asked those individuals who are critical of us moving them out, how would you like to have 40 18-wheelers blaring their horn literally 24 hours a day, spewing diesel fume, cooking a roast pig on a spit, throwing off fireworks at all hours, threatening people, being called homophobic slurs and racist slurs? How would you like that in your neighborhood in Saskatoon or Halifax or Winnipeg or Red Deer? you wouldn't tolerate it for a minute. Downtown Ottawa is not just some sterile environment called Parliament Hill. There are people that live there, thousands of people that live there. And they were affected the most. And you know, we have to do better if this situation ever comes close to being repeated. We must do better for the people of Ottawa.
And I just want to ask you about the negotiations that happened with the protesters. We heard much more detail yesterday about that, and we'll hear more detail in future, I'm hoping, with Superintendent Drummond's evidence. Can you just tell me, what was your understanding of the deal that was struck? What was the deal?
The deal was to, let me just backtrack for a moment. The reason why I went down this route was simply there was very little progress being made on any front to get the situation resolved. And my preoccupation, number one, was to bring some relief to the residential community. I wasn't as concerned about Parliament Hill or Wellington Street, even though those are important symbols in our country. But the people being affected the most were the people that were trying to get a good night's sleep and that were living in that red zone. And so I was approached, as you know, by Mr. French, who said he had contacts with trucking companies and some of those that were involved. And he said, I'm willing at no charge, I'm not doing this for money or anything else. I'm trying to be helpful because he was watching what everyone else was watching on television, this mess that was hurting so many different people and small businesses. So I'd met him 2 or 3 times. He was the former chief of staff to the Premier Ford. I'd had occasion to deal with him in my capacity as mayor and he as chief of staff, and was in 2 or 3 meetings with he and the Premier over a number of months. So I was a little skeptical, who does this guy know? And I said, I'm not interested in meeting them. But, if you can come broker some kind of a deal to get trucks out of the residential community, good for you. So I referred him to my chief of staff and I think Steve Kanellakis. And over a couple of days, they negotiated an agreement based on the letter that I sent to one of the organizers, Ms. Leach, indicating that I would be willing to meet with them on a number of conditions. And there are, I think, 4 different conditions. I think you have the letter. I don't want to give you the wrong conditions, but basically, you've got to get a number of trucks out of the residential area. They can't be replaced by other trucks. And if this is done and a couple of other things, then the mayor would be pleased to meet with you. This stemmed from the fact that the police liaison teams approached the city because there was concern that communication had broken down between the liaison teams from OPS and the protest leaders. And as you know, there was not one united voice that spoke for the protesters. There were many different leaders in different camps. So prior to Mr. French's call, Steve Kanellakis did meet with a number of the protesters in his office and heard them out. And when he told me they'd asked for a meeting, I was initially reluctant, not with me, but I said, I'm not sure if this is a good idea for Steve. And he thought it was, and I said, okay.
What were your concerns?
Well, that we're meeting with this group that has been causing such damage, and is this just a public relations stunt to get a couple of pictures to say, look, we met with the top city bureaucrat, and we're going to meet with the mayor, and we didn't get anything in return, and it remained the status quo. So they met, and Steve Kanellakis reported back that they seemed to be serious in their attempt to try to bring the temperature down. And then I believe a day or 2 after, that's when Mr. French got involved. We sent a letter. Ms. Leach sent a reply back agreeing to the conditions. And they started, I believe, on the 13th or 12th to move the trucks. The letter, I think, was the 13th. They started to move some of the trucks out of the residential areas onto Wellington Street.
Yes, I believe that was on the 14th. On the Monday, the 14th, they began. The 13th, I think there was a meeting.
The 13th was the letter.
Yes,
I think
and
it
the
was
13th,
dated.
there was a meeting to sort out the logistics, and on the 14th, they started that movement.
And the police assigned a senior officer to go down by, basically outside of this building roughly, to coordinate the movement of those trucks. And my understanding, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
My understanding was that 40 big rigs moved, and there were upwards of 60 other vehicles of different sizes that started to move onto Wellington, away from the residential community. And then that process was stopped when the Emergencies Act was implemented, I believe, on the 14th.
Okay, and so in total, about 100 vehicles in total, 40 of them big rigs, and the balance passenger vehicles and pickup trucks, right?
Campers and things like that. So I think it was a total about 102.
Okay, and do you know why the police stopped those operations? Did anybody from the police tell you that this has been stopped for these reasons?
Well, my recollection was that Steve Kanalakis said, as a result of the Emergencies Act, all of that activity was stopped, and they had to redeploy all of our police officers to the main event, which was to take back the street.
Okay, but nobody from OPS said that to you. This was conveyed to you by Mr. Kanalakis?
That's correct.
Okay. And so in terms of the deal that was brokered, was it your understanding that this was meant to be a way to solve the situation, end what you had called the occupation, such that all of the protesters would leave? Was that what this deal was for?
No, we were under no illusions that it was going to solve the problem. It was going to solve one small part of the problem in a residential area along the streets, such as, Kent and O'Connor and so on, where people live, to get them out of harm's way. So, and that was made very clear, with my conversations with Serge, who had discussions with Mr. French, that this was not going to stop the rest of the activity that we were fighting against.
And was the deal then that once they relocated to Wellington, was there any kind of assurances as to how long they could stay there then? Was the city giving them permission to occupy Wellington Street?
Well, the deal was they were to move out of the residential areas onto Wellington Street, where no one lives, as you know, on Wellington Street. They're just government buildings, and most of those were empty because obviously they were in the red zone. No one was working out of their office from a safety point of view. So it was very much trying to deal with one preoccupation that I had, which was the concern for those people in the residential areas who had been putting up with, close to 2 weeks plus, of ear-splitting noise and, train horns and so on.
But to your knowledge, did the city ever suggest that once they were relocated, they could stay there on Wellington? This was, they would be then protected from any kind of police action to remove them? No,
there was no such part of the arrangement. The reality is that we were hoping that some of those individuals who, quite frankly, were blocked in by other trucks would decide to leave. And I was told by someone with the police service, I can't recall who it was, that in fact 5 or 6 of those trucks actually just left because it was that, they were stuck behind 3 or 4 deep trucks. If they wanted to leave, they couldn't leave anyway. So I think this gave a little bit of relief to those people who felt they'd made their point and they had to go home. Right. But at that time, there were about 400 to 500 trucks occupying the downtown, right? In the downtown, there were more at Coventry and more at Rideau and Sussex. Okay. Now, on February 14th, we know that the Emergencies Act was invoked. Were you consulted on the invocation of the Emergencies Act before it was invoked? No, I wasn't. Okay. Did the city request that it be invoked? No. Did the city weigh in on whether it was required, necessary, or needed? Well, when it was released, I think, like most people, very few people knew exactly what the Emergencies Act was, to be perfectly honest. I remember growing up in Quebec what the War Measures Act was and the implications that had for the province of Quebec and the rest of the country. But no one had raised the Emergencies Act with us. But when it was invoked and I was briefed on what its powers were, I thought this is a very positive step to getting this situation resolved once and for all because of the provisions in the Act. So I very much supported it, and I was, as you may recall, the current chair of the Police Service Board, Eli El-Shantir, and I sent a letter to the Prime Minister thanking him for invoking the Act, because it actually acted as the catalyst for us to move forward and get that whole situation in the downtown core resolved once and for all, and give people their street and their homes back.
And do you have any knowledge as to what measures under the Act were used in order to effect the police operation that ultimately ended the occupation?
Well, the single biggest issue for us was that we did not, even if we moved in, we didn't have the capacity to move the trucks out, because we had basically 2 OC Transpo large rig trucks, tow trucks, and so this compelled tow truck companies to provide the service. And I can tell you, it sounds a little bit hokey, but when I came out of City Hall after the Emergencies Act, I saw a whole row of tow trucks parked on Laurier Avenue. I'd never thought I'd see the day where I'm so happy to see a tow truck, because these tow trucks ended up doing an excellent job, basically hauling all of the trucks and trailers and campers and everything else out of Wellington Street. And, what they had to do, because the companies were still fearful there'd be retribution by some of the trucking convoy, they had to put decals of the Ottawa Police Service over their company decal, almost deputizing them with the logo, so that they wouldn't be harassed after the whole incident was over.
But you don't have any knowledge as to where the tow trucks came from, or who procured them, or under what authority, right?
Well, I'm assuming that it would have been a combination of the police and the city that procured them. I know, for instance, I wrote to, or I texted John Tory, because I saw the number of tow trucks they had in Toronto, and I said, do you have tow trucks that you can lend us? And he said, well, here's the names of 3 or 4 different companies in Toronto that we use, because he had some, but he couldn't give up his TTC tow trucks, just as we couldn't give up our OC Transpo tow trucks. So he provided names. I don't know, and I passed that along to Steve Kanalakis and the city staff, and the tow trucks showed up because they had no choice, and they did great work, and they helped to speed up the cleanup of the street substantially.
So just so I'm clear, do you know that these tow trucks were procured under the authority of the Emergencies Act, or is that your assumption?
Well, we were told by every tow truck company that they were not going to participate, and then when the Emergencies Act was introduced, tow trucks suddenly appeared. So I think the cause and effect was, yes, the Emergency Act compelled them. I read the section just the other day in preparation of this hearing, and it was made very clear that they were not going to be coming and helping us unless they were forced by law, and that's what the Emergencies Act did. Okay,
so that's your assumption based on the fact that they were refusing to do it, and then they showed up essentially.
Well, yeah, I don't know the procurement policies of OPS versus the city's procurement policy. We often procure vehicles, for instance, for the OPS, so whether it was OPS doing it directly or the City of Ottawa, it was one or the other.
Okay, but you don't know.
I don't know definitively, no.
And we know on February 15th that Slowly and OPSB reached a mutually agreeable separation. Were you consulted on Chief Slowly's departure before it happened?
No, I received a press release like everyone else did that day.
Okay. And did you have a view that you should or shouldn't be consulted or notified when the police chief is going to be replaced or removed?
I thought it would be helpful that that information was shared by me. There's no requirement, I suppose, of the board to do that, but it would have been helpful, because if I found myself in a scrum and was being told this for the first time, it would have been nice to have a heads up about that.
Okay. And on the 16th of February, there was a City Council special meeting. You recall that meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so this was the meeting after the Emergencies Act was invoked, and this is the meeting in which Chair Deans was removed as chair and as a member of the board. And so my understanding is you had communications with Chair Deans between Chief Slowly's resignation and before the council meeting.
Yes.
Can you describe those discussions?
Yeah, it was on Zoom or Teams with myself, Steve Kanalakis, Robin Guest from my office, Serge Arpin, and Councillor Deans, and I believe one of her assistants were on the Zoom call. She indicated, based on a press release that I can't recall the exact wording, but it was something to the effect, it's in the documents, something to the effect that we're working on a new command structure. And I was curious about what this was, and also indicated a new command structure and hiring a new chief. And I thought, well, this seems a little strange. We're in the midst of a crisis. I didn't get into a long, detailed discussion with Councillor Deans about Chief Slowly's departure and whether he was fired or resigned or what the compensation package was. That was the business of the Police Services Board. But it was clear that Councillor Deans wanted to move quickly to bring in a new acting chief. And that was the bulk of the discussion that we had with that call.
And you had a concern about that?
I had a deep concern about it because, we had Chief Slowly on one day. The next day we had Interim Chief Bell. And then the next day the board was going to appoint another chief. So we had 3 chiefs in 3 days. That's not stabilizing for the situation that we were about to deal with in 2 or 3 days when the police moved in to resolve the situation.
Right, but hiring a chief of police is within the exclusive purview of the Police Services Board, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So they didn't need to consult with you about that decision, did they?
Technically, no, they didn't, but I thought, I know, for instance, when chiefs have been hired in the past, the board, as a courtesy, would bring the individual or the proposed candidate to my office for a get-to-know-you session. I was concerned about the instability of having 3 chiefs in 3 days. I didn't think that sent much confidence to the community, particularly when the chief, my understanding was in Florida at the time and probably couldn't make it back, in time to oversee the implementation of the plan to clean up Wellington Street, which took place that weekend.
Right, but that decision was the board's to make, right?
That's right.
Right.
And Councillor Deans or Chair Deans at the time said to the effect, you don't want me to sign this contract because the contract had not been signed. And I said, yes, I can't tell you what to do because you're independent and autonomous, but I think it would be wise not to sign a contract until we get this situation stabilized in Ottawa, to have someone from another jurisdiction come and try to, learn the street names, let alone the command structure that the chief had put in place. And Chair Deans committed not to signing the contract. And then later that day, it was discovered that, in fact, she had signed the contract.
Which she was entitled to do as chair of the board,
Yes,
right?
but she'd indicated that she was not going to do it because she understood my deep concerns about moving at that pace.
And did you consider that discussion with her about asking her not to sign the contract or telling her that you wished her not to sign the contract compromise the independence of the board in any way?
No, I didn't think it did. It was ultimately her choice, and she said she wouldn't sign the contract, so I took her at her word.
Okay. And very briefly, I will take you to OTT 29762.
And that date is?
This is the in-camera council meeting minutes of February 16.
Okay.
And at page 6 of that, Councillor Leeper at the top observed that the motion spoke of a loss of confidence in the board, which was linked to the hiring decisions. So it says there that the motion to remove the chair as a member of the board was linked to the hiring decisions. Now, what we heard yesterday was that the motion was linked to a loss of confidence that you had lost in Chair Deans. Can you clarify why this motion was brought forward to remove Chair Deans?
Well, you're correct. From my perspective, it was the decision to sign the contract, despite giving me assurance that she wouldn't sign the contract, number one. And secondly, the instability that had. And thirdly, that no one really outside of the Police Services Board was consulted. There was no public consultation with different groups in society, in civil society. And in fact, it was about two-thirds of council that voted to remove Councillor Deans as a member of the Police Services Board, and the rest of the motions, including appointing Councillor El Shantiri, who was then supported at their next board meeting to be made the new chair of the board.
Right, and in this in-camera minutes, we don't see any mention of the assurances that the chair gave to you, according to you, about not hiring a new chief, but that it was linked rather to the board's hiring decisions. And ultimately, as you know, the chief that had been selected ultimately rescinded his offer to take on that role as a result of the turnover at the board. You're aware of that?
Yes, and after he sent the board a note asking that his name be withdrawn from consideration, I phoned him to thank him for the gracious way that he dealt with a very awkward and potentially embarrassing situation to himself and his reputation, and the fact that he was not going to pursue any action against the city, and wished us well in our search. And it was a very civil and kind call from the former chief of Waterloo, I believe.
And before the motion was introduced at council, you had asked Chair Deans to resign, correct?
No, she asked if I'd lost confidence in her, and at that point, at that meeting, I said, I'm talking to members of council, I can't give you an answer on that. But then, obviously, when we learned that the contract had been signed, despite assurance that it wouldn't be signed, I did lose confidence in her, and that's why I supported the motion by Councillor Moffat.
Okay.
Two-thirds of council.
And do you consider that the turnover at the board contributed to that instability that you were looking to avoid?
Well, you'd have to ask the province, because they rescinded the 3 appointees to their board as well. But the reality was that the board, as you know, does not involve itself in operational matters. It's policy and budget driven. So, the challenge we had was that I think there had been greater instability if we had Interim Chief Bell, who was working on implementing the plan, signing off on it, and ready to deploy the officers into the red zone to clean it up. It would have been, I think it would have delayed the process if you had someone from an entirely different jurisdiction who did not know, and there's no criticism of Mr. Turrigan, but he wouldn't know the intricacies of the city of Ottawa and their road grids and so on. That would have, if he was coming in on Monday, he would have said, don't start till I get there. I assume he'd want to be involved. And so I was pleased that when Chief Bell, oversaw the operation, we got sign-off by the other police services, and the action that took place on Wellington, Coventry, and Rideau was quite remarkable at how quickly they moved it out and cleaned out the streets as fast as they did and as efficiently as they did, and without losing a life.
Okay, thank you. And I see the commissioner glaring at me, so I am out of time. And those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So we're now into the second phase of the testimony. So if could call on the convoy organizers to go first.
Good morning, Mayor Watson.
Morning.
My name is Brendan Miller. I'm counsel for
Afternoon.
Freedom Corp, which is a organization that represents the protesters that were in your city in January and February 2022. Just going to get set up here. So, Mayor Watson, following up on some of my friends' questions that have been put to you today and how things have come out, can you agree with me that you did not handle the situation that was before you in January and February of 2022 properly?
No, I think I would characterize it as, given all of the information and the circumstances, we did the best we could, which obviously was not good enough.
Okay. And can you agree with me that you politicalized the protests and politicalized the situation?
No, I disagree with that.
All right. Can you agree that the politicalization of the matter, for which you claim was not yourself, but that the matter was politicalized by the federal government?
No.
You agree that making any of the protests a political issue in the governance level created problems?
No.
All right. Can you agree with me that the following governments and agencies handled this matter properly? First, the Government of Ontario.
Ultimately, yes, they did handle it properly, but it took some time to get to that stage.
Okay. And the Ontario Provincial Police.
The same.
And the Ottawa Police Service.
Yeah, they were on the ground from day one, but obviously, as I've expressed, I would have liked to have seen the intervention to bring back our streets to our people done much sooner.
Right. And so you've said that they were on the ground from day one, right?
That's right. They were the jurisdictional police service.
Right. And as the mayor of a town, you don't have the, or of a city, you don't have the security clearance or the clearance to know what the actual operational activities are of a police agency, correct?
Well, it's not a security clearance matter. It's a matter that there's a separate autonomous organization called the Ottawa Police Services Board that has full jurisdiction over policy and governance of the police board and the hiring and firing of 4 key officers. That is their responsibility. The only direct link that the city has, as you may know from the Police Services Act, is that we approve or reject the budget of the police board.
Right. So I'm going to take you back. So I'll just be more narrow. So during the protests, you did not know what the operational activities were of the Ontario Provincial Police, correct?
I wouldn't know what their operational activities were, but they were coming under the jurisdiction and responsibility of the Ottawa Police Service. But again, I was never made aware of the operational plan, nor was I given the specific time that it was going to be launched, because it would be outside my jurisdiction. You could put 2 and 2 together and you started to see more police arrive. You knew it was happening imminently, but I didn't have the specific date, nor should I.
Right. And so you saw certain uniformed officers arrive, right? From the Ontario Provincial Police.
Well, I don't know if all of them were in their uniform. There were lots that were plainclothes, I suppose, but I saw a lot of OPP officers in Ottawa when we finally got to that 1,800 number, that's for sure.
You didn't know how many officers really the Ontario Provincial Police had here from January 26th until the invocation of the Emergencies Act, did you?
Well, our chief said that on average we had about 50 to 55 police officers from OPP at different stages on a daily basis.
All right.
But nowhere near the 1,500 that the Solicitor General referred to on one day.
And so just in summary, you had, with respect to their operational plans and what they were doing and everything that the police were up to, you did not know what they were doing, either the Ontario Provincial Police or the Ottawa Police Service, right? They didn't tell you because they couldn't.
Well, there's church and state. You know, there's a separation. The Police Services Board is autonomous under provincial legislation, and even the board itself, and I sat on the board for a number of years, but even the board itself does not have the ability to direct the chief on an operational matter. You know, so if they wanted to get together and say, you know, pass a motion, we want you to go and, take care of speeders on Carling Avenue for the next 2 months, that would be ruled out of order. It's not appropriate.
Right. So I just want to make it very clear, and I'd just like you to answer this question, if you don't mind. The Ontario Provincial Police and the Ottawa Police Service did not and could not update you on their actual operational plans, correct?
Not on the operational plans, but obviously we received information in terms of their discussions with other police services in terms of securing those resources in the nation's capital.
Now, you used to be the communication director for the Speaker of the House and Federal Parliament, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you then became a member of Provincial Parliament?
No, I became a member of City Council.
And then a member of Provincial Parliament after that?
No, then Mayor.
Then Mayor, and then a member of Provincial Parliament after that?
No, then President of the Canadian Tourism Commission.
Well, congratulations, but at some juncture, you became a member of Provincial Parliament, correct?
You got it now.
All right. Thank you very much. And when you became that member of Provincial Parliament, it was with the Liberal Party of Ontario at the time, is that correct?
Correct.
And you then became the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing from October 30th, 2007?
Yes.
And you held that office until January 12th, 2010?
Correct.
And the Minister of Municipal Affairs, that's the ministry that oversees the City of Ottawa and all of our municipalities under the Municipalities Act, right?
Well, the minister's responsible for the acts. I'm not the overseer of municipalities, but they are my, I suppose, client, if you could put it that way, that any municipal issue I was responsible for in cabinet.
Right, but you're very familiar, of course, then, because you held that office with the Municipal Act, correct?
I am, yes.
Right, and you'd also be familiar with that as the mayor of a city.
Yes.
All right. And the current Minister of Municipal Affairs, and at the time of the protest, was Mr. Steve Clark, correct?
Correct.
And the City of Ottawa, like all municipalities across the country, it's a creature of statute that exists at the behest of the provincial legislature, is that correct?
Yes, constitutionally.
Yes, and you agree that if Provincial Parliament of Ontario wanted to, they could set out how they want Ottawa to be governed and can basically do what they wish in that regard, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah. And you can agree with me that the City of Ottawa is treated the same by the Government of Ontario as any other municipality in Ontario, aren't they?
It depends on the issue. There are some times where we feel that we're underserved in terms of provincial grants and contributions, and other times we feel we're treated fairly.
Okay. I've not seen in any of the many records in this proceedings that have been produced that at any time whatsoever that you contacted Minister Clark.
I don't know if I had a call with Steve or not. I certainly had discussions with his colleague, Minister MacLeod, on a number of occasions, and she was very helpful in relaying information. But really, the matter we were dealing with fell completely outside the jurisdiction of the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. It was very much the Solicitor General who was the lead minister, and that was amplified by the fact that the Premier brought her on the calls.
Okay, so the issue that you were facing was a resource issue, was it not?
Resource of people, yes, police officers.
Right. And as the former Minister of Municipal Affairs, you know then that under Section 302 of the Municipal Act, that the minister may, upon such terms and conditions as it considers available or advisable, make grants and loans and provide other financial assistance to a municipality, right? You're aware of that?
Yes.
And at no time did you ever ask for any form of financial assistance from Minister Clark, did you?
No, I did with the Premier.
You did with the Premier?
Yeah.
Right, but you and I both know from your former workings as the actual minister that you go through the minister's office, right? You ask them for financial assistance and they can give you a grant and give you money to deal with things like protests on an emergency basis, even if they want, right?
No, there has to be a program in place. You just don't go up to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and ask for a grant. We indicated to the Premier very clearly, as I did with the Prime Minister and his ministers, that we are counting on those two orders of government when this is all said and done and finished, that we would be keeping very close tabs of all of the extraordinary costs that we incurred in order to bring peace to our city. And both the Prime Minister and the Premier said that we'll be there for you to help financially. And we have since submitted all of our costs. It's in the tens of millions of dollars because, as you know, particularly when the municipal police services arrive, they have to be put up in hotels. They have to be given 3 meals a day. There's expenses. And we reimburse all of those municipalities. I, for instance, ran into the Mayor of Belleville a few weeks ago here in Ottawa, a few months ago rather, at the AMO conference, and he thanked us for the quick repayment of the invoice that they received. So the Premier was very specific and very generous, as was the Prime Minister, that they would be here to help us financially, because the protesters were coming not to protest the corporation of the City of Ottawa, they're protesting mandates that were imposed by the provincial and federal government. We happen to be the, as I said, the meat and the sandwich. We're caught in this middle fight between protesters and two other orders of government that are responsible for various mandates with respect to COVID-19. So, I wouldn't have gone to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing because most of his funding on an emergency basis is through the DRAP program, the Disaster Relief Program. This was not a disaster.
So it wasn't a disaster?
No, it was a crisis.
Okay.
And the disaster is a natural disaster. The bad storm we had a little while ago, the flooding in 2017, 2019, the tornado in 2018, that's where we seek support of the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and also through, again, the Solicitor General when we called the Army in to help with the sandbagging and the flooding in Ottawa.
Right. So the thing is can you agree with me, as the former Minister of Municipal Affairs, that having a program set out is not a requirement for the minister to give a city a grant? They can actually just do it under the Municipal Act, can they not?
Well, there has to be a program in place. There's not a slush fund that's kept by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing that is there in case a bunch of truckers come and take over a city. There's no such program. You can't,
Well, I understand that, but what I'm saying to you is this, is that the minister, and when you were minister, you had the power to grant these grants even if there was no program. Is that not true?
No, that's not true.
Okay.
And secondly, I'm not sure why we would be going to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for a grant. All we were asking for was the compensation to make us whole, to ensure that we received, after the whole situation had been resolved, to make sure that we had the necessary receipts. And our treasurer is very good at this, along with the CFO of the Ottawa Police. All of the costs were incurred. I think the figure was, and I stand to be corrected, well over $36 million in costs. So that is being worked on now.
The City of Ottawa then had adequate financial funds to deal with the protest?
Yes, we did. We have healthy reserve funds.
So the only issue was actually getting bodies, right?
Well, getting bodies, yes, but also having the Emergencies Act so that we could get tow trucks, and we could have a plan in place that once the police moved in, we could actually move those trucks that refused to move and tow them to a central location.
I just caught something you said. You said you wanted the Emergencies Act.
Yeah.
You needed it to get the tow trucks.
Well, we needed something to get the tow trucks because we were not successful. So when the Emergencies Act was introduced, and it was made clear specifically one line that towing was one of the requirements that people could not say no to, that was a big win for us in the City of Ottawa.
And I take it, Mr. Mayor, that you have, of course, a relationship with probably numerous members of Parliament from your position as mayor in Ottawa, right?
Correct, yes.
Right. Did anybody tell you before the Emergencies Act was invoked that it was coming?
No.
All right. So you didn't know if you were going to get these powers or what have you were going to be ordered with respect to towing vehicles?
No, when the act was introduced, and my staff basically printed off a copy of the act and highlighted those sections that we could use. The one that caught my attention the first was the towing capacity to clean up the situation in Centretown and by the market.
So you do know, and you've already mentioned that, of course, the Ottawa Police Service Board is independent of the police service, the Ottawa Police Service, and they have no ability to order operational sort of orders or bylaws, right?
Yes, they don't pass bylaws, but...
And as the former Minister of Municipal Affairs, you also know that, of course, the province of Ontario and the Premier and the ministers at the provincial level, they have no ability to order the OPP to do anything with respect to resources either.
That's correct.
Right. So you know these two things, right? And you knew them at the time.
Yes.
Right. And it would have been the commissioner of the OPP that would be making those decisions, right?
Yes, he was in contact with Chief Slowly.
Right. And at no time, and that's Mr. Thomas Carrerick, is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. And you agree with me that at no time while you were looking for these resources, did you contact the commissioner of the OPP to outline what you wanted, right?
No, that would be inappropriate,
That would be inappropriate.
to contact an OPP officer.
He's the commissioner of the OPP. What's the difference? You're okay with having contact with the prime minister of the country, but you're not okay having contact with the commissioner of the OPP to ask him for what you need.
Because we have a system in place where we do not have politicians interacting directly with police officers or superintendents or commissioners. That would be highly inappropriate. That's why, as a politician, my counterpart is not the OPP commissioner, it's the premier and the minister responsible for the Solicitor General. So it would be highly inappropriate. During this whole period, I did not once speak to the commissioner of the OPP or the commissioner of the RCMP. Completely inappropriate. So, I dealt at the political level with members of parliament, members of provincial parliament, ministers, and the premier and the prime minister. That was my role in this period in our city's history.
Okay. And did you have phone calls with the Minister of Justice and the Premier with respect to what you needed?
Well, we had discussions with the Solicitor General and the Premier, and at the federal level, it was the Minister of Emergency Preparedness and Public Safety and the Prime Minister.
Right. And so, again, just in your statement that you provided, I didn't see when the dates were that you had these conversations with the Premier. When were they? What were the dates?
Well, I'll have to look them up. I don't recall what they are, but I believe it was in, it was 2 or 3 during the month of, I believe, February.
February. So,
I stand to be corrected, but I don't know the specific dates. The Prime Minister's office did provide a quasi-transcript, so we have the specifics on that. But these calls that I had with the Premier were, one of them was basically he called me on my cell phone. We had a long discussion about the situation that was on the ground. And then the other was when the Minister of the Solicitor General joined us and we had a discussion about the need for OPP officers.
okay. So, and I can tell you that the Prime Minister and the Premier were talking around that time too. And the Premier had told the Prime Minister, and I'm going to put it to you that he also told you, that he had no ability to order the OPP to provide you officers. It had to come from the Commissioner and the OPP themselves, right?
Right.
Right. And he told you that.
I don't know if he told me that, but the Solicitor General sent a letter, as we saw earlier today, indicating that she had sent our request, the letter that Councillor Deans and I sent to the Premier and the Solicitor General. She had sent that to the Commissioner of the OPP, which is the proper route, not telling him what to do, indicating that this request has come in and to please take the appropriate action.
Right. And the Premier told you that he wouldn't join the tripartite meetings because it was pointless.
He felt it was a waste of time.
Right. And it was.
How do you know that?
Because you were looking for officers and they couldn't order officers.
No, that's, I don't think you fully understand the situation, that I can't pick up the phone and start barking orders at a commissioner of any police service, whether it's the OPP or the RCMP. There's a protocol in place, and that protocol is to have politician to politician. And the RCMP and the minister said the same thing. He can't direct Commissioner Leckie, but he can certainly pass along our request. And she made the decision, and we thank her and the Commissioner because at the end of the day, they did provide the resources that ended up cleaning up this terrible situation our residents found themselves in.
Right. And this protocol that you've been talking about and mentioned, is it in writing?
Well, it's the law that politicians are not allowed to direct police services. It's very...
I understand that, but there's nothing that I know of, at least, and if you could point me to it, that says that you were prevented from either calling Commissioner Leckie or calling the Commissioner of the OPP and saying, hey, we need some more resources. Can you do this?
Again, I think that would be entirely inappropriate, to give the powers of operational responsibilities to politicians is a
I'm
very
not saying that,
slippery
sir.
slope.
I'm asking you if there's an actual policy that says you are not allowed to call and make a request to the police. Is there a policy in that regard?
Well, our city solicitor advised that the route that we should be taking is the letter to the Premier and the Prime Minister and the two appropriate
Okay, so it wasn't a
ministers.
protocol. It was what the city solicitor told you to do.
Well, I'm assuming that he would have told me what to do based on the law of the land. And,
Okay.
the
Well,
policy is very,
I'll ask
very
him
clear.
about that when he testifies.
Sure.
The other questions I have for you have to do with the mediator. Now, you had asked the
Sorry,
federal-
with what?
The mediator. You had asked the federal government if they could appoint an independent mediator, is that right?
Yes,
And the federal government said no.
that's correct.
Right. And they said no because they didn't want to look like they were engaging with the protesters, is that right?
You'd have to ask them. I can't speculate why, although, as you know, there was a movement on the same day by two colleagues on council to bring a resolution to council to ask the federal government to allow a mediator to try to find a middle ground. That motion never made its way onto the council agenda, so
Right.
the council didn't take a position.
You said that you had no issues with financial resources at the time, so why didn't you just hire a mediator?
Well, again, the issue that the protesters were in Ottawa was not to protest the city of Ottawa, but federal and provincial mask mandates, among other issues that the truckers were upset with. So it was not really up to the city to start that kind of a broad-based mediation. What we did do, and what we were somewhat successful, was to secure an agreement by Ms. Leach and those truckers who fell under her jurisdiction, for lack of a better term. And I believe that was successful. We were able to get 40 big rigs and about 60 smaller ones out of the residential area and onto Wellington Street. So that was not mediation, that was an individual, Mr. French, who came forward and offered at no charge the ability to see if there was some common ground between our police service and the protesters. But in terms of why the federal government didn't want to deal with a mediator, you'd have to ask them.
So Mr. French steps forward, he says, I can help, and he finds some common ground and was going back and forth, of course, between the city and the protesters.
Yes.
So he mediated the issue.
Well, he was a facilitator because he ended up getting a letter from me and then a subsequent response from Ms. Leach. And the activities took place, I think, the next day, and then they were halted once the Emergencies Act was implemented, I believe, on the 14th.
Right. And after that agreement was done, the protesters followed the agreement and tried to get onto Wellington, and the only thing that ended up stopping them was the police. Is that correct?
No, the police were there actually to help facilitate and traffic manage the congestion to bring them on to Wellington Street and away from the residential areas. So a senior officer was assigned, and my understanding was that it worked quite well, and then the Emergencies Act basically put a halt to that because all resources for police were needed to clear the area the following days.
I put it to you that after the Emergencies Act was invoked, and you may have heard some of this evidence yesterday, that there was just a change, and that it was the city who decided not to follow through with the agreement with the protesters, and that was what happened with respect to that agreement.
No, I believe that we did our best to live up to the agreement, and as did the truckers who did move, and we appreciate that. Because
Right.
that was the first time, as you know, where there'd been any kind of movement on the ground. There was a level of frustration. There was more and more rowdyism that was taking place in the streets of Ottawa. And we felt, as my number one preoccupation was to protect those residents who had been putting up with horn honking 24 hours a day, diesel fumes that were coming into their apartments and condominiums, and general unruliness where people were afraid to leave their homes.
Right. And so you would agree then these statements that have been out by various people that the protesters did not live up to the agreement are incorrect. In fact, they did.
So I'm not sure who you're referring to.
There's been numerous, it's okay, but you agree that the protesters lived up to their end of the bargain, right?
On that particular issue, yes.
Right. And you had earlier said in your evidence that, you couldn't negotiate with these people rationally, but you did have that done in the end, didn't you?
No, I didn't get involved in it because I did not believe that I should be personally involved, but Mr. French acted as a go-between between the city, OPS, and the group under Ms. Leach. And, we're appreciative of Mr. French. He had really no skin in the game. He was not being paid for this. There was no business angle. I think he saw what was happening, and
Right.
it was his capital as well.
And sorry, I don't
he
mean to
took
interrupt,
action.
but I just want to get my question answered. So they said, you said earlier you couldn't negotiate with them rationally, and you had no dealings with any negotiations with them except for the issue with Mr. French, right?
I had one or two calls with Mr. French, and then it was handed over to Mr. Kanalakis and Mr. Arpath.
Right. And so prior to that time, you had no attempt or nothing of involvement with respect to attempting to negotiate with the protesters, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So your statement earlier that you could not negotiate with these people rationally, you agreed that the one time that you actually had any involvement whatsoever, you did, right? You had a rational negotiation that resulted in an agreement, correct?
No, I didn't because I wasn't involved until the final agreement came
I understand.
forward.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next up is Mr. Slowly, his counsel.
Afternoon, Mayor Watson.
Afternoon.
Commissioner, may I just, before I begin, note or ask you what your preference is about the lunch break? Should we, I have, I believe, 25 minutes. Could we rise at 1 o'clock? Would that be?
We certainly can. We can take 10 minutes,
10 minutes then?
now and 15 minutes after lunch.
Very good. Thank you.
We'll break you up into two parts.
Thank you very much. Mayor Watson, a couple of things, if I can,
Sure.
please, this afternoon. You told the commissioner that throughout this experience, Chief Slowly had your confidence,
That's correct.
and that was right up until the time he resigned.
That's correct.
Chief Slowly, to your observation, you obviously were speaking with him during this time on a daily basis.
Almost daily. yes.
Almost daily. During the time that you worked with him and observed him, do you agree that he performed his duties in good faith?
He did. Obviously, I was not involved behind the scenes, but certainly in any dealings he had with me or senior city staff, we came away confident and impressed, number one. And secondly, I thought he was a very good communicator. He was reluctant to have daily press conferences, which was a bit of a bone of contention, but when he did, I thought he handled himself with distinction.
Thank you. And I was going to say, you obviously were not with him during all the entirety of these operations, but in your observation of him with your colleagues, whether they be political members of council or political staff or city staff, he was always professional.
He was. I think if I could just elaborate on that, I think he found the nonstop flow of questions and complaints and so on stressful, as we all did. And I think at times he probably was frustrated himself with the volume of work that was coming in and legitimate questions by members of council, because as you know, the members of council were representing the voices of those people, particularly in Somerset Ward and Rideau Vanier, that were under tremendous stress. And that stress percolated its way up to everyone within the organization, including the chief. But I certainly I never saw him be disrespectful to any member of council. I think he was firm from time to time with a few members of council that what you're proposing, Mr. or Mrs. Councillor, is illegal, but I never saw him lose his cool.
Right. Thank you. And finally, like you, and like probably every other person involved in this on the city side, just confining ourselves to that for the moment, he worked around the clock.
Yes, I think that's the same case for his command team,
Right.
and a lot of our staff and so on. As I said, on what I saw of him, I had his confidence, or I was confident in him. I don't know what was going on behind the scenes in terms of the operations. I'd heard through Mr. Kanalakis there was a level of division within the various police forces. Having never been involved in a protest or an occupation of this magnitude, I would not have any knowledge to compare that kind of give and take that we heard was taking place behind the scenes, but certainly it was my expectation that he would continue to see the operation through and clean out Wellington and Rideau Centre and Overbrook Forbes.
Understood. Now, just a couple of things. Then you observed that what occurred here in Ottawa last January and February was unprecedented, first of all.
Yes.
And also something that had probably not been witnessed for 2 generations.
Well, as I mentioned earlier to the Commissioner and to Commissioner Council, that, I've been in public life as a political representative for 25 years, and nothing comes close to this. Now, I think, obviously, COVID, because it affected so many people in Ottawa, over 800 people died, that was a bigger challenge, but in a condensed period of time, in a condensed section of the city, nothing compares to what we went through. And I think the vast majority of people who saw what was going on empathized with our citizens, but there were those who thought it was no big deal, and that was what was frustrating, I think, for myself and the frontline officers and the chief.
Right. Including, as you've described to the Commissioner, your effort to try to engage the other levels of government, the province, the federal government, was the source of some frustration for you on the basis that they did not come to the aid of the city and its residents in what you would have thought was a timely fashion.
I wanted it to move faster. I suspect the federal government will say, well, you don't have your plan ready yet, so why are you asking for resources? But we knew, regardless of what the plan was, there was going to be a need for a significant number of new police officers coming in, particularly public order police officers, those that basically deal with crowd control. So regardless of the fact that we didn't have all of the T's crossed and the I's dotted on the plan, we need it, and we knew there was going to be lag time by the time you make the decision and the time they get on a plane and arrive in Ottawa and get geared up. It was going to take some time. So yes, the frustration I have and where I think there was a failure point was I wish all orders of government had worked faster to get the plan ready and to get the officers on the ground, and we could have resolved this hopefully by the end of week 1 instead of week 3.
Very difficult, I think this is, tell me if you agree, very difficult to finalize a plan, an operational plan, until you know what resources you have. Do you agree?
Well, I'm not a police expert, so I can't give you an informed decision. Certainly on the surface of it, we knew that we were going to need hundreds and hundreds of police officers because we were outnumbered 100 to 1 or 200 to 1. You just have to see the video of the raves and the dance parties and the honking of the horns and all of the other activities that were taking place that really stole neighborhoods away from the people who live in them.
Right. What, perhaps more precisely, what I was getting at is that if the RCMP or the OPP in the aggregate had told the city through the proper channels,
right,
that instead of 1,800 or 1,900 additional personnel, the only personnel available was 1,000 in the aggregate.
Right.
What I understand, you were, in listening to your OPS colleagues and Steve Kay and others was that the finalization of a plan would require some knowledge of what that number is. If you're sending 1,000 people, the plan is different than if you're sending 1,900. You agree?
On the surface, I think that makes eminent sense, yes.
Now, Commissioner Witt, may I suggest then, I think I've got just about 1 o'clock. Can we rise here and
Yep, we'll rise until 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you.
La commission is in recess until 2. La commission est levée jusqu'à 14 heures. Order à l'ordre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Good afternoon, bon après-midi. You're ready to go?
All set.
Okay.
Thank you. Merci.
Thank you. Mayor Watson, a couple of things, please, if I can, about cast your mind back to the period before the convoy protest came to Ottawa in January. I think you touched on this. City of Ottawa has a long experience with public protests.
We do, yes.
Besides, quite apart from all of the events that are held by the city, and there are many of them, as the home to the nation's capital and parliament, the city has a long tradition of respecting the democratic right to protest.
That's correct.
Including protests against mandates and restrictions that were imposed by provincial or federal government as a consequence of the pandemic.
Correct.
And in terms of the use of vehicles, or in the bringing to Ottawa, if I can put it that way, of vehicles by protesters, the city also has a long experience of facilitating vehicles to come to the city.
Yes, on occasion, there's been arrangements made where they'll park on Wellington Street, for instance. I know there was a farm protest some time ago, and that was arranged in collaboration with the police liaison, and it worked well, and they left after they had their speeches.
And in this case, as you pointed out to the commissioner, the expectation was that the protesters would arrive in vehicles, make their point, demonstrate, and pack up and leave.
I think most objective people would see that as a most likely scenario. There is no thought that this thing was going to drag on for 3 weeks. When, the first time I saw some trucks on Wellington was the Thursday before the Friday, and I think there were 2 or 3 pickup trucks with some flags, and that was it. And then obviously we received a lot more vehicles on the Friday and the Saturday, and it jammed the street. There
was no indication of which you were made aware that the protest was either expected to last as long as it did or to be conducted in the fashion that it was, correct?
I had no information that it was going to go on for 3 weeks. I think we saw early on there was a little bit of disorganization in terms of timing of speakers, which pushed their agenda back. And I thought, worst case scenario, they'll be gone back home by Sunday.
Right. And am I also right that from your perspective as the mayor of the city of Ottawa, there was no indication from your policing partners at the OPP or the RCMP that you should consider this protest to be any different than protests of a similar kind in the past?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't recall receiving any briefing of that nature. That would have been through the police to the city manager, because obviously there are implications for city services, rerouting of buses, and parking regulations and so on.
And had there been a plan to, or had there been information that suggested that the trucks should be intercepted and not permitted into the city, then obviously your city manager and the staff below him would have had to engage in a traffic plan and some operation to put the trucks somewhere other than residential neighborhoods around Parliament Hill.
Yes, and as you know, the jurisdiction for the highways and entry onto and off highways is the provincial government through the OPP, not the OPS.
Got it. 2 other quick things about this, please. Did you understand that Chief Slowly had engaged his command team and that Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson was responsible for the operations plan?
That's correct.
And the Deputy Chief Bell was responsible for intelligence?
That's my understanding, yes.
And did you also know that before the weekend protesters arrived, Chief Slowly or his delegates had already secured additional police resources from other municipal police forces under memorandums of understanding that exist?
Well, I knew he was making those calls with other chiefs. I don't know the extent of it, but my understanding over the last 25 years is that there's a reciprocal agreement when police services need help. We've often been sent to help in circumstances outside our jurisdiction and vice versa. So I just assumed that would be taking place because he has those contacts across the province.
Got it. Can I just show you a memorandum? I hope I have the number correctly. That was a memo that I think you sent. Can I have some assistance, just please, in dialing up OTT? I think 4 zeros, might be 5, 746, and then I have .001 afterwards, if that helps. Just bear with me, Mayor Watson. See if you recognize this document. Yeah, just maybe start there. Do you see it says draft response to demonstration emails, McKinney comments? It's dated Thursday, the 27th of January. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And you introduced the name to us earlier, I think, Robin Guest. That's a member of your staff?
Director of Policy, correct.
And then there are a couple of other people to whom that email is addressed at the top, including a witness who appeared yesterday, your Chief of Staff, Mr. Arpan.
Right.
Could we just scroll down, please, for the mayor? Just there, just stop there, if we could, please. Do you recognize this as a memorandum that was prepared either at your direction or the direction of your staff for the purposes of communicating with your colleagues on council?
I think, can you scroll so I can see the whole memo, please?
Yeah, sure. Could we please? Just, I think the other
way.
direction, probably.
Yeah, this was a letter that was a draft for people writing me via email about the convoy, because the gentleman it was from, if you scroll up to the top again, Ben Poirier, he's our correspondence officer in the mayor's office, so he would have received a draft from probably Robin Guest in terms of this was the template that we would use initially when people started to write in with concerns about the convoy.
Understood. And I won't go through all of it, but you described a reference to past practice, to the right to protest in our democracy, and the plans that were in place for a safe weekend.
Correct.
Okay, understood. Thank you. That's fine. Thanks very much. Along the way, a little later, you had, and again, when I say you had, the city has a solicitor, I think David White.
Yes.
And Mr. White was requested to prepare a set of options that I think were legal options. I don't know if this came as a consequence of a direction that you gave or perhaps someone under your direction, but could I please show the mayor OTT 0029767. Just want to, while that's coming up, Mayor Watson, just to orient you, that believe that Mr. White prepared a set of options, a list of options rather, that could be considered by council in respect to the ongoing demonstration. Do you see that? It's dated February the 7th. Does this refresh your recollection that council or you directed Mr. White to prepare that list?
This is a memo to Councillor Deans, so I assume based on the wording of the first paragraph, she'd asked for this information, not my office, but it was. I remember seeing this. It was interesting to look at the different acts that were out there, but this was something that I believe Councillor Deans had asked for, and it was sent to her from Julia Keast.
And among the options that were addressed in this memorandum, of course, we see that at 3, the Federal Emergencies Act, and there are a number of others, including the final one concerning injunctive relief. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Were you engaged in any of the discussions that were ongoing about whether an injunction was available and advisable?
Well, I know that the Chief Slowly had asked can't recall the exact date, but asked for legal staff at the City of Ottawa to consider an injunction, I believe on the 30th of January. Stand to be corrected on that. And then there was the city asked legal staff to draft an injunction to enforce municipal bylaws on February 11th, and they got the injunction on the 14th. But unfortunately then, not unfortunately, but subsequently the Emergencies Act overrode the injunction.
Understood. And so that's fine. Thanks for the memorandum. We can take that down. As to the Emergencies Act, you've explained to the Commissioner your perspective about that. From your observation, the Emergencies Act played an important role in the peaceful resolution of these demonstrations.
It very much did, yes.
And the police services that were on the ground were provided additional powers, not just to deal with those who were occupying those spaces, but also to deal with anyone who might wish to come and participate in the future.
Correct.
Okay. Can I just ask you now, please, about resources? You explained that Chief Slowly was requested to provide a detailed list of the resources, particularized, the resources that the OPS required. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And am I right that he was asked to do that on February 5th at the police, by Chair Deans and the Police Services Board?
I believe that's correct.
And then provided it the next day, February 6th?
Yes, and we had to redraft the letter and decided that both Councillor Deans and I would sign the letter that was sent to the Premier, Minister Jones, Prime Minister Trudeau, and Minister Mendicino.
And prior to February 5th, do I have it that Chief Slowly had already engaged in the process of trying to get more resources for the OPS from not just through the weekend, but right up until, well, through the whole piece?
Yeah, my understanding was that Chief Slowly was making many calls to other police agencies, municipal police services across the country, and that was taking a fair amount of time, but at the end of the day, I think it was helpful because they supplemented the resources that we got from the OPP and the RCMP. And
the detailed resources plan that the chief provided and his team provided on the 6th of February, as you told the Commissioner, set out not just a raw number at 1,800, but it was broken down by uniformed police officers, non-uniformed personnel, public order units, and various other specialties.
Yes, it was quite detailed, and to my surprise, there were references to additional resources for jails and lawyers and other people, not just frontline officers. So it was quite a detailed request, and that was the basis of the letter that we sent to the two other orders of government.
Thank you. And you and Chair Deans and certainly Chief Slowly were under, I'll say pressure, but small p pressure from your council members to answer questions about not just these resources, but to identify that specific number that Chief Slowly had given and that you had conveyed in public. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't know when that number became public, but at some point we knew it was going to get out. But I think the concern on the police services part was that it was best that it not be public because that shows our hand to a certain degree in terms of the magnitude of the police operation to clean up our city.
Understood. And just you got to the question I was going to ask, just to confirm, it wasn't Chief Slowly's idea to publish that number. It was, as you pointed out, it was inevitable that it was going to come out once there was this caught in the middle status and political requirements.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, can I just ask you quickly about then a couple of other things about the news conference where Chief Slowly made the reference, I think it was February the 2nd, that among other things, there may not be a policing solution to this problem. Did you understand, or do you now understand, that what he was getting at was the very issue about resources, that the Ottawa Police Service on its own did not have the resources to deal with this as a matter of its own police service.
Yeah, initially I didn't understand that to be the case. I just thought he might be saying we need, whether it's a mediator or, some other resource to solve this. And most people, I think, were under the impression they were scratching their head wondering, well, if it's not going to be a police operation, what other kind of operation is there? So I think given time, that makes more sense when he says it's not going to be a police operation because he doesn't have the resources. But at the time, I was surprised that he'd said it in that way and didn't really elaborate or clarify what he meant.
Right. Subsequently, of course, he was asked about it and did provide additional clarification, I think.
I believe that is the case, correct.
Now, and as to that issue, I think you've explained this to the Commissioner, but just so that I have it, there was never going to be a solution to this problem unless there were a lot more police service members than Ottawa Police Service had.
Absolutely, yeah. There's no way, I think even a layperson like myself recognized that the Ottawa Police Service was outnumbered in terms of the resources they had. Plus, as I mentioned earlier, we have a whole city to police. We can't take all of the police from rural Ottawa and suburban Ottawa. There's still calls and activities that require police services. They couldn't all go down to the Biowa Market or Centertown. That's why we needed to supplement them with the other two forces plus municipal forces.
And do you share the view that there wouldn't have been any different outcome no matter who was the chief of police if the matter was the resources?
Yes, I truly believe that. We needed those 1,800. That was the best estimate of the police service and their expertise. And in combination, we also needed the Emergency Act, or I believe truly that we would have been in a stalemate for several more weeks, which would just be intolerable for the public.
And just then final, two quick things, and if I may, Mayor Watson, the resignation. I appreciate that you've told the Commissioner that you learned of it when it was announced. Did you have a chance to speak to Chief Slowly in the aftermath of the resignation?
I did. It was several weeks later. I invited him to lunch to say thank you for his service. I think when these things are done in a public fashion, it's not the kindest way to bid goodbye and to thank someone who had served their community. And so I brought him to a restaurant and we had lunch. We didn't get into a lot of the details, obviously, of what he went through, but I just thought it was my opportunity to thank him for his service.
And I think you've said previously that you regarded his resignation as a true act of leadership.
Yes, obviously there were concerns on the part of some members of the Police Services Board, and I think he did the honorable thing, and I stated that in a statement I released.
There was, with your indulgence, Mr. Commissioner, I have one, Mayor Watson, I'm on borrowed time, so that means you're on borrowed time. Could I just ask you one quick thing, please, about the negotiation to remove trucks from the residential area? I won't show you the letter that was already described that you wrote to Ms. Leach and her response and so on, but can I have it from you that in respect of Chief Slowly, that Chief Slowly was unaware of the final destination of the trucks that were moving out of the residential area, and the letter that you wrote to Ms. Leach doesn't describe the final destination of those trucks. There were some references that we've seen in other documents to renting farmland, to leasing farmland rather, or to parking on the Sir John A. Macdonald Highway. There was some flexibility or uncertainty about those matters. Is that fair?
Well, there was no reference specifically to Wellington, but it just common sense would dictate if they're coming down from where the Garden of the Provinces is into that area around this building, in fact, that it would be onto Wellington because there was space on Wellington. Whether the chief knew immediately or not, I'm not sure, but a senior officer was assigned to help with traffic management of getting those 102 vehicles out of the site.
I understand. Thank you very much. And your term as mayor is coming up, so thank you for your public service?
22 days, I think. 4 hours.
And counting. Okay. The Ottawa Coalition, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Paul Champ. Mayor Watson, I represent the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. Just have a few questions for you, Mayor, following on your testimony. One question that you just answered to previous council, you'd indicated that there was no indication that this protest was going to last. But wasn't it true, Mayor Watson, that we were aware that by the time they arrived in Ottawa, even that first weekend, that they had raised several millions of dollars on GoFundMe to, keep providing them with fuel and food and other resources? We knew about that, correct?
I don't recall exactly when we were informed about the GoFundMe. The first time I had any contact with GoFundMe was when their consultant approached my office, and as a result, we had a discussion with 3 of their senior people, asking them to do what they could to prevent the dollars from coming into the community, and they subsequently, I think a week later, agreed to freeze the account, and then ultimately my understanding was that the money was returned to the individual donors.
Another question or area I want to ask you about is your communications with the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board. Now, it's my understanding, Mayor Watson, that you and Ms. Deans, the chair, you generally speaking wouldn't communicate directly. It would be through your chief of staff, Mr. Arpan. Is that correct?
Yeah, almost all of the back and forth on this issue was dealt with by Councillor Deans and Mr. Arpan, correct?
Yeah. You and Ms. Deans, she doesn't have your phone number. The two of you don't talk directly. Is that correct?
I don't believe she has my phone number. Actually, very few people do have my phone number. I never keep the ringer on, so I don't rely on that very often. But she had a good rapport with Mr. Arpan, and he briefed me on any item, and we did have at least one Teams call or two during the course of the occupation.
Well, while we're on it, Dean French, he's got your phone number, correct?
I believe he does from my time at when I met with him through the Premier's office.
Okay. Throughout this protest, you've told us that you would have regular communications with Chief Slowly. Is that right?
Yes, or his deputies.
Well, yeah, and that was my next question. How much or how often would you speak with his deputies, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson and Deputy Chief Bell?
More with Deputy Chief Bell because I knew him better. It would vary. Sometimes there'd be 1 or 2 calls a day. Sometimes there'd be no calls if there's no information. I often got a lot of information from the police via Steve Kanalakis, which was a more appropriate route, and he would provide me updates. As you know, or as you may know, Mr. Champ, my office is right next to Mr. Kanalakis, so we see each other literally every hour during the crisis.
So you were getting some information from Chief Slowly and sometimes from his delegates, primarily Deputy Chief Bell?
Correct.
Okay. And Deputy Chief Bell had your phone number?
I don't know if he did or not. Not sure.
How would the two of you connect?
Well, usually through a Teams or a Zoom meeting, or he'd be in my boardroom.
Okay. And what about Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson? How often did you speak to her?
I don't recall I had any conversations with her. I think at some point she was, there was one point I think she was on leave, but I didn't really know her. I saw her at press conferences, for instance. When there was a press conference, she was often there with the chief and the other deputy.
Right. Now, we heard your testimony, Mayor Watson, that you were hearing from both the federal level and the provincial level that there were some concerns about the Ottawa Police Services operational plans to bring an end to the occupation, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you'd heard a little bit that because of some dispute or disagreement about the OPS operational plans, this was causing some delay in the deployment of boots on the ground?
No, I wouldn't equate the lack of a plan with the request for boots on the ground. We needed both. We needed the plan, but we also knew that it was going to require a significant amount of time logistically to get these police officers from coast to coast to coast to arrive in Ottawa and get them set up and get them sworn in if they were RCMP or municipal police services from other jurisdictions in Canada. So the two had to go in tandem, and I think as the previous lawyer talked about, the reality is that we knew that we needed 1,800, and we had to be flexible enough to determine if we were only going to get 1,000, then the plan would have to change. So I think it was in flux, but there was no question from my briefings by Mr. Kanellakis that there was some argument in the command structure as to what the right plan was. At the end of the day, I believe they chose the right path because it solved the problem and it brought our residents back to some degree of peace and quiet.
Yeah, no injuries or anything like that when the plan finally unrolled. I think I agree with you, Mayor Watson.
Yeah, no deaths, no serious injuries, and given the fact the number of people that were involved and the anger level, I'm very grateful that the police did a very professional job.
Yeah.
And and I was, like most other, I think, Canadians, certainly Ottawans, glued to the television watching this take place as the officers were moving in from Rideau and Sussex, Coventry, as well as Wellington Street and the residential areas.
I think everyone in downtown Ottawa is quite grateful to those police and their service.
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of the concerns or disagreements over the OPS plans that you were hearing, there's some disagreement in the command structure or something like that? Is that what you said you were hearing?
No, my understanding was that the people who were responsible for the plan, which were the three police forces under the jurisdiction of the OPS and Chief Slowly, there were disagreements. I don't know what the magnitude of the disagreements were, and nor should I be meddling in the development of a plan. So this was information that was relayed to me from Steve Kanellakis. And as you pointed out, there was some concerns raised by both the Premier and the Federal Minister.
And you were aware, Mayor Watson, were you not, that there was, while Chief Slowly no doubt was doing his best to serve the people of Ottawa, that during his tenure, you were aware he was experiencing some difficulties with conflicts and friction in the ranks of the Ottawa Police?
I don't have any specific evidence of that. I think there were some rumblings and rumors, but no one came to me directly to say there were concerns. I think anytime there's a new chief that's brought in from outside, there's always some degree of animosity that people think that should be an internal candidate and so on. And Chief Slowly was brought in really as an agent of change. Right. We'd been well served by Chief Paul Rouleau, but I think it was remarkable that we had, for the first time in our history, an African-Canadian leader who had served the people of Toronto very well for over 30 years. And I was very supportive of his hiring. As you know, I didn't sit on the police board at that time when he was hired, but when I was introduced to him, when Councillor Deans brought him around before the announcement, I was impressed with his qualifications and his way of handling himself. And in fact, I think before he moved into Ottawa, I had breakfast with him and just got to know him a little better.
Just stepping back a bit about the information you were receiving from the provincial and federal levels about concerns with the OPS plans. We've heard from Mr. Arpand that neither he nor yourself shared that information with Councillor Deans, the chair of the board. Can you tell us why you didn't share that information with Councillor Deans?
Well, these meetings with the Premier and the Prime Minister were held as confidential meetings, and I didn't think it was appropriate to breach that confidentiality.
But the Ottawa Police Services Board, you're aware, they're responsible for the direction and for directing the chief and monitoring his performance. You were aware of that?
Yeah, but not directing operational matters. And what was being discussed by the Prime Minister and the Premier and myself was resources to help him implement the plan and rid the streets of the occupied truckers.
So it was your concern with maintaining the confidentiality with the Prime Minister and the Premier. That's why you didn't want to share that information with the Chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board?
That's correct.
You didn't think that that information might be helpful for the board to know when they were having their interactions with the Chief?
No, because the concerns that had been raised by the Premier and Ms. Jones were general in nature. There were no specific allegations or of wrongdoing on the part of the Chief. The same with the Federal Minister Blair. I think Minister Blair knew Chief Slowly, obviously, as a former Chief of Toronto Police himself. And he, like others, at that political level in those confidential meetings, was expressing concern that the plan was not coming together as quickly as possible. And I was putting pressure on everyone to get moving on this, because on the one hand, I was being asked with the support of Councillor Deans to send a letter that we've shown the public today to the Premier and the Prime Minister. And my obsession really was to get the commitment by those two orders of government to get more police officers, because we knew full well with our contingent of OPS, we could not do the job that the public expected us to do, and that was to clean up what was a horrific experience for your clients and our citizens.
Indeed. You testified this morning, Mayor Watson, that words to the effect that from a leadership point of view, the more information you have to share with partners, the better. Then it's important for everyone to be singing from the same hymn book, I think you said, or all on the same team. Following those comments, Mayor Watson, don't you think it would have been helpful for the board to know that you were hearing from different levels of government that there were concerns with the Ottawa police operational plans?
No, again, those meetings were held in confidence, and I wanted to respect the confidentiality so that we could have these frank discussions. With respect to the specifics in those meetings, there was nothing really that sent off any kind of an alarm from my perspective that Chief Slowly was not capable and competent of putting together a plan and overseeing it. With respect to internal divisions, that's something you can ask Councillor Deans, as she is the chair, but I don't have any inside or outside knowledge of what was going on behind the scenes with that command team that were putting the plan together. I can speculate that obviously once Chief Slowly left the OPS, it was literally a matter of, I believe, 2 days and the police action started. So one has to assume that the plan that he put in place by and large was the plan, and there may have been some tweaking by the new interim Chief Bell. But I certainly give credit to Chief Slowly for bringing it to that stage, and Chief Bell deserves great credit for bringing it to the actual point where the police officers moved in swiftly, carefully, and succinctly to bring an end to what was a miserable experience for the residents and the small businesses of both Centertown, downtown, as well as the Byward Market, Vanier, Lower Town, and Overbrook Forbes, where the stadium, the baseball stadium, is located.
Mm-hmm. I just want to ask you some questions about the negotiations with the convoy organizers. I believe you testified, Mayor Watson, that the first you heard about potential contact was on February the 8th, that Mr. Kanellakos approached you and indicated that a police liaison team had suggested that it might be helpful if there was some discussions between the mayor's level and the convoy organizers. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then after Mr. Kanellakos had some contact or had a meeting with some of them, he then reported back to you that the meetings had gone generally well. Is that right?
Sorry, the meetings between?
With the first meeting that Mr. Kanellakos had with the convoy organizers, their two counsel and Mr. Maratz.
Yeah, my understanding from Mr. Kanellakos was that it was a respectful, positive meeting.
Right.
And they would keep the lines of communications open.
And then it was approximately 2 days later, on February 10th, that you had your first conversation with Mr. French. Is that right?
I'm just checking the date here, and that's correct, yes.
Okay. And then that led to negotiations roughly over about 2 days to come up with those two letters between yourself and Ms. Leach?
That's correct.
And you had a number of conversations with Mr. French, is that right?
No more than two. The first call, and I believe I had a second one, but I can't recall what the specifics was because I indicated to him at that first call that the primary contact he would have would be with Mr. Arpan
Right.
and Mr. Kanalakis.
And then Mr. Arpan and Mr. Kanalakis, they took over the communications with Mr. French and negotiating that deal with Ms. Leach and the other organizers.
Yeah, and I had no other, when the letter was signed, no other contact with Mr. French, but, I can certainly say publicly, I appreciate the fact that he stuck his neck out. There was nothing in it for him from what I could see. Lots of comments about Mr. French himself and, his time with the Premier, but I found that he was acting in good faith, and that resulted in the letters, which resulted in taking some pressure, not all the pressure by any means, but some small pressure off that portion of the residential area, down by the Garden of the Provinces.
In your two conversations with Mr. French,
Basically.
he indicated to you that he was aligned with the protesters, that he shared their point of view on many issues.
Sorry, who was that?
Mr. French, he indicated to you he was aligned?
No,
with the protesters?
he didn't indicate that he was aligned. He indicated that he had contacts with some members of the trucking industry. But he didn't offer an opinion that he supported their grievances or anything like that to me in that phone call. It was simply that he had some kind of connections. I don't know whether he made those connections through his private sector life or through his time in provincial government, but it was very much along the lines that he saw what was happening and he saw that it was getting worse, and he called me. I literally had not seen or heard from him, I think, since he left the Premier's office.
He didn't suggest to you that he saw the protesters as patriots or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Now, so then you hand over the matter, the file, to Mr. Arpan to work out some kind of deal, is that right?
Yes, with Mr. Kanalakis' help, because he had met with others that were from that same orbit a couple of days or 2 days earlier.
Right. And did you give any direction to Mr. Arpan to interface or work with the Ottawa Police in his negotiations?
I didn't give any specific directions to him, but certainly the police were aware that we had this contact because the police were the ones that asked Mr. Kanalakis to engage with representatives of the protest group, because as the liaison team mentioned, they no longer had any communication. Something went wrong where they stopped talking. And so this group went in to see Mr. Kanalakis, and then 2 days later, we had the Dean French issue. So the police were involved, and both Chief Slowly and Deputy Chief Bell were aware that we had this call from Mr. French, and ultimately they signed off on it. I think Chief Slowly wanted to make one change to the letter, but unfortunately the letter had already gone out. And the police then, whether it was the chief or the deputy, then assigned a senior officer to go and help with the facilitation the following day to get the vehicles away from the residential area as much as possible.
Right, so there's the initial contact on February the 8th through the PLT, or the Police Liaison Team, but then
Right.
the contact was with Mr. French is on the 10th, and then the letters are worked out on the 12th, I think finally exchanged on the 13th.
That's correct.
Between the 8th and the 12th, do you know when Chief Slowly and Deputy Chief Bell were informed that Mr. French was involved and you were working on negotiations?
No, I don't recall the exact date. It was obviously sometime between those two dates, but I don't recall the specific date. I remember discussing it with Chief Bell, or Deputy Chief Bell at the time, in my boardroom, and he had no problem with it. And that was, again, sometime between the 8th and the 12th. I can't recall the exact time. I don't have a record of that.
So Deputy Chief Bell was in your boardroom at City Hall and was talking about it with you?
Well, he was there for one of our regular briefings, and we raised it with him at that time. And I don't know if he knew about it at that time, but certainly he didn't express any opposition. He felt that if it helped get some of the pressure off, one of the things he pointed out was that it shrunk the footprint of the protests, which helped the police in the long term contain the situation when they finally went in that weekend.
Did Mr. Arpan have experience in hostage negotiations or anything like that?
No.
Do you know
I
what
don't.
background experience he had to negotiate a deal like this?
Well, goodwill and common sense. You know, we were in a crisis and we needed all hands on deck, and he's been my chief of staff for 12 years. Excellent communicator, solid education, and bon francophone, and I had no hesitation in asking him to do this. He was, over 12 years, he was given a lot of different tasks, and I had full confidence that he could negotiate this. He was dealing with another former chief of staff, namely Mr. French, so they had, I suppose, some connectivity. But at the end of the day, I think what ended up happening was that we were able to get an agreement. We were able to get 40 big rigs, 60 smaller rigs out of there, total 102, 101. And it did shrink the footprint, as Deputy Chief Bell said, and it also brought a little bit of relief for those people who lived in those corridors on Kent and so on, farther south down Bay Street.
Mayor Watson, just want to ask you just a little bit about your relationship with other city councillors. You've told us that every councillor felt overwhelmed and under siege, and was getting a barrage of emails from residents and so forth. But you'd agree with me, Mayor Watson, the city councillors for Somerset and Rideau Vanier would have, really been experiencing it far more acutely than any other city councillor, correct?
Yes.
And
although in fairness, absolutely, they were the worst hit, but it had a ripple effect on the whole city because obviously residents in Orleans work downtown and people downtown work in Canada and so on, but no question it was Somerset and Rideau Vanier.
People in Orleans weren't having
Overbrook
fireworks going off their windows and trucks outside their door.
No, but also I think we have to include Councillor King's ward as well, because the baseball stadium was there and that was turning into quite a circus as well with fires and so on.
Sure. You viewed or saw what Councillor McKenney was doing during the demonstrations, that they were out in the streets every day and getting out to seeing what's happening to their residents. You saw that?
I saw a number of tweets and video online, yes.
Yeah, and you agree with me that was quite admirable of Councillor McKenney to be out there with their residents?
Yes, I think there was, I know Councillor Deans had expressed concern about having counter-protests because it took away from police resources, but I think, both Councillor Fleury and Councillor McKenney did good work representing their constituents during a very difficult time.
Right. Is there any reason, Mayor Watson, that you didn't reach out personally to either Councillor McKenney or Councillor Fleury personally to offer them any kind of comfort or support about what they were going through during this difficult time?
I went back and reviewed that I had at least 2 calls and 1 Zoom call with Councillor McKenney. I had 2 or 3 calls during the period with Councillor Fleury. And then post the event, I invited both councillors to breakfast at downtown restaurant to show our support for the downtown, along with Chief Bell, to do our own post-mortem on what went wrong and what went well. And then a few weeks later, I hosted a breakfast or a lunch in my office and invited Minister Marco Mendicini, along with Councillor McKenney and Councillor Fleury, and our first responders, the chiefs of the different services, to thank all of them for the work that they did, including the 2 councillors.
But one-on-one calls, you didn't have one-on-one calls with those councillors during the course of the demonstration,
Yeah,
correct?
I did. I had at least 2 calls with each of them, and then I think at least 1 Zoom call with both of them.
Okay, I guess they forgot that when they testified last week. You'd agree with me?
Sorry, I don't believe that's not what my notes of Councillor Fleury's evidence reflect.
Okay. Mayor Watson, you'd agree with me that there's some political disagreements in City Council?
Every day.
Well, more than you've been a municipal politician for a long time, Mayor Watson. You agree with me that this last term has probably been a bit more bitter and hostile than...
No, I wouldn't use those words. I think it's a lot more challenging and a lot more pressure-filled. When you take into account what this council has had to deal with, and forget just the council, the public, there were 2 tornadoes, there was a flood, there was the massive storm, Derosio, I can't remember the name of it. There was COVID-19 that was with us for 2.5 years, and there was the truck convoy occupation. So all of my colleagues on council, myself included, we're feeling the pressure of a very challenging time in the history of our city. You know, as I mentioned earlier, I was asked by some students I spoke to at, I believe, Algonquin College the other day, last week. They said, what was the most stressful time as mayor this term? And I think a lot of them were going to say, you know, the truck convoy. And I said, well, actually, not to diminish the truck convoy, but it was COVID. 800 people died as a result of COVID. Thousands more were seriously impacted. People lost their jobs, their livelihood. And that was a project that, or a challenge that every single citizen of the world had to face. The truck convoy was a terrible experience, but it was for a set period of time, 3 weeks. It affected dramatically the people in the inner core, but it ended. We're still dealing with COVID and we're still losing people every day. So from my perspective, I think that added tremendous stress because people were calling and upset with vaccination policies and mask mandates and everything else. And all of that came to a boil, obviously, when we had to deal with the storm and then with the convoy.
And so just final question, Mayor. The city was in crisis. It was unprecedented. Residents and businesses were suffering. This was a time for the city to come together, a time to put aside political rivalries. Mayor Watson, do you think you did that? You served your city by getting over political rivalries, by bringing all city councillors together, whether it was Ms. Deans or Ms. McKenney or others who you had disagreements to lead the city through this unprecedented time?
Well, I think as, you know, it was Churchill, I believe, that once said, you know, Parliament in his case is not a tea party. You know, people come to these seats after a hard-fought election. They have strong emotions, they have strong opinions on different issues, and there's often clashes. That's the joy, I suppose, of democracy, where you don't have everyone agreeing all the time with everyone else. What our council went through was horrific, and what I tried to do was to provide as much information, do as much work as I could do with the federal and provincial contacts that I had made over the course of my public service career, to bring realistic solutions to the problem so that we could give the city back to the people of Ottawa. And ultimately, we did do that. It was not a error-free, problem-free situation, and even council voted that we apologize to the public, which we did, because we let down an awful lot of people in Ottawa with a situation that we had never seen before, and there was no roadmap to guide us. And given the fact that no one lost their lives, no one was seriously injured, people were affected, but the police, I believe, should be commended. And secondly, I think the Prime Minister did the right thing by bringing in the Emergencies Act, because that solved our problem. It's easy to sit back and be a Monday morning quarterback, but the people who were suffering the most were the people of Ottawa, not the people of the West Coast or the East Coast. And so I thank those colleagues, all colleagues, particularly the two that were affected the most, Catherine McKenney and Mathieu Fleury, but all members of council were feeling the pressure because they were getting emails from around the world, you know, with some pretty vulgar, foul language and lots of threats against individuals, myself included.
I think that's all my time. Thank you very much, Mayor Watson.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next is the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, Mayor Watson. My name is David Michikowski, and I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. Mayor Watson, I understand it's not an uncommon experience for the budget for the police to be a hotly debated matter by council.
That's correct. That's an understatement, but correct.
And I know that for 2022 budget year, which I guess was completed that process in November, December of 2021, the budget increase that Chief Slowly had requested was, I believe, a 2.86% increase from the previous year, and what the Ottawa Police Service Board approved was a 2% budget increase. Is that your memory?
I recollect that is in the ballpark. You probably have more specific figures, but there was also, you had to include the assessment growth of the city as well, which was, I believe, about, stand to be correct, about 3% on top of that.
And so according to the media reports, that budget, once it had been approved by the Ottawa Police Service Board, came before council for a fairly contentious debate, and ultimately council did approve the 2% increase.
Yes, there were some members of council that wished to be engaged with this defund the police process, but the majority of council, myself included, did not support that, and we felt it was important to support the chief's request, and also, the increase also included assessment growth, which I'll have to check back, but I think it was another 2% on top of that.
And in fact, Chief Slowly had requested more from the Ottawa Police Services Board, but they had not given him what he had been asking for. Is that your memory?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And I believe Chief Slowly was on record telling council that there would be significant risks to policing. Do you recall that?
In fairness, I'm not trying to be glib with this, but almost every chief says that when they don't get 100% of their budget. So I think that's probably what he said. And, our job as city council is to basically vote up or down the budget. We don't get into the micromanagement because the Act says that we can't do that. I've been proud of the fact that we've been able to provide annual increases to the police for a number of reasons, including the fact that our population is bigger. We have 2,600 kilometers of road to cover and patrol. It's a big task. And we felt, those of us who supported the police budget felt that it was an appropriate amount, and it was accepted.
And several councillors at the time, in fact, voted against the 2% increase, saying it was too much, correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And ultimately, what it took to resolve the protest in Ottawa was a massive amount of resources.
So are you now talking about
the Freedom Convoy?
Yeah, it did take a lot of resources, and as I pointed out, we have every intention of recouping those dollars based on the conversations I've had with other orders of government, because it should not come out of the base budget of the Ottawa Police Service, which is always hovering around surplus or deficit every year.
And it took a massive, not only civilian members, but it took a massive number of police officers on the ground, correct?
Yes, under very difficult circumstances. You recall back, I recall very well, the weather was miserable. The roads down in that area could not get plowed, so they were almost impassable. It was, some officers were working 12, 13 days in a row. One of the reasons why the chief was going out getting supplemental municipal services was to give his officers a day off to recharge their batteries.
A much-needed day off,
yes,
given what was going on the ground, correct?
Absolutely. It was very stressful for them. I saw a lot of news footage over the course of the time where the officers were spat upon and they were yelled at and screamed, and they kept their cool. For that, we're grateful. There were some incidents where I felt, the images of the police being buddy-buddy with someone protester was not appropriate, and my understanding was that the police reminded their officers, first and foremost, they're there to be neutral, and when they did their job, they did an excellent job. And I have no problem defending the Ottawa Police Service and the actions that they took to bring this crisis to an end.
And ultimately, you have no problem, I take it, in agreeing with me as well, that it was brought to a successful resolution under Interim Chief Bell?
That's correct, yes. And I think, as I mentioned, the funny thing was, it was that the Olympics were on, and I think more people were watching this activity than the Olympics, because it was so gut-wrenching to see what was happening to our city for 3 weeks, and it was such a relief for everyone to see that this was coming to an end. And it was wrapped up roughly in 3 weeks. There were, scattered groups here and there that lingered on. I remember walking up a couple of days after just to go to the Rideau Center, and, a number of people yelling at me, effing fag, and I knew these were still people that were from the protests. They had upside down Canada flags and so on. So police had to keep the presence in the neighborhood and in the downtown core, because there were still people that wanted to do harm to our citizens as well as to our property, public and private.
This was unprecedented in terms of your career in politics. Is that fair?
That's right. Nothing comes close to it. I think back my first month in office, I was thrown into the ice storm. That was dramatic, but it was not hurtful to people. It was difficult when people lost electricity and so on. But this was something that affected thousands of people very personally, and was unacceptable behavior by fellow Canadians to come into someone else's neighborhood and act in that selfish a fashion.
And in fact, you yourself, I believe, as well as Chief Slowly, received threats during the protest?
Yes, and I believe some members of council did as well, and I received one, I think 1, 2, or 3. A couple of people were charged, and some guy from New Brunswick was coming down here with guns in his trunk to shoot me, and he was arrested.
And the police obviously took those seriously and took appropriate action?
They did, and our corporate security the same, because people had been outside my house, not necessarily associated with the convoy, but other groups protesting, so they installed a security system.
Thank you very much. I have no additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the Government of Canada.
Thank you. Mayor Watson, my name is Brendan Vinny-and-Hyson. I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada.
Hello.
I wanted to start by asking you about some of your concerns that were expressed in your conversation of February the 3rd with Ministers Blair and Mendocino. Do you recall that first conversation with that group?
Let me just get my chronology here.
Sure.
Yeah, so that was with the Deputy Minister, or was it, let me just see here.
There's no indication in the City of Ottawa or the documents that have been produced to date that, and Council may have information, but we haven't seen any indication that Minister Blair was on that call. We don't object to my friend's question. He may very well have been, but if the Mayor is looking for it, that's probably why, Council.
It's the February 3rd call, Mayor, and I'm sorry if I've misspoken.
Yeah, you said February 2nd, I think. So February 3rd, yes, the Mayor and the, no, sorry. Yeah, the Tripartite meeting at 5:15. Is that the one you're referring to?
I believe so. It isn't too material at any rate. My point really is that as early as the conversations you are having with federal partners on February the 3rd, you are already understandably growing extremely anxious to secure more resources for the City of Ottawa, right?
That's correct, yes.
And you were getting engagement certainly at the political level from the ministers initially and later from the Prime Minister, right?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
You were getting engagement on these issues initially from those ministers and ultimately from the Prime Minister as well, right?
Yes, no, we had no difficulty having calls returned by federal officials. It was quite a cooperative relationship.
And at the political level, at any rate, you were getting the commitment to do what they could to assist you in getting boots on the ground, right?
Well, in theory, yes, but before we could celebrate, we wanted to see the boots on the ground, so that took a longer period of time. But at the very beginning, they understood clearly, both Minister Blair and Minister Mendocino, they understood that we needed help, and they offered that assistance. We just wanted it faster.
Yes, sure, and you certainly took them to be serious in their desire to get you that assistance to the best of their ability at the political level, right?
That's correct, yes.
And the purpose of getting those boots on the ground, and when we say boots on the ground, what we mean in those conversations is RCMP officers working on Ottawa streets, right?
Absolutely, yes.
The purpose of getting those officers working on the city's streets was to enforce the law, right?
That's correct, and bring order to the downtown and the Byward Market and Coventry.
And in your first call with the Prime Minister that my friend took you through earlier, you expressed some, I think, understandable frustration, given the situation you are in, with the difficulties and the pace of bureaucracy at times, right?
Yeah, I outlined to the Prime Minister that while we had a very positive relationship, his ministers were doing good work. I have to say thank you to the local MPs, Mona Fortier and Yasser Naqvi in particular, because their two ridings were the two ridings most affected by the convoy. Minister Fortier, Ottawa Vanier, including obviously Vanier, the Market, Lower Town, Sandy Hill, and Member of Parliament Naqvi, Centretown, and the Glebe. So the Prime Minister was empathetic and sympathetic to the fact that we needed help sooner than later, and what we asked for. And it worked, because we saw the result the following days, the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, where the whole operation was wrapped up quite successfully.
In the press of events, though, you were feeling a great deal of urgency, and you weren't sure you were seeing enough urgency in terms of the implementation of these efforts. Is that fair?
Yeah, the interesting thing is, of course, being the nation's capital, the Prime Minister lives here, the MPs are here for their House sittings and so on, and the senators are. So they were living and breathing what a lot of our residents were, although they had the luxury of leaving and not having to stay in the red zone. But there was, at the initial stages, there didn't seem to be the sense of urgency on the part of the provincial or federal government. But I think when the Prime Minister got engaged and then the ministers suggested the tripartite table, they set up a structure that we could actually start making decisions and start seeing results. So I think the more calls we had, quite frankly, the better it was, because I think they were tired of listening to me hound them for more resources more quickly.
Sure. And at the same time, there's matters going on behind the scenes that that you may not be able to be aware of in detail, and that they may not be able to be aware of in all of the detail, because they are operational in nature, right?
Yes, and both the Premier and the Prime Minister indicated that I should continue to work with respective ministers, which we did. And also our Chief Slowly at the time, obviously was working the phones to ensure that Commissioner Leckie knew exactly what he needed. We followed that up with the letter by Councillor Deans and myself to the Premier and the Prime Minister and their respective ministers. And we started to see some action. We saw slowly more RCMP officers coming in, more OPP. And then when the plan was finalized and ready to go, we had the necessary resources of the 1,800 in the city to bring an end to this terrible situation.
You, I think very fairly earlier this morning, acknowledged that some of the delays are simply practical delays, particularly when you're dealing with the National Police First, the RCMP. For example, you told us that you understood these officers might in many cases need to travel some distance to get to Ottawa, right?
Yes, and there was a little bit of confusion in terms of, at one point I was told that there was quite a backlog in getting RCMP Mounties sworn in as peace officers, I guess, for Ontario. That may have been a situation early on, but apparently they started to do in bulk and 2 sessions a day, so it sped up, because
Sure.
My understanding is that they would not have authority on City of Ottawa property if they weren't sworn in.
Sure, and I'll come to that in a moment. But just first on some of the practical, there's an element of that's just practical delay, right? Where you're looking at travel, the need to check into the hotel, the need to eat. These things take a bit of time depending upon where an officer is coming from, right?
Yes, I think that's a legitimate issue. My point was, though, that if we'd started the process earlier and we didn't have this lag time, we may have been able to go in on the 2nd week instead of the 3rd week. But
sure, it's just common sense, right? If you start something earlier, you finish earlier, but the question is,
right.
What's done as matters unfold. So And one of the things that would take a bit of time too, then once you're checked in, once you've had a meal, maybe gotten sleep and so forth, is to receive shifts and operational orders and be equipped to go out and start policing, right?
That's right, because the vast majority of these officers, maybe not so much for the RCMP, who may have been stationed over the years in Ottawa, but most of those officers would not know where the police station was, for instance, for the Ottawa Police. So they had to go through some kind of an orientation to ensure that they knew what their instructions were. And, lining up frequency on radios and all sorts of other things that professionals told me had to be done in order for the person to hit the ground running.
Sure, and you need then to also ensure familiarity. You need to ensure, as you say, familiarity with the place that is being policed, and also that's part of the need to do things in a safe fashion, right?
That's correct.
And you need a sufficient number of officers with clear roles and responsibilities to proceed with a significant public order crisis in an environment like this, right?
That's correct.
And particularly in a place like Rideau in Sussex, for example, where you'd been told about a real concern about a more dangerous element having taken hold, correct?
Yes.
And that was also a top priority for the same reason in terms of the order of enforcement that you understood was likely to occur, right?
So I don't quite understand your question.
Rideau in Sussex was a priority for enforcement as the week of February 7th,
Yes.
for example, proceeded.
My understanding is from the documentation that Chief Slowly felt that was a higher priority because of the criminal element within that group of trucks and bikers and so on.
Yes.
And that was taken care of, I believe, earlier than Wellington Street. But it was a relatively small group compared to the large number of trucks and people that were in the red zone.
Sure, but because of that more dangerous element, at least as it was being reported to you, that's an area where you would need, again, to really assure officer and protester safety.
That's correct. And also the protection of private and public property. As you know, the Rideau Centre had been closed for something like 2 weeks, losing a couple, 2.1, I believe, $1 million a day. So it was I stand to be corrected on that number, but it was a significant loss. And the restaurants across the way and the Chateau Laurier all were being impacted, where no one could even go near the Byward Market. So those businesses were suffering greatly, along with the people who live in that area.
Okay, now just coming back, you indicated the issue of the officers needing to be sworn in. And I want to ask you a few questions about that, Mayor Watson. Let me go back, first of all, to just, reconfirm. I mean, the purpose of having these resources in place was to enforce the laws here, right?
That's right.
And in order to do that, you need the law enforcement professionals, the peace officers who are going to be doing that job. They need to be here lawfully themselves, right?
That's correct.
They need to have the proper legal authority to be able to enforce before you can get underway with a very significant law enforcement operation, right?
Yes, we estimated that to be 1,800.
And if they did not have that legal authority, you might be in a situation where the operation itself might be called into question in terms of its lawfulness, as well as any charges that might result.
That's very true.
There might be a possibility of liability accruing to the city or indeed the RCMP or the individual officer if an officer wasn't lawfully in place at that point in time.
That's right, and our police service was well aware of that, and that's why obviously we followed the strict rules to have them properly sworn in. And as I said, initially I was told that was slowing down the process, but then something happened, whether they added extra shifts or extra staff or did it in larger gatherings or groups, that was covered off, and they were now legal to operate in Ottawa.
Now, that process of swearing in officers to be able to enforce laws within the local jurisdiction, that was also true of other municipal police officers too, right? Such as those that came from London and Belleville and otherwise?
I stand to be corrected, but I don't believe they needed to be sworn in because they were sworn in as officers in all of Ontario.
With respect to municipal bylaws, though?
Well, I'm not an expert on that, so you'll have to ask someone who is, but my understanding was that they did not need to swear in.
Okay, and at any rate, it is not something that needed to be done, whichever of us is right about that, and you may be. It was not something that needed to be done in the case of the Ontario Provincial Police, right? The swearing-in process?
That's correct. It was just the Mounties.
Now, can I ask if we could pull up OTT 406610? You are, of course, at the Ottawa 7 Emergency Council meeting, Mayor?
I was, yes, I was chairing it.
And quite a number of motions were passed, unsurprisingly, with respect to actions the municipality should take in response to the convoy that had then been entrenched for just a little over a week.
Yes, there were many, many motions.
I'd like to just focus on a couple of them. The first is at page 10, begins at page 10. And this is a motion that your colleague, Councillor Dean's, excuse me, it's the motion at the bottom of the page. It's a motion that we asked your colleagues, Councillor McKenney and Councillor Fleury, about last week, but it is a motion, if you go over to the top of page 11, you'll see that it's carried. And what it asks is that the council formally petition the Government of Canada to assume responsibility for public safety and security within the precinct, and to commit to an immediate and increased level of support to the Ottawa Police as the police force of jurisdiction, subject to the resolution of any jurisdictional discussions between the Ottawa Police Service and the RCMP, right?
Yes.
And that motion's carried, of course, unanimously, I take it?
One dissent by Councillor Shirelli.
Oh, excuse me, I missed that. It's right there in front of me. With the exception of Councillor Shirelli, that was passed.
That's correct.
I want to turn now, if we can, to a comment that Chief Slowly sent to you the next morning, and that's at, if we can pull up, please, OTT 405837. You see, this is an email from Chief Slowly to yourself and Chair Deans, Councillor Deans, copying a number of others from the Ottawa Police and the city manager, etc. Do you see that?
Yeah, I think if you can push it up so I can see the full email, that would be helpful.
Of course. Do you mind pulling that down? And we'll take a moment to look at that, Mayor, but my question is going to be, first of all, is this in reference to the motion we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
And I'm just going to direct you to the second paragraph there, where Chief Slowly is indicating to you, in Ontario, policing is governed by the Police Services Act. In accordance with Section 5 of that Act, the city has discharged its responsibility to provide police services by establishing its own police force, the Ottawa Police Service, right?
Yes.
And he indicates that, therefore, Ottawa is the sole police service of jurisdiction. But then he continues, says it's also important to note that the Police Services Act defines police force as either the OPP or a municipal police force. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's consistent with your understanding of that's the reason why OPP, for example, need not be sworn in?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you compare the situation as you did this morning in Ottawa to the situations that were in place both in terms of enforcement efforts down the road, that were in place both in Windsor and in Coutts, you saw that those operations were able to move more quickly than you perceived they were in Ottawa. Is that fair?
Yes, granted the magnitude of protesters and occupiers was significantly larger in Ottawa than it was in Coutts or in Windsor. So I think we had a much more difficult situation. If you just saw aerial shots or drone shots of the crowds around Parliament Hill and the Byward Market and the Cenotaph and so on, it was significantly larger than, I looked like, in Coutts there might have been, 50 vehicles. Now, for a small town and a small crossing, that's a big deal. I'm not diminishing that, but certainly just in sheer volume. And I think if I could just comment on this, I think what Councillor McKenney's motion was trying to get at was that there was a level of frustration that Ottawa police were on Wellington Street trying to keep the peace and deal with issues of jerry cans coming and so on. And it then stretched our officers and didn't give them the ability to go in and patrol the residential neighborhoods, which was Councillor McKenney's true, Councillor McKenney's desire to represent her constituents and protect those constituents. And similar to Councillor Fleury, we had, the tail end of the parliamentary precinct is in his riding by just the other side of the cenotaph. So, I think it was an attempt at the motion to ensure that we had some ability to have the Mounties come in and take jurisdiction on Wellington Street, and then it would free up those Ottawa police officers to go deeper into the community neighborhoods. So the chief came back and obviously pointed out that this was not legally possible to do. And then there was the other issue that we really haven't talked about. I think we talked about, one of the lawyers asked me about, was the issue of what do we do with Wellington Street on a go-forward basis in terms of access and so on. So that's one discussion, and this is another discussion. But it's clear that Chief Slowly was not consulted on this, or otherwise I think he would have told the mover of the motion that what they are proposing is not legal.
Well, I think, and the point he's making, to your point, I think really is that there's both legal obstacles and there's practical obstacles to getting this to move forward as quickly as everyone wanted, right?
Yeah, I think, there was the sense that, well, why don't we just take the Mounties and maybe PPS and put them on the street and then move everyone south? And I think, Chief Slowly was trying to be respectful and not embarrass the councillor, but I think he felt an obligation to inform them of the law.
Surely. This is not a situation like it was in Coots, where the RCMP was already the police force of local jurisdiction and didn't have to worry about any of those legal obstacles.
Yeah, and certainly I knew the desire to get greater presence in the Centretown residential communities. And as a result, I certainly raised it with Chief Slowly on at least 2 occasions that you needed to see a large presence. If we keep announcing we're protecting the Central Core, you needed to see a large presence, not 1 or 2 officers walking down Kent Street or O'Connor. It had to be visible. And, again, we couldn't always do that until we had more police officers to share the burden.
Now, you told us this morning, I believe, that before the 14th of February, when the Emergencies Act was invoked, that you, in fact, were not familiar with the particular authority that existed under that act. Is that right?
Yeah, just the one memo that we showed earlier that showed that that was one of the options. I think they listed 5 or 6 options. It was very brief. It didn't give any details. But when it was introduced by the federal government, and to be very clear, I've been consistent on this since day one, we needed that act. And it's fine for someone out, west or down east to say, well, it was overkill. No, we needed that act. We needed to give our police resources the tools they could use, such as tow trucks and so on, to actually solve the problem, or this thing would have gone on for many, many more days, if not weeks. So I was not familiar with it, but when it was introduced, our legal staff provided me with a copy of it and highlighted the points that we felt we could use to our advantage to clear up this terrible situation.
And one of the points that you've raised in that regard is the important point of the towing issue. And I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner, just have to finish this one question.
Okay.
But the second aspect of it, Mayor, am I right, was that the regulations passed under that act permitted RCMP officers, regardless of the niceties of being sworn in, to enforce provincial and municipal laws in the streets of Ottawa. Is that fair?
Yes, that was something that was brought to my attention. I'd heard a contrary view to that, but I stand to be corrected. But my understanding was that it would allow them, without going through the whole swearing-in process, to be automatically, in essence, deputized to enforce Ottawa bylaws and Ontario laws.
And that enabled the clearing operation to occur later the week of February 14th.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for your indulgence. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Okay, next we have the Democracy Fund.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Slowly. My name is Alan Honor. I'm appearing remotely today. I'm a lawyer with the Democracy Fund.
I'm Jim Watson. I'm not the chief.
Oh, pardon me.
Sorry. I think you said Mayor
Yes,
Slowly.
Mayor. Oh, I apologize,
Sorry.
Mayor Watson.
No problem.
You told us today that Toronto Mayor John Tory gave you some phone numbers for some tow trucks.
Names and phone numbers, correct.
Okay, and you passed those on to Steve Kanalakis and city staff?
Yes.
And did you ever follow up with anyone after sharing those phone numbers?
No, because once the Emergency Act was proclaimed or introduced, I actually saw the tow trucks on Laurier Avenue lined up for quite some distance, so there's no need to follow up because they'd obviously done the work that we had asked them to do, was to find trucks.
Do you recall when you gave those phone numbers to Steve Kanalakis and city staff?
Well, you'd have to go back and check my text messages, which I believe are on public record, and the phone numbers and the names and the text from John Tory were on that. And it was basically, I would think an hour or so after receiving them, I would have walked next door, or had someone walk next door and give them to Steve Kanalakis. I don't know if...
But let me interrupt you. I'm just asking you if you recall when you shared those phone numbers. What is the date? Do you know?
I can't remember. It was probably the day of or the day after I received the information from Mayor Tory.
And how many days was that before the invocation of the Emergency Act?
Well, as I said, I don't recall the actual date I met with or I received from Mr. Tory. So if you can get me that date, then I can work my way back.
Okay, so you didn't follow up, and you don't know how many days passed between those messages being passed on and the invocation of the Emergency Act. Thank you.
Well, no, you asked me a question, I'm going to answer it.
Yeah.
If I had the date, which I have back in my office, I can tell you the date that John Tory sent me the text with the names and numbers of the towing companies, and then I would have referred those either that day or the next day to Mr. Kanalakis.
But you don't have the dates?
Well, I have them back at my office. I was told I couldn't bring anything other than the chronology.
You can't tell us now. Mayor.
Well, if I can, I don't think I'm going to be allowed to leave and go and get my document at my office, but I can certainly email it to you if you'd like to know. But
that's fine. I'll move on, Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor, you did not speak to Premier Ford or to Sylvia Jones about the tow trucks.
I'm sorry?
You never spoke to Premier Ford or Sylvia Jones about tow trucks. Is that right?
No, I would have had, in my first call with Premier Ford, I indicated to him that we were at a disadvantage because we just didn't have, we had two OC Transpo tow trucks and we couldn't even guarantee that they would cooperate. So that was a problem we had. And I can't recall if I told him I was contacting John Tory, but certainly the reason I contacted John Tory was because I saw the number of tow trucks that he was able to mobilize in Toronto after learning from our example a week or so after. And I wanted to know if he had any TTC or City of Toronto. And he said they had these private companies that came out and they were the ones whose numbers he gave me via text message.
You had 2 telephone calls with Premier Ford?
2 or 3.
Mayor Watson, do you know, you would agree with me that one of the biggest issues for the city was the lack of ability to move the trucks?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
One of the biggest issues for the city was the lack of the ability to move these trucks.
That's correct.
The trucks, either they had to be towed or they had to be moved by somebody with keys. Is that right?
Well, someone would have to drive them out, or they would have to be hooked up to a tow truck and lifted out, and that's what happened with those that refused to leave, and they were brought to a compound. Similar to
and
what...
do you know if...
Sorry.
That's fine,
Similar to...
Go ahead.
Similar to, if someone's parking in a no stopping zone, we have the ability with city tow trucks to tow them, but those are for cars, not 18-wheelers.
Do you know if financial incentives were offered to reluctant tow truck drivers?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
If those incentives were to be made, who would make them, the city or the police?
Good question. I don't know legally or logistically who would make it, but the pot of money comes from the same. It's the taxpayers. So whether it's the city budget or the police budget, it's one and the same. I was asked the question with respect to the procurement. And again, I don't know whether it was the police, OPS, or City of Ottawa that procured. Mr. Kanalakis could certainly clarify that.
I'm going to just switch topics, Mayor. I understand that someone made a death threat against you, and I'm sorry to hear that.
If I
The
can
person was
interrupt,
arrested.
can I just interrupt briefly? You're going to have to wrap up quickly.
That is fine. Thank you, Commissioner. In that case, Mayor Watson, let me just ask you, you told us earlier today, where evidence came out that these protesters, they were nasty, they were hateful, and they were vulgar. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said that you saw, or you said that they had ripped masks off of people.
Yes.
Did you actually see that?
No, I saw it reported in the media.
Okay. And I think you also said that certain people were attacked. Is that right?
I didn't say that, no. I said that I had death threats, but I wasn't physically attacked.
No, I didn't say that you were attacked, but you said that these protesters were attacking people. Did you not say that?
No. They were disrupting people's lives, that's for sure, and they refused on at least 3 occasions that I'm aware of that they refused to adhere to the provincial mandate of wearing a mask when going into a shop or a restaurant.
So you're not aware of any incidents of physical violence from the protesters?
Well, you'd have to ask the police. I know they arrested a couple hundred people and charged a couple hundred people. I don't know what the charges were, so I'm not privy to that information.
According to your knowledge? You don't know of any?
So I don't know any.
Of any physical attacks?
Not to my own personal knowledge, no.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next, call on the CCF.
Thank you. Mayor Watson, can you hear me?
I can now, yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Sujit Chaudhry. I'm counsel for the CCF. We just have a few minutes, and I know it's been a long day for you, so I have a number of quick factual questions I hope you can answer.
Sure.
So did you ever request Prime Minister Trudeau to invoke the Emergencies Act?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever request Minister Mendocino to invoke the Emergencies Act?
No.
Did you request Minister Blair to invoke the Emergencies Act?
No, I can save you. I didn't ask anyone to invoke the Emergencies Act because at the time I did not know what was contained in the Emergencies Act.
At the time, were you familiar with what was contained in Ontario's Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act?
I was given a copy of it and I read it, but I can't recall the specifics of it at this point, but I was certainly shown it and was a copy of the documentation was sent to my office from the provincial government.
Did you ever discuss the act? Pardon me, sir.
Yeah, no, with the Premier?
Yeah, or with the Solicitor General?
No.
So you never requested that the Premier declare an emergency under that act?
No, my preoccupation with the Premier was getting resources, namely police resources and compensation for businesses and individuals that were affected negatively as a result of the occupation. Those were the 2 areas that I spent most of my time with the Premier, and to his credit, he delivered, along with the Prime Minister, funding for compensation for the small businesses in those zones that were adversely affected.
So, Mayor Watson, are you aware that under that law, once the Premier declares an emergency, the Premier can issue an order to regulate or prohibit travel or movement to, from, or within any specified area?
Well, I'm at a disadvantage because I don't have a copy of it, but if you're telling me that's in the Act, I have no reason to not believe you.
Or that the Premier can issue an order to evacuate individuals or remove personal property from any specified area?
Again, I'm going to take you at your word that that is the case, but I don't have a copy of the Act or the proclamation in front of me, but I did read it when it did come in several months ago.
Okay, good. Mayor Watson, those conclude my questions. Commissioner, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to call on now the City of Ottawa.
This appears to be the inherent risk in going last, but we have no questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Watson, if I could just ask you on one subject. You mentioned at one point that when you were having discussions with respect to the federal government, and I think you mentioned something about you couldn't go to the provincial government and berate them unless the federal government came across first. And you also said at one point the feds needed to do their duty, and that was with respect to policing.
Right.
How do you see the federal role? Do they have an equal obligation, in your view, for the policing with the province? They're equally responsible, or do you see it differently? I'm just trying to understand, let's just say, because you were in the province before and you're now with the city, so trying to understand that relationship.
I think that's a good point, Commissioner, in the sense that Ottawa, I'm not trying to be a braggart about Ottawa. I love the city I live in, but we are a little different than most other cities because we're the nation's capital, in addition to being a municipal entity under the Municipal Act of the Province of Ontario. And we have a large presence of government buildings and significant, important buildings, whether it's the Supreme Court or the Parliament buildings. And there is the mandate objectors were primarily focusing on, as I understand it, the federal mandate to cross borders and wear masks in planes and so on. And we were caught a little bit in the middle. So I was equally frustrated by both orders of government, and I ended up, as you saw during the number of meetings and Zoom calls and so on, of my constant prodding to get them to take this situation to a more urgent level. And so, well, if we were another city that didn't have the large federal government presence, everything from the National Cenotaph to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier to the Ambassador Corps, I think your point would be, well, you're no different than a regular city under the Municipal Act. I think we have that special responsibility as the nation's capital to ensure that when people come here, they come here feeling safe and secure and proud of their nation's capital. And I just wanted to get across to both orders of government that we could not do this on our own. We were literally, our back was against the wall. It was a very frustrating experience, but, you know, and I've been critical of both orders of government, but I do have to say, if you'll allow me, I appreciate, yesterday I was with the Prime Minister and the Premier at an announcement, and the Premier was asked if he supported the Emergencies Act, and he said he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister. There was that unanimity. Myself as Mayor, the Premier, and the Prime Minister all were at wit's end as to how to end this peacefully without any harm to citizens or protesters. And the end result, notwithstanding a very miserable experience for people who lived here during that 3 weeks of hell, the police did an excellent job getting the situation resolved. But we now have to remain vigilant because this thing can pop up at any time.
Yeah, I guess my question was, you said the feds need to do their duty, and my question is really, do you see the federal government and the province having equal responsibility for policing in this area? Do you see that?
Yes, for a number of reasons, but I think it was a joint responsibility because we needed all hands on deck, and we went farther than just the provincial police and the federal police. We went and reached out to municipal police forces across the country that brought resources into the city to help us as well. So the answer to your question is yes.
Thank you, and thank you for the time you took to come here, and good luck on your last stage in a very distinguished career.
Thank you very much, sir.
So now, while Mayor Watson leaves, I believe we're going to be filing some documents.
Sorry, before we do that.
Sorry. Oh, I forgot. Mayor Watson, there is a possibility of re-examination. I'm sorry.
It's not actual re-examination, but I have been asked to just reference the document that Mayor Watson has in front of him by Doc ID, so that it can be clear for the record. And the document is the timeline of events submitted by the City of Ottawa in its institutional report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the reference for that is OTT.IR.502, maybe 6 zeros, but 2 is the last number. So that's just for the record. Thank you.
Should I give this to someone?
No, you can keep that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Watson.
Thank you, sir.
So now we're going to just, before we go to the next witness, we're going to file some documents, which is going to be a weekly event.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Mather. I'm one of the Commission Counsel. As the Commissioner indicated, we are now going to enter into evidence a number of documents, and this is something that we expect that Commission Counsel will do every week. To provide some context to the public, the Commission has received more than 60,000 documents as part of its investigative process. Commission Counsel have identified and continue to identify documents that are relevant to the Commission's mandate. Many of these documents will be entered into evidence, as you've already seen, through the examination of witnesses. They may also be entered into evidence through reports that are filed by the Commission or by institutions that have an interest in the Commission's proceedings. Given the Commission's timelines, however, we are not able to introduce all the relevant and material documents in these manners, and some of these documents then will just be entered through this process. These are documents such as affidavits the Commission has received, meeting minutes, situational reports, other standard records and correspondence. On a weekly basis, Commission Counsel advise the parties about the documents that they intend to admit into evidence the next week. These are documents that the Commissioner may refer to or rely on in his final report, and for this reason, the parties are given an opportunity to object to the admission of any of the documents before they are admitted. Today, we are entering the first batch of these documents. There are 447 documents in total. They include, by way of example, city bylaws for the City of Ottawa, City Council motions, minutes of the City of Ottawa and the Ottawa Police Services Board, and letters of request for assistance relating to the city. As noted, these are documents that the parties have had the opportunity to review and advise whether or not they have an objection, and we are admitting those documents over which there was no objection. These documents will be posted to the Commission's website in the coming days, and again, as I noted, this will become a regular part of these proceedings. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you. Now, next, we have a further witness, Ms. Rodriguez. And perhaps what we can do is start that evidence and maybe take a break in, say, about somewhere around 4 o'clock, if that's agreeable.
Yes, of course. For the record, Natalia Rodriguez, Senior Commission Counsel, and the Commission would like to call its next witness, Kim Ayut.
Will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I prefer to swear on the Bible, please.
Please take the Bible in your right hand. For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Kim Ayotte, A-Y-O-T-T-E, first name Kim, K-I-M.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ayotte.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again.
Very nice to see you. Thank you.
You had an interview with Commission Counsel on August 8, 2022. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And have you had a chance to review the interview summary that was generated from that interview?
Yes, I have.
And at this time, do you have any corrections to make to that summary?
I do not.
Okay, so we will now proceed to enter that into evidence. It's WTS 20. And I'm just going to pull it up. And this is your witness summary, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I want to cover a few short areas with you just to maybe clarify a few issues that have come up in the last few days. You were not originally intended to testify, and some issues have come up that we think you might be able to clarify for us. The first area is with respect to the issuance of permits. Can you confirm whether any permits were ever sought or issued for this protest?
I'm not aware of any permits being sought, and I know that none were issued.
Okay. Now, there was some suggestion, I believe, that that a permit was granted for some porta potties. Do you know anything about that?
There were no permits granted for porta potties for the City of Ottawa. I personally authorized the use of some porta potties at the early stages of the protest.
Okay, but that was not in response to a permit request, was it?
That's correct. It was not in response to a permit request.
Okay, and this was just your own incentive?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk a little bit about bylaw and fire services, and your role as you're the general manager of the Emergency and Protective Services, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so bylaw services reports into you, is that right?
Yes, they do, through a director, Roger Chapman.
Right, and is that the same for fire services?
Yes, through the fire chief, Paul Hutt.
Okay. And so I want to understand a little bit more the relationship between bylaw and fire on the one hand, and fire services, and OPS over the course of these events. And these events, obviously, we're talking about the convoy protest in Ottawa in January and February of this year. I want to take you, just to refresh your memory and provide some context, to OTT 2120. So 2120. And the document is entitled Media Availability, January 31st, 2022. And you're the custodian of this document. It was brought to us by the City of Ottawa, was produced by the City of Ottawa, and you were listed as the custodian. Did you author this document?
I did not. This was authored by our Public Information and Media Relations Department. However, we do provide input into it, and this is a document that's prepared for me for media releases or for media events where I may get asked questions in certain areas, and these are the key messages and responses to some of those areas.
Okay, and you would have reviewed this document before any key messages were delivered to the public based on this, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so if we look at the fifth bullet point, so there's a few questions there. Yes. So it says, what was bylaw's role this weekend? And by this weekend, it means the first weekend of the convoy, since this is dated January 31st. And it says, how did they support Ottawa Police and what kind of infractions were incurred? And then it says, bylaw and regulatory services role is to support the lead enforcement agency, Ottawa Police, to keep demonstrators peaceful by assisting with parking control and other issues as requested by the City of Ottawa.
Yes, demonstrations, peaceful, yes.
Demonstrations, yes, thank you. So can you explain what bylaw's role was in that weekend? Meaning, did it have the role of enforcing as requested, or could it enforce on its own initiative?
So in Ottawa, we work under an incident management system, which is a document also recognized by the province of Ontario with regards to any type of incident or any type of event that we participate in. Through that system, we identify incident commanders or agencies that have jurisdiction and agencies that play support roles. And in this particular case, as it was a protest or demonstration, it fell under the authority, the sole authority, quite frankly, of the Ottawa Police Service, and we were playing a support role. So we would assist, or we would attend and do bylaw enforcement. However, we would always report to police with regards to what we were seeing and if there were any potential threats towards our officers with regards to, violence or anything of that nature. Then we would certainly back off and ask for police support to go in. So initially, that was the mode of operation. We would report to police and we would allow bylaw officers to issue tickets. Our primary purpose was to maintain the emergency routes on the first weekend to ensure that emergency vehicles such as fire trucks and paramedic vehicles, etc., police vehicles, can actually make their way around the city, as all of those things were pre-planned prior to the demonstration to look at every risk in every building, to identify how we would respond should there be an incident at any one particular building.
Now, did you participate in the update that Chief Slowly gave, the briefing on January 26th with respect to what to expect when the convoy arrived? I believe the mayor was involved and Steve Kanalakis. Were you there as well?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And in that briefing or any time before or after, was it suggested to you that bylaw would not be issuing tickets and towing on that first weekend?
No, what happened is on the 29th, which I believe is Saturday, we received information through the EOC, through our Emergency Operations Center, that bylaw had encountered some difficulties in the field, and that now the police have established a red zone, and bylaw was to not issue tickets in that red zone unless it was approved or through the NCRCC, the National Capital Regional Command Center, and that bylaw was escorted into that zone, and that was on Saturday the 29th.
So prior to the 29th, was bylaw exercising its authority to issue tickets and to tow independently?
Yes, it was, with the understanding that any single point of contact could cause a potential serious incident or riot, and that was something we heard regularly from the police, so we were very cautious on that front, and we advised our officers to be very careful not to be that point of contact that could initiate a riot. And as a result of that, we were asking them to be very careful, and if they were fearful for their safety, that they should, back off and seek police support before issuing any infractions.
Okay, so on Friday the 27th, when they started to arrive, Saturday the 28th, bylaw was functioning as it would normally any regular day, issuing tickets and enforcing as it normally would.
Sorry, Council, just for clarity, Saturday is the 29th. I just don't want the witness to be confused.
Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry, my apologies. I keep thinking that Saturday was the 20, okay, gotcha. Sorry, so Friday the 28th and Saturday the 29th. So up until that point on the Saturday, on the 28th, everything was bylaw was acting as it normally would, and on the 29th, something occurred for that to change.
Yes. What we mean by bylaw acting as it normally would, again, is a support function to the police. It's tantamount to if we have a major house fire, fire is in charge and they're incident command, and then the police come up and they don't tell police what to do, but the police support the fire operation. Actually, a better example would be if there was a shooting and there was a victim inside of the house and our paramedic service was to respond, they wouldn't just run into the house after the victim without first clearing with police who are in charge of the incident because of the severity of it, clearing with them that it's safe for them to go in and do so and actually take care of the patient. So there are agencies that have jurisdiction based on the severity or the incident they're dealing with. And in this particular case, a protest was a police jurisdiction. So we would take bylaw would not report to police, but they would certainly take their direction from police if required, because the police were the agency having jurisdiction.
Okay, so that was decided at the outset, that that's the way it was going to work prior to the arrival of the convoy, right?
That's how it always works for protests in the city of Ottawa.
Okay. And so on Saturday, you're saying that something changed on Saturday, is that right?
I received notification from the EOC through regular briefings, and we receive a lot of them, that yes, there was bylaw encountered some difficulties. I wasn't given all the specifics with regards to what had happened, but I was told that as a result of that, the stance has changed and that a red zone has been established, which is probably concurrent with the red zone that was established for traffic management, et cetera, and that bylaw should not go into the red zone unless a directed or approved, I can't remember the exact words used, but there is documentation on this and supported by protection of the Ottawa Police.
Okay, and when you say the red zone, what did you understand that zone to be?
So the red zone would fluctuate throughout the protest based on the amount of vehicles coming in. So originally the red zone was, primarily the downtown core, and then it expanded to include Rideau and Sussex because of the activity there. It also included Coventry eventually, and then it expanded up south of Wellington based on the vehicle locations. So again, where the protesters were generally where the red zone would expand and contract based on police activity, and so it was fluid, quite fluid.
And so what was bylaw's role outside of the red zone?
Bylaw's role outside of the red zone was to continue to enforce city bylaws, recognizing that if they encountered any vehicles with protest paraphernalia or any type of suggestion that vehicles were involved in the protest, which happened in certain hot spots throughout the city, whether it was the Vanier Church or Bronson Avenue, that if it was related to the protest, it still required some sort of police either support or notification that you're going in and enforcing your laws.
And when you're saying that there was an integration then with NCRCC, does that mean that calls to bylaw to 311 were being redirected to NCRCC?
Yeah, it depends on the call, because some of them were, whether it was anti-masking, pandemic type calls, or whether it was, parking calls or noise was a big one, obviously, illegal fires, etc. So in the hot zone following the 29th, yes, those calls would go to Ottawa Police to triage and the NCRCC if they were to be acted on.
And so I just want to clarify in your witness statement, just to make sure I make sure that is, in line with what you're saying now. In your witness statement, and we can pull it up if that's helpful to you, but it says OPS directed the city on January 29 to instruct bylaw officers not to ticket or tow vehicles anywhere in the red zone without police approval. Is that essentially what you're saying about what happened on January 29th?
Yes, that's a paraphrasing of what I had been advised of through the EOC.
Okay, so this was told to you through the EOC. Beth
That's
Gooding
correct.
would have been the one to inform you of that?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that stance from January 29th about the red zone and that bylaw was not to ticket and tow without police approval, that didn't change throughout the protest, did it?
Well, in the enforcement stance changed, and I believe it was in approximately February 4th, where police wanted to take a more aggressive enforcement posture, and they established a special team where bylaw and police would work together and just go out and start ticketing in full force. And so that was called a quick response team, I believe is what it was called at the time.
Right, but the stance that bylaw could not ticket or tow without police approval, that was maintained throughout the entire protest.
In the red zone, yes.
In the red zone. And as you said, outside of the red zone, if there was some sort of indication that the vehicle in question was related to the protest, then the police would make the decision as to whether or not to ticket or tow. Is that right?
That's correct. And if I didn't say so earlier, it was primarily as a result of officer safety. Our officers are not trained to the level that police officers are, not equipped with the same type of tools that police officers are equipped. They are trained to deal with conflict, but mostly verbal. So, I mean, we're very concerned about what we didn't know. right? I was not informed of all of the intelligence that the police had with regards to the element of the crowd. And what I was basing a lot of my decisions on was based on what I was seeing south of the border when, buildings are burning and riots are happening and people are dying. And when we were preparing for a worst case scenario for this event, that's the image I was trying to, one, avoid, but two, prepare for in the event that we got to that point.
Right. And Mr. Kanalakis testified yesterday that sometime in the second week, there was an integration between OPS and bylaw to ensure bylaw safety. Do you have a sense for when that was? Do you know?
In my head, I believe it was around February 4th where they established those quick response teams, and that's where they would work together.
And you're saying that was primarily for bylaw officer safety, correct?
It was for everybody's safety, right?
Yeah.
Our concern is not just for the bylaw officers. That's my primary concern because they're not my officers. They work with me. But I'm also concerned for the protesters' safety, for police officer safety. There were a lot of people in the protests who weren't angry, but there were a lot of people in the protests who were angry. So, we have to protect everyone.
And when 311 calls were being redirected to NCRCC, was that within the entire municipality of Ottawa? How did that work exactly?
I can't speak to how the 311, triaged the call at that point in time. I know that bylaw would have worked with them directly to say, here are the, standard, questions you would ask. And based on the information you receive, it would either go to the police or it would go to bylaw.
And are you aware of any instances in which bylaw wanted to act and wanted to enforce some bylaw violation and they were prevented from doing so?
For most part, throughout the incident, not enforcing what they do for a living was a morale hit for bylaw officers. They were frustrated that in the media they were being criticized for not doing their job when in fact they were told not to do their job. For the senior leadership, we understood why that was there. We tried to relay that to our bylaw officers, but yeah, there was a morale issue and a want to go out and do their job. And they certainly proved that in the follow-up protests that came to town, whether it was Rolling Thunder or even on Canada Day, they enforced a lot of their activities then.
So if a vehicle did not appear to be related to the convoy, that vehicle could be ticketed or towed?
There had to be some discretion. So if it was in a no stopping zone, it was towed no matter what, even if it was related to the convoy, because we needed to keep the emergency routes open. And they did an excellent job keeping the emergency routes open. We did ask our officers to use some discretion because, the perception of us ticketing our citizens, of a vehicle and then not ticketing one because next door it's a convoy was just not proper and it wasn't appropriate. So we did ask them to use discretion and to be careful on when they ticketed citizens that were mixed up in with the convoys. It just looked like we were taking sides, and that's not appropriate, and that's not what we were trying to do.
Right. And quickly, it appears based on the evidence we've received so far that there were numerous fire code violations and other infractions that would involve fire services, such as open fires in barrels, stockpiles of fuel, illegal fireworks, etc. Not just in the red zone, but in residential areas as well. So I want to ask about how fire services, which is also under your direction, was able to exercise its function within this system that you've now described, where bylaw is essentially integrated with the police.
Exactly as bylaw did. It would go through the NCRCC. There was a fire representative in the NCRCC. In the event that there was a major incident that would occur, they were able to provide very quick situational awareness on what the incident is and how they were going to deal with it from a fire perspective. But with regards to enforcement of the fire code and open air burning, it was the exact same thing. We would either receive a complaint through 311 and we would advise the NCRCC and they would say, we know we have a fire. They go, yeah, we know it is. We know there's a fire there. And the police would actually make the decision, do we go in or don't we go in? Some of it was based on their resources. Other it was based on the criminal element that was holding the fire. But for the most part, the fire took not their authority, but certainly direction from the police with regards to, and they did it on several occasions where they did go in and put out fires.
But that was with OPS support, correct?
Exactly, always with OPS support.
And so if fire services saw a potentially dangerous situation and wanted to act to remove that hazard, they had to have OPS support in order to do that. Is that right?
That's correct, and that was seen with regards to the removal of the flammable liquids at two of the sites where there was an accumulation, a quantity of flammable liquids.
Okay, and so fire services never acted on its own authority, like independently from the police?
Fire services would go out and do inspections on their own, whether it was undercover or whether they were, just to see what they can observe. They would report back through their chain of command, and they would get direction from the police on when can we go in and deal with this issue. Report the risk, and then let the police identify when the police had the resources to deal with the risk.
Okay, and we're going to take our afternoon break now, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll take 15 minutes and come back at 4:15. Thank you.
Recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes. Order à l'autre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Welcome back, Mr. Ayotte.
Thank you.
If I can take you to OTT 9778. And before we do it, I have been asked if you can please slow down your answers a little bit. I am also guilty of this for the purposes of the translation, so I think we will both try to speak a little bit slower, if that's okay.
Agreed.
Great, thank you. Okay, and this is not the document I wanted. 9778, yeah, okay. Well, it may be that I have it wrong here in my notes, but in any event, if we can actually go down, this is, I did want to take you to this one for something else, so we can go to this document, that's fine. So this, my understanding, is a letter that you wrote to Mr. Paradis, who is the Director of Real Property Services at Public Services and Procurement Canada. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what was the purpose of this letter?
We were trying to get security around the cenotaph in that it had been desecrated. Several instances had occurred overnight, and we wanted it protected. And so I put the request in through the EOC to contact the federal government to see if they can provide security services and or a fence around it so that we can protect this very important site. At which time I received notice that, yes, they wanted it in writing, so I proceeded to put it in writing.
Okay, so you contacted them first and they said, put the request in writing, and that's what this is that right?
That's correct.
And did they provide that fencing, and did they put that fencing up?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And did this request come from OPS, meaning did OPS ask you to reach out to procure this fencing, or was that something the city did on its own accord?
It came through me through the EOC, which has an OPS sergeant in the EOC. So I believe it came through the OPS in that they did not have the resources to secure and protect the site, and they were asking if the federal government could actually provide that security.
Okay, so OPS through the EOC was asking the city to ask PSPC to provide this fencing.
That's correct.
Okay. So we can take that down now. I wanted to ask you about towing and towing capacity. My understanding is that, and I had a document ready for that, but it's the wrong one, in any event, that there were about 28 vehicles that were towed that first weekend. Does that sound about right to you?
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay. And my understanding is that most of this towing was directed at ensuring that the emergency lanes were cleared. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And were any heavy trucks ever towed by the city?
No.
At any point?
No.
Okay. So any towing and any towing numbers refers to pickup trucks and passenger trucks, essentially, passenger vehicles. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, we see later on, and I think you'll agree with me, that minimal towing happened subsequent to that first weekend. There was sometimes there would be no days where, sorry, there'd be days where there'd be no towing, and there'd be days where there'd be one or two vehicles towed. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And so we heard that towing companies were not willing to participate in towing for various reasons, and that was the reason why towing wasn't more aggressively pursued. Is that right?
Well, there are two issues there. One is towing of small vehicles. We are still accomplishing that, but we had to work within the red zone, and the emergency routes were staying clear. So I think the protesters got the message early on that we were going to have zero tolerance in the emergency routes for the protection of the citizens and themselves and the buildings of the City of Ottawa. But the secondly is the larger vehicle towing was the real challenge for obtaining those tow services. And so we reached out, the EOC again reached out looking for resources. We were getting it from all different directions. The police asked the EOC to see if they can make some contacts. The police were also making contact with various tow companies. They were asking if we had any contact with the province. So through the EOC, again, we were contacting the province to see if they had resources. The mayor suggested that, Mayor Tory in Toronto had contacts. We did receive those from the mayor. And again, we would inquire with regards to the availability of towing. And for the most part, it was no. They didn't want to participate, and initially they were sympathizers for the most part. The other thing was that it was their client group, and their reputational risk down the road with regards to losing those clients. I didn't hear damage to trucks much, but then they came out and said it was a driver safety issue, and that's what they kept bringing forward all the time, following other discussions with them. Any leads we had or any possibilities of towed were passed down to the EOC, the work was being done by the EOC to make these contacts. They were provided to the police, and police ultimately made the contacts and got the appropriate tows to end the protest.
But the towing that was being procured or was being looked at was heavy towing capacity, is that right?
That's correct.
And so in terms of the other towing capacity for passenger vehicles, the city had that, right?
Yes, we had those contracts. They were still willing to do the smaller vehicles. There were delays in obtaining tows at times, and that caused some issues. But for the most part, we were able to tow if we needed to tow smaller vehicles.
Right, and passenger vehicles or smaller vehicles include pickup trucks, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the reason there were 28 tows in the first weekend and very minimal towing after that, there was no other day where there were double-digit towing. It was 1, 2, sometimes 0 vehicles being towed, and there is a chart that will be entered into evidence that shows the number of vehicles that were being towed every day. Is that because the towing companies that had been towing that first weekend refused to continue towing, or is it because bylaw was not requesting additional towing of passenger vehicles after that first weekend?
It's not the first thing you mentioned. It wasn't because we couldn't get the tow trucks. It was primarily because the emergency routes were being maintained and they were open. And that's what we normally find with a major event is the first few hours you get a lot of people who aren't familiar with the closure of the emergency lanes or keeping the no tow zones. And then, they get towed. And then the word gets out quite quickly that those are no tow zones or tow zones, sorry. And then, things self-correct to a certain degree.
So the purpose of towing was exclusively to maintain emergency lanes, is that right?
That was our priority of towing, yes.
Okay, so if the emergency lanes were maintained, then no towing would take place generally?
That's correct.
Okay. So let me ask about emergency lanes then. I want to understand a little bit about how they worked. So the question is whether there was an emergency lane maintained on all streets, or whether certain designated routes were ensured that they had an emergency lane north, south, and east, west. Can you shed some light on that?
Yes, only certain routes had emergency lanes. Again, these were all pre-planned. So part of our planning cycle, and we do this for all events and demonstrations, is we have a city department, transportation department that actually has experts that look at traffic flows and how to best manage the traffic and the incident. And it's called TIMG, the Traffic Incident Management Group. And they work closely with police to identify, how are we going to manage the incident that's being proposed or coming forward. And they would close certain lanes. For example, Kent Street was closed completely. There was no emergency lane on Kent Street. And there were a few other streets like that. But for the most part, we had the emergency routes that we had identified through the TIMG group were maintained throughout the protests. Sorry.
So if an emergency occurred on Kent Street, a street that you've indicated was completely blocked off, so a building in the middle of Kent Street, there is a fire or some emergency, how would the emergency vehicles get to that street?
We were able to access it through other streets. So, the streets that are running perpendicular or parallel to it, the buildings were accessible by other means.
Okay, so...
it's not an ideal situation, but it was the best situation that we could come up with based on the planning.
Okay, so, and I assume then that there would be some areas that would not be completely accessible if a lot of streets were closed off completely, or there were several streets that were closed off, then there would be at least some buildings that would have been inaccessible to emergency vehicles.
Every building was pre-planned in that they would, fire and paramedic service would look at their CAD and look at what they were dealing with in the preparation for all of this. And they do it for other city events such as Canada Day, et cetera. And they go, okay, so how are we going to get there if there's an incident? And what's the biggest risk incident that we have in this building? So let's say for fire, it would be a fire, a major fire. And then how would we access it? And we ensure that we have multiple access to every building. Even so, one street could be closed, but you might still have 3 other streets that actually, encapsulate or surround that building. So those buildings were all, we were sure that we can attend all of those buildings. It wouldn't be an ideal response because sometimes you'd want to put your ladder truck, let's say, on Kent Street to actually bring the ladder or tower up to access certain floors, and that wouldn't be available. But there was always a plan to how do we actually assess and manage these types of situations when we're faced with them. So we were comfortable from an emergency service that we could access the buildings that we needed to access given any emergency.
Okay, and when you said the CAD, they would look at their own CAD, what did you mean by that?
Yeah, so fire services has a computer-aided dispatch system. So it's a
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Computer-aided dispatch system.
Yeah.
So it identifies, the streets, where the hydrants are, the buildings, the height of the buildings, what the risk is for the building. So, a hotel would have a much higher risk level than a government building that's unoccupied, or a government building that's not occupied in the evenings or on the weekends. So based on the risk level, will dictate how many resources we actually have going to those calls. So it's not always just one fire truck going to an incident. In fact, sometimes people will say, oh my God, that must have been a big fire. There was like 6 trucks going to it. Yeah, it might have been a false alarm. The reality is those 6 trucks were required in the event that it was a real incident. They needed to set up. There are so many different tasks that need to take place in the initial minutes to be successful that those resources need to be there.
Okay, and in this case, were there any delays from EMS or fire, ambulance to be able to access any points within the areas that were occupied with trucks?
There were no substantial delays. We did get some complaints with regards to paramedics not being able to access, or a paramedic trying to get through a street and it was taking a little longer. But we investigated every one of those complaints to look at it with regards to our response standards to see whether or not they still fell within our response standards. And if they didn't, was it an acceptable risk? Was it reasonable? And we didn't have any high-level risks that we were concerned with regards to any response.
Okay. Now, I just want to ask about the relocation of the trucks as part of the negotiation between the protest group and the City of Ottawa. I want to take you to OTT 30057. Is this a text message from your phone?
Yes, it is.
And it says Chris Protester in brackets. Is that the name that you entered for that phone number?
That's correct.
Okay, and who's Chris Protester?
It's Chris Barber.
Okay, and so in green, this would be you speaking, and the gray would be Mr. Barber, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And if I can just take you to page 4 of those exchanges. So you say, are you continuing to try to move trucks today, or has that effort stalled? And if we just go up a little bit more, we'll see. I just want to look at the date that was sent. If we go up, so it's on Tuesday, February 15. Okay, thank you. We can go back down. Are you continuing to try to move trucks today, or has that effort stalled? And he says, we moved maybe 40 yesterday. I wore myself out yesterday with that, rested up now, and preparing to get at it again. And then you say, thanks, Chris. So we have heard that there were about 40 heavy trucks that were relocated as a result. Is that your understanding as well? Is that what Mr. Barber was telling you?
Yes, I concur with him that was my approximation as well at the time.
Okay, and there were an additional passenger vehicles that were towed as well?
Yes, because
Or
there were
relocated.
trucks and cars and pickup
Right.
trucks. And to move the trucks, they had to move the smaller vehicles as well, and they were relocated. Not necessarily all on Wellington, but they were relocated.
Okay, so this 40 number refers to the heavy trucks only, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we know that shortly after this message, the effort to relocate trucks stopped or was ended. You also had discussions with Superintendent Drummond, who I understand was the OPS liaison to this relocation effort. Did he explain to you why there were no more trucks being relocated to Wellington at a certain point?
No, he simply indicated that the police were no longer allowing trucks on Wellington.
Okay, and he didn't give you an explanation for why?
No.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions for you, Mr. Ayot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Council. First up is the Ottawa Police Service.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Ayot. It'll soon be good evening. Thank you. I am David Michikowski. I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. I just want to get some clarification with respect to the relationship between bylaw and regulatory services and the police. And you mentioned Roger Chapman, is that the name?
Yes, he's the Director of Bylaw Services, correct?
And so if you could please turn up OTT 0359. And if we scroll down to the bottom of the chain, there is a draft. Yeah, so if we just stop there, thank you very much, in which it indicates, or perhaps you could just go up a little bit more so we could just see, yeah, it's from Peggy Starich to Ghislain Lamotte. And you'll see that what has been sent is I guess, a draft release to Ottawa business partners that has been drafted and is being sent to you ultimately for review, correct?
I believe I'm in the review process, yeah, further up into the exchange.
And so you'll see, if we look at the the sentence that begins, the OPS will always be available to respond to any issues of safety you may encounter by dialing 911. If you are experiencing issues relating to COVID-19 and masking, please call City Bylaw at 311 first. Correct?
I see that that's what they were suggesting.
And so if you then could scroll up to the next email, just this is the date of Thursday the 27th, correct? So it's the day before the protesters started arriving. And so just above that, you'll see there's a response from a Michel Lalonde, I think, at 11:06 a.m. And so Mr. Lalonde says, bylaw has one area of concern. The OPS will be available to respond, so it's the same email, and he has highlighted the sentence that says, if you're experiencing issues relating to COVID-19 and masking, please call City Bylaw at 311, correct? And then you'll see underneath, he writes his comment about, I guess he has concerns about that phrase. And he says, since this relates to a protest demonstration, COVID-19 complaints are to be directed to OPS for response. Responding to COVID-19 complaints during a protest demonstration is a safety issue for our officers by being subject to violence. We have made our position clear over the year that bylaw services does not respond to protest demonstrations, including the activities surrounding it. Can we change what is highlighted in yellow? And then if we scroll up above that, you'll see there's a request for a revised text. And then if you scroll up to the, continue scrolling up, please. And then you'll see that somebody named Tanya McCumber has said on January 27th, below is the email chain regarding the calls within the demonstration. Roger advised myself that Kim made the police aware yesterday at a meeting, and Roger will reiterate again tomorrow at the meeting with the police. And I take it you did reiterate that position?
Yes, I reiterated the position that we would not be putting bylaw officers in dangerous situations that could affect their health or the safety of anyone around them.
And that had been, I guess, the consistent position of bylaw for about a year prior to that, it sounds like.
As I indicated earlier, yeah, it was the position for all protests and demonstrations. I want to say it's always been that way, but it's been that way for a long time, as far as I can remember it.
You mentioned that there were occasions where bylaw went in with police in these QR teams. These are quick response teams, correct?
Yes.
And so they would issue tickets for parking, noise bylaw complaints, and that would be in the demonstration zone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, there were several hundred tickets issued by those quick response teams for those type of complaints, were there not?
Yes, that's correct.
We can also see, if you could be good enough, please, to turn to 10463 OTT. And if we could just look at the first page, those are your notes, Mr. Ayotte, is that correct?
Embarrassingly, yes.
They're pretty legible. So if I could
You
just
caught me on
ask,
a good day for these, because some of my other notes are not that good.
I could just ask to look at number 3. Sorry, I wonder if we could just see the date of your notes. There.
February 2nd.
February 2nd. Okay, perfect. And number 3, the market was in the red zone, but that zone has been shrinking as a result of police demobilizing the demonstration. So you were able to then to provide some enforcement bylaw enforcement in that area as well.
That's correct. Kind of like what I was explaining earlier, the red zone would contract and expand based on how the protesters, they would expand on the weekend and contract during the week because of the amount of additional people that would come in on the weekends.
I understand that on the first weekend, so that would be the weekend of starting Friday, the 28th, 29th, 30th, there were, is it fair to say, thousands of trucks in Ottawa?
I think our estimation was, 500 to 1,000. Like it was difficult to tell because of all the small vehicles as well. If you included all of the small vehicles, yes, it would be over 1,000.
My understanding was after the weekend, after the first weekend, we've heard somewhere in the vicinity of 70% of those big trucks left. Is that consistent with your understanding?
The consistent number throughout the following weeks was around 400 to 500 that actually stayed behind, and those were big trucks. Those were the tractor trailers. That number would fluctuate as well, as it would expand and contract, but mostly it stayed consistent because the trucks moved into the area and stayed there. They chained themselves together. They made themselves difficult to move, and as a result of that, they were there for the long haul.
So that'd be about 400 or so, I think.
Correct, yeah.
And you'd agree with me, I assume you were following some of this on social media while it was going on?
I have people send me social media links. I'm not the social media guru that others are, but I was following some of it on social media.
And
yes.
you would agree with me that there was a lot of misinformation about what was going on, what the demonstrators were doing, what they might do?
I'm not sure that that I can corroborate whether the information I was seeing on social media was misinformation or accurate information. I did report to my office every day, which is City Hall. I was exposed to the honking every day. I did go out for a walk and observe certain things. So unless you can give me some specific information with regards to what the misinformation might be, I'm sorry. I'd rather not speculate.
Fair enough. We'll be hearing it from others.
Sure.
So, that's okay. We did not have in Ottawa 15,000 hotel rooms occupied by convoy members for 30-day periods, to your knowledge, did we?
I don't think we have 15,000 hotel rooms in the city of Ottawa, but I don't think that they were all occupied for the entire duration. That's
right. Because basically the core was those 400 trucks, correct?
Yes.
I wonder if you'd be good enough, please, to look at document OTT 10103. And if we can start at the top, I guess. This is some iMessages, I assume, between yourself and Beth Gooding?
Correct.
And Beth Gooding is the Director of Public Safety. Have I got that right?
That's correct. And she was the incident commander of the EOC.
And this is on February 15th, so that's the Tuesday?
Correct.
And the movement of trucks, as I understand, pursuant to the mayor's agreement, was on February 14th. Is that right?
Correct. That's when it started, yes, to move the trucks.
And on the 15th, as I understood your evidence, the police had stopped assisting in the moving of trucks and were encouraging the truckers to go home. Is that right?
Yes.
And on the 15th, then, you were discussing what happened in that agreement, what the effect of it was, correct? With Ms. Gooding? And so
I was trying to obtain numbers of trucks that had moved.
Sure.
Because that was the key question that I was being asked from the city manager and the mayor's office.
And so if you'd be good enough, please, to look at Beth Gooding's message at 1:24 p.m.
Correct.
And so you'll see you're asking her about the number that are still there. And she says, I think there's about 337. 357, but that Chief Slowly had been saying 400, so that there's a delta of 43, correct?
Yeah, so what I read from that is that the 400 was the original number, and now the police are saying there's 357, so what had moved is 43.
Right, and then we see at 1:26, you tell her that what you're interested in the numbers is the big trucks and whether they move. That's what you want the information.
That's correct.
And so you tell her at 1:56, if you could please scroll down. You tell her that according to the protesters, I think they moved about 40 the previous day. Is that right?
Yes.
And she said that that basically aligns with what the NCRCC has said, correct?
Correct.
And at you continue then to discuss how many and how it's difficult to count them. And if you could please look at 4:19 p.m. You have to scroll down a bit. So at 4:19, Ms. Gooding says, also confirming again that there was some weirdness yesterday. When trucks left spaces, other vehicles got into the empty places left as the hardcore protesters are jockeying for position.
That's what she says.
And The agreement, as I understand it, with the mayor was that the truckers said that if vehicles move, they would not be replaced, correct?
Correct.
And so that seems not to have occurred.
Yeah, my understanding is, as I indicated earlier, that while they were moving some of the big trucks, they had to move some of the smaller pickup trucks that were, wedged in between them or beside them, and that those were probably the ones jockeying for spots after the fact.
And so if we then look at 457, that same chain, you indicate you're going to report approximately 175 trucks remain south of Wellington and 120 north of Wellington, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's after I actually walked it and counted them.
And if you could look at 425, please, if you just go up a bit. You're talking about, I guess Ms. Gooding is giving you the count as best as they're able to on the 15th of the number of trucks remaining, correct? At the various locations.
Yes.
And so what we see is Metcalfe, 70 trucks. Correct?
Yes, that's what she says.
And so yesterday we saw a picture from the mayor's office of Metcalfe, and we saw no trucks on it, but I assume that we were only seeing a one-block portion because there were about 70 trucks still on Metcalfe, it looks like. Is that what you're understanding from Ms. Gooding?
Yeah, I don't know if these were the numbers that she was giving me before the movement or after. Like these, I'm asking her for the numbers, so I don't know if we can scroll up a bit so I can just get the context of the conversation before that.
Sure.
I see this today. They're using the cameras to try and identify, what trucks are where.
Right. And so you would agree with me that on the 15th, there were trucks still on Metcalfe, correct?
Yeah, I actually walked it, and a good portion of Metcalfe was cleared.
Right. And there were a number of trucks still on Metcalfe, though, correct?
Yep, perhaps south, yes.
And those are all my questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayat.
Thank you.
Okay, next, I'd like to call on the convoy organizers.
Good afternoon, sir. For the record, Brendan Miller. I'm counsel to the Freedom Corp, which is an organization representing the protesters that were in your city in January and February of 2022. So just first off, I want to talk to you sort of in your capacity as being the director of safety and that sort of things, or overseeing that department. Can you agree with me that between January 27th and February 14th, there were over 3,000 tickets issued for provincial and municipal infractions?
That sounds correct. I'd have to actually look at the numbers, but we did provide all of those documents through the disclosure process.
Right. And were some of those tickets issued by the bylaw office?
Most of them were issued by the bylaw office.
Right. And I take it that during the issuing of those over 3,000 tickets, none of your bylaw officers were assaulted?
There were some contentious times, and so I can't say that none of them were assaulted, not that I know of.
Not that you know of, right. So you never had reported to you and no charges were laid against any protester issued a ticket with respect to physically assaulting a bylaw officer?
No, I just know that a couple of them got swarmed, but that they didn't get physically assaulted.
Okay, so 3,000 tickets is a lot. That's a lot of interactions with a lot of protesters. And not a single assaulting a peace officer charge was laid in relation to your bylaw officers.
That's correct.
Now, the numbers I understand is that between January 27th and February 14th, there were a total of 31 arrests made. Is that correct, of the protesters?
You'd have to ask the police that. I don't capture those numbers.
Okay. You don't keep those sort of numbers? You don't capture those sort of numbers?
I don't manage the police. I manage all other emergency services in the city of Ottawa.
Okay. To your knowledge, is it not true, again, you don't have to, if you don't have the information, please just advise. To your knowledge, is it not true that only 16 people of the protesters between that same time period, January 27th and February 14th, were charged?
I can't speak to that.
Thank you. Now, dealing with some of the stuff with respect to the cooperation of the leaders of the protest, as well as dealing with the safety lanes and that sort of thing, is it not true that the protest leaders were actually concerned about maintaining the safety lanes and raised that with you?
They did.
Right. And they wanted to ensure that the lanes were open so that emergency vehicles could always get through?
Correct.
Right. And the protest leaders cooperated with you and the city in maintaining those safety lanes, right?
Yes.
Right. And they maintained them?
For the most part, yes.
Yeah. And when new trucks would even arrive, they even organized to talk with what they referred to as block captains. Did they relay that to you?
No.
All right. But when new vehicles had arrived, to your knowledge, you agree that they always organized to make sure that those safety lanes were open?
Yes.
And you did have, I believe, your fire chief even do an inspection of the Coventry Street, or Coventry?
Yeah. Just for clarity, the fire chief wouldn't have done the inspection, but one of his chief officers would have. So there are many different chief levels within the fire service.
Right. And when that fire chief did the inspection, he asked them not to have any open, he did not, or he asked them not to have any open fire pits. Isn't that right?
I can't speak to that. I don't know the contents of that.
Right. I understand that you attended a logistics meeting at City Hall on Sunday evening of February 13th to discuss the truck's moves.
Yeah, that's the only time I ever met with the organizers of the protest.
Is it not true that at that meeting the protesters explained that two removed camps outside of the city had already been established outside of the city where they would go to?
From my recollection, the discussion was around how are we going to move the trucks out of the residential areas, and that there was limited spots on Wellington Street, so I wasn't 100% sure we could move all 400 trucks onto Wellington. Actually, I knew we couldn't move all 400 trucks onto Wellington Street, and that the agreement, from as far as I was concerned, meant that they had to make sure that those other vehicles left town and left the city of Ottawa. And they said yes, that they had secured ground or
and that's
farmers' properties outside of the city.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to clarify, because I'm just trying to be fair to you, because there's going to be evidence about that. So they told you that they had set up two camps in properties they were allowed to be at outside of the city, and that they were looking to move there.
Yeah, they told me that, but I was also aware of that through other intelligence reports as well.
And then the plan was that other vehicles would go there, and then there would be some other vehicles that would go to Wellington. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And the city agreed to that?
Yes.
Right. Now, if the protesters were able to move the vehicles on Tuesday and Wednesday, which is February 15th and 16th, as had been agreed, can you agree that the result would have been most, if not all, of the vehicles would have been cleared out of downtown except for Wellington?
I can't agree with that, only because I didn't see a lot of protester vehicles moved except for the ones we allowed onto Wellington. So there seemed to be some movement onto Wellington, but no movement out of the city as was agreed to. So if there would have been a good faith movement on both parts, then I could maybe agree to that, but I can't today.
Right, but isn't it true, and the Commission's heard evidence, that the move on to Wellington eventually got blocked?
It got stopped by police, yes.
Right, so it got stopped by the police, so the deal didn't go through because of the police.
Yes.
Right. And so if the deal went through and it was followed, the only vehicles and trucks of the protesters would have been on Wellington.
I am not confident that would have happened.
Right. But there was no reneging on the deal on behalf of the protesters at the time, and that's the evidence the Commission's heard today, or to date. Would you agree with that?
Yes, but
Thank you.
But the delta was they didn't control all the people in that block. They said they wanted to control all of them, and they hoped that they would have all of their buy-in, but they didn't. They had difficulty moving the 40 to Wellington Street because people didn't want to move.
Okay, but the difficulty in moving individuals to Wellington Street after the agreement was announced, I put to you, was only stopped because the police wouldn't let them on to Wellington, and because the police then also stopped them from leaving the streets they were parked on. Isn't that correct?
No, I can't speak to that. You'll have to ask Staff Sergeant Drummond about that.
Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, it's former Chief Slowly's counsel.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have no questions for Mr. Ayotte.
Okay, next would be the Democracy Fund, JCCF.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ayotte. My name is Rob Kittredge, and I represent the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms, and we have 5 exciting minutes here together today. So I'm going to plow through a number of questions. Parking tickets serve as a deterrent to illegal parking, don't they?
They do.
When people know that parking illegally will get them a ticket and a fine, that deters at least some people from parking illegally, doesn't it?
Yes, of course.
I'd like to understand a little more about how often Ottawa parking enforcement people can ticket an illegally parked vehicle in the ordinary course of business. So let's say, just to pick a totally random hypothetical example, that I parked my car this morning in the middle of Wellington Street, obstructing traffic, and I left it there for 2.5 weeks. Assuming that for some incomprehensible reason my car didn't get towed, how many parking tickets could I possibly find on my windshield at the end of that period of time?
That's a very good question, and I don't have that answer for you. I don't know the minutiae of the regulations. My background is the fire chief, and now I'm managing all of this, but I don't have that knowledge.
Could a parking ticket be issued daily to an illegally parked vehicle?
I would have to get that information for you.
Would you assume that probably a parking ticket could be issued daily?
I believe it could, because the parking infractions, the signs would say you can't park between a certain time period, and then once that time period lapsed, the next day, the time period would start up again. But
so it'd be reasonable to say that at least 1 ticket per day could be?
That would be reasonable,
yeah, okay.
Yes.
Leaving aside the instruction from OPS to stop bylaw enforcement without police instructions and accompaniment, it's true that illegally parked vehicles weren't ticketed anywhere near that frequently during the process, were they?
I believe I understood the question, but I'm going to kindly ask you to repeat it.
And then can I just ask you to go a little slower? I'll even give you an extra minute or 2.
Deal. All right, I'm trying to plow through
No, I know, but
5 minutes worth of questions. So
but it's with the interpreters.
The time is tight. So tickets weren't issued daily to illegally parked trucks during the protests, were they?
That's correct.
If the city had ticketed illegally parked vehicles much more aggressively, don't you think that mounting fines might have persuaded some drivers to move their vehicles?
I do not.
You don't think any drivers would have moved if more tickets were issued?
I do not believe that the protesters were feared getting tickets or fines.
And not a single driver would have moved in the face of mounting ticketing?
I can't say that 100%, but certainly, in my opinion, very few would have left.
All right. You said on the 29th you were instructed by OPS not to ticket in the red zone without their okay and accompaniment. On the 28th, approximately how many bylaw or parking enforcement officers were working in the downtown area?
Yeah, I believe that information is in the disclosed material. I don't have that, but it was in the, 10, 15 officers generally work an area, and we would have had that many out that day.
All right. So if those officers were out, they might have needed 10 or 15 police officers accompanying them to do their work in the red zone.
Yes, but on the 28th, that wasn't necessary. Like, it would have been normal practice.
Sure, but going forward, if
Yes.
they needed police accompaniment, that might have meant 15 officers.
It might have. I can't speak to the police operation. They may feel that because of the threat that they would require more than one officer and one bylaw officer to attend those situations.
Sure. I understand that in 2019, the City of Ottawa issued about 350,000 parking tickets. Does that sound about right to you?
That sounds right.
And 250,000 in 2020 due to COVID, I guess, which breaks down to about 20,000 parking tickets per month, or about 10,000 parking tickets every 2 weeks, doesn't it?
You did the math. I'll agree with your math. How's that?
Close-ish, underestimated. But we've heard that only 1,700 parking tickets or so were issued in downtown during that period of time, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
No, sorry, over 3,000 were issued.
Over 3,000. Still,
Yes.
that's quite a bit less than the normal
Yes.
10,000 or so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ottawa bylaw and parking enforcement officers are trained in dispute resolution and conflict de-escalation, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And they receive that training because in the ordinary course of business, it's not unusual for ticket recipients to behave in a less than civil manner, isn't it?
Correct.
Right. And on any given day, protest or no protest, it's not unheard of for ticket recipients to get aggressive with enforcement officers, is it?
True.
But no bylaw or parking enforcement officers were attacked or injured by freedom movement protesters, were they?
As I indicated earlier, not that I'm aware of,
Right.
except for the swarming.
And when talking to Commission Council earlier, you discussed the difficulties that the city had obtaining towing services from its standing offer towing contractors and others, and the efforts made to procure towing services. Did the city consider offering increased compensation to towing services to encourage them to provide?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Did the city consider buying or leasing heavy tow trucks?
We were looking at all options. You still need to train the drivers, and this was still being viewed as a specific time frame, right? By the time we bought a tow truck and we trained an appropriate driver, that would be one truck, and we needed a lot more than one to execute the final plan.
Right. The city never used its two OC Transpo heavy towing rigs during that period of time, did they?
It did not. Initially, they considered it, but they needed it for their daily operations. The bus system was still running, and the buses were still breaking down and required towing. So, and there were also from the union concerns about safety issues.
All right. You mentioned that heavy towing operators were concerned about driver safety, and that was a big reason why services could not be procured. Light towing operators apparently didn't share those concerns, though, since the city's light towing providers continued to tow vehicles in emergency lanes, didn't they?
Correct.
And there were no incidents of assaults, violence, or injuries to towing operators during the protests, were there?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I've gone about a minute and 20 seconds over, but those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next, it's the Government of Canada.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Mr. Ayotte, my name is Andrew Gibbs, and I'm counsel for the Government of Canada.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. I have about 4 documents and about 5 minutes, so if this seems rushed, it is. The first document I would ask to call up is OTT 301305. And while it's coming up, this is the application record from the City of Ottawa with respect to the injunction on February 13th, 14th. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And you provided an affidavit in support of this application?
Yes, I did.
And, excuse me, in your affidavit, you detail that the demonstrators were breaching city bylaws, correct?
I did, yes.
And that it was stretching city resources. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also state in the affidavit, I believe it's at paragraph 10, that you'd visited various sites, observed personally, and were advised by operational staff, both bylaw and regulatory services and fire services, to gather the information for the purposes of the affidavit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you swore this affidavit on February 13th? Sorry, if we could maybe go to it. It should be on about page 4, I believe.
I thought it was the 11th, but
Down 2 more pages. And 2 more to the actual affidavit starts. Right here. And it's sworn February 13th, 2022. Do you see that?
yes, I do. Thank you.
And do you adopt the information in this affidavit as true?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Now, at paragraph, excuse me, paragraph 10 of the affidavit, you state that you're monitoring using CCTV cameras, and you were doing this out of concern for public safety and the ability of first responders and other city services to provide emergency and other services to downtown and across the city. Do you see that in paragraph 10?
Yes. Yes.
And so if we turn to, would you, based on the information that's in this affidavit, would you agree that the situation in downtown Ottawa at that time was fluid?
Very fluid, yes.
And volatile?
Yes.
And unpredictable?
Correct.
If you turn to page 37, please. This is a series of photographs of Exhibit A. Unfortunately, it's on its side. This is one of the photographs taken from the CCTV cameras, is that correct?
Correct.
And in the bottom left-hand corner, it states the location.
Yes, Wellington, Metcalfe and Wellington.
Metcalfe and Wellington, and the top left-hand corner, the date.
Correct, February 5th.
February 5th, and it's, I believe, 2 p.m.?
Correct.
What is the white bar that we see in the middle of the photograph?
That's a boom, or it's a crane.
That's a large crane. Is that an industrial crane?
That's an industrial crane, yes.
And are all those trucks in the background, is that the lineup of trucks on Wellington?
That's correct.
And did you know what was in those trucks?
No.
Now, if we go to page 2, I'll just move off of this document, but I would like to go to page 2, where the list of exhibits are included, and I would commend this to the Commission, this entire affidavit with the exhibits. There are a series of photographs of fuel depots at Coventry Road, the RCGT Park. You'll see Exhibit D, photographs of fires and fuel stockpiles at Confederation Park. Exhibit E, the bylaw call logs and fire complaints dated February 4th to 12th, 2022. Exhibit F, CCTV images of fireworks on February 5th, 2022. And Exhibit G, and so forth, are the details with respect to call logs. Is that where the various complaints are registered for open fires?
Correct.
And parking violations?
Yes.
Thank you. So in the interest of time, I would now like to move to 3 quick documents. If we can bring up OTT 404061. You had mentioned earlier that your officers were directed not to ticket in the red zone. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you'd mentioned that that really came into play on February 4th?
No, the 29th of January.
29th of January? Okay. This email is from February 4th. Roger Chapman, he reports to you?
Yes, he does.
And he states specifically, if you look at the second paragraph, first and foremost, our top priority and responsibility is ensuring the safety of staff. As you have no doubt gathered, this is a potentially volatile situation, and there is a significant difference between ticketing illegally parked vehicles and ticketing a person for a violation, where the latter presents a much greater risk of confrontation. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you agree with those statements?
Yes, I do.
And in response to the questions you just received from my friend, Mr. Miller, with respect to the lack of tickets or the number of tickets and very little charges laid for assault, would you agree that where the directions to the officers were to ticket vehicles and not people, that is one possible explanation for that discrepancy?
Correct.
Thank you. Skipping right to the bottom, again, officer safety is our first priority, and therefore we will not be enforcing other bylaw violations in the demonstration zone at this time. Demonstration zone, that's the red zone?
Correct.
Thank you. Next document, OTT 406781, please. These are listed as updates. E0CCG update 15 from yourself.
Correct.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that the purpose of this document was to provide accurate and timely information to your city colleagues?
Yes, to my city leadership team.
To your city leadership team, thank you. The date of this email is Friday, February 11th, 2022 at 7:53 p.m.
Yes.
And in the third paragraph, we see evidence of external influence persists. The Ottawa Hospital has received some disturbing calls, mostly from the United States, which have been reported to police. PIMR, what does that stand for?
Public Information and Media Relations.
Thank you. Has paused public comments on the City of Ottawa's corporate Facebook and Instagram accounts for the duration of the city's state of emergency due to an apparent coordinated effort to spam the city's feed with hateful or toxic comments, including racist comments or misinformation and rumors. Was that accurate information?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Last, very quickly, document OTT 408754. This is the operational update 24 on February 22nd. Can we have that document, please? It's 8740. And it references on the third paragraph. This is again from you. You recognize this?
Yes.
Thank you. CHEO received a false bomb threat yesterday evening. Can you remind the Commissioner what CHEO stands for?
It's the Children's Hospital here in Ottawa.
So the Children's Hospital received a bomb threat. While false calls to 911 have been reduced, there are indications that outside interference persists. Is that correct? There was a bomb threat to the Children's Hospital on February 22nd?
Yes, there was.
Now, Mr. Ayotte, do you have any evidence that that bomb threat was connected to the convoy?
No.
But would you agree that that was part of the challenge in these events?
Correct. We received a tremendous amount of increased 911 calls that were also false during this time, higher than normal amounts of 911 calls. So we suspected that it was related.
And the mayor had testified earlier today to what he referred to as whack-a-mole. Is it not correct and fair to say that you couldn't tell what was coming next?
I think for the most part, yeah, we didn't know where they were going to go. We were trying to be strategic, but it was a difficult time.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the coalition.
We have no questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Next is the CCDL and CLA.
Good afternoon, or almost good evening. Mr. Ayotte, my name is Colleen McEwen, and I'm counsel to the Criminal Lawyers Association and the Canadian Council for Criminal Defence Lawyers. These are two organizations comprised of criminal defence lawyers. Many of the questions I have for you have already been canvassed, so I've been trying to tailor them as we've gone along. If I could just pick up on some questioning you got earlier about sort of the number of tickets overall over the course of a year. My friend said perhaps it was 300,000 or 250,000, and you said you didn't have the numbers in front of you, but you know that was sort of about right. Is that right?
Yes.
And he gave you an estimate that could mean something like 20,000 tickets being issued monthly. Is that right?
Yes.
And my understanding, not having seen these figures myself, but this would be for across the whole city.
That's correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
But is it still your view then that the 3,000 tickets that were issued over the course of the demonstration in the demonstration zone or related to the demonstration, that this would be a sort of a smaller fraction of tickets that bylaw services would have had the capacity to issue?
Yes, but there were a lot more infractions in that zone that could have been ticketed.
Right. So there were many more infractions, and this is a smaller number than the tickets that might have been issued, but for the safety concerns you've already described.
Correct.
And I understand that that bylaw and regulatory services received an approval for an increase to the set fines for various bylaw infractions on February 8th. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And I know you've already adopted the contents of the affidavit you swore as part of the city's injunction application in the course of questioning by another council. So I'll just draw your attention that you said in that affidavit that you didn't think that these increased fines had any impact on the ongoing bylaw violations. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was the affidavit you swore on February 14th. And I take it that your opinion didn't change after you swore the affidavit, that there wasn't some change after that fact.
My opinion hasn't changed in the affidavit. It was sworn on February 13th.
Right. And yes, and after February 13th, there wasn't those changes from February 8th. You didn't change your opinion of whether they had an impact.
No, my opinion remains the same.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now to City of Ottawa.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alyssa Tompkins, Counsel for the City of Ottawa. Mr. Ayad, I just have a few questions today. You had mentioned in your evidence that there was a document that reflected the direction to bylaw or to the EOC through the EOC on January 29th. I'm just going to take you to that for the record.
Yes.
So if we could turn up document OTT 00001270. And if we could just scroll next page, please. Okay. Under number 3, under section updates, there's a comment from a Jay Gravel. Who's Jay Gravel, do you know?
Jay Gravel is one of our commanders in the incident management system. So he used to work for bylaw services and now he works for roads.
Okay, and it says here, BLRS, we're experiencing issues. A perimeter red zone has been established. If BLRS are required to enter that zone as directed by the NCRCC, they'll be provided police escort. And then we have a comment from Kay Cochran. Can you remind the Commissioner who is Kay Cochran?
Kelly Cochran, she's part of our EOC staff.
And she states, police advising BLRS to withdraw services if they are encountering concerns will provide escorts on an as-needed basis. Is this the direction to which you were referring earlier?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. There was a couple incidents discussed last week in the evidence involving the Chateau Laurier and the Rideau Center. And I was just hoping you could provide the Commissioner with additional information on that. So starting with the Chateau Laurier, are you familiar with the concern that was raised?
Yes, it was raised directly to me and we had it investigated.
Can you explain to the Commissioner what happened and what the city's follow-up was?
Certainly. Basically, there was an alarm for a water leak or a sprinkler head that had been knocked off, and so it was an alarm call for the fire service. The fire service responded with 4 different trucks from different directions, from different fire stations, which is normal from a deployment of our resources perspective. We don't respond with just one truck. We respond with multiple, especially for a high-risk setting like a hotel. On arrival, one of the trucks, got close enough but didn't get very close, and that's what was observed by the hotel. And I thought, oh my God, if there's an emergency, they can't get in here. The reality is there was 3 other trucks responding. The responders were already in the hotel dealing with the incident. There was no delay in response. So this was a time where people were very aware of all kinds of different issues, and it was being raised through the BIAs and Hotel Association that these types of concerns needed to be addressed because of public safety, their liability insurance, etc. So while I understand their fear, the risk of this call was very low, and we had pre-planned that facility daily, and we've had conversations with the managers since. So really, from a risk perspective, it was a relatively low risk event, but it did highlight that, if there was a fire, we may not get all 4 trucks there immediately, and there would be some need for movement of the protest vehicles. So while it was an incident that was looked at, it wasn't deemed as high risk as it was being first explained to us.
Thank you, Mr. Ayotte. And in relation to the Rideau Centre incident, it might be helpful if we bring up the email correspondence. If someone could turn up document OTT 408284. So this is an email exchange between you and Councillor Fleury. Do you recall this exchange?
Yes, I do.
And we had seen your response or the draft response prepared last week, but if we could scroll down and you could just explain the response to the Commissioner.
Yes, can you just go up a bit so I can see where that's from Jennifer Turkle. Okay, now you can go back down. So in this particular case, it's a private property, so they could request that by law come and remove illegal vehicles. It was a truck, a construction type truck that had a legal diesel container in it. The fear of it, as Councillor Fleury indicated last week, we should have evacuated the Rideau Centre. Well, that's not accurate because the risk was still very low. So in this particular case, the police attended initially, looked at the truck, spoke to the owner, told him he'd have to move it or he'd be getting a ticket. Bylaw eventually went out and gave them a ticket. Rideau Centre wanted it removed. It was one of those times when getting a tow for a small vehicle was more difficult, more challenging for us. And as a result of that, it took some time for us to secure the tow vehicle to come and actually remove it from the Rideau Centre. And when when the tow truck was finally en route, the owner moved it himself. So the Rideau Centre was frustrated that it took, a day and a half to actually deal with this issue. But again, when we're dealing with the whole protest, we're looking at risk, and we're looking at risk-based responses as well. So yes, there are, the councillor was concerned about the amount of layers with regards to us having to get the police involved and the police coming back and then the police saying they can't escort by law because they don't have the resources. And I could understand that frustration, and I could understand the Rideau Centre's frustration. They have valid concerns. From a risk perspective, this was also a very low risk incident.
Thank you, Mr. Ayotte. The last thing I was hoping you could assist the Commissioner with is the movement of trucks subsequent to the mayor's deal. You mentioned during your evidence that you went for a walk and observed the movement. If you could just explain to the Commissioner what you observed on your walk on the various streets.
Yeah, so yes, certainly. I went down to Wellington just to see, how much trucks had been moved, and I noticed that they hadn't just been moved, but they've been placed in a row where they can park a lot more of the trucks. And I think that they were doing that to try and get as many of the trucks on Wellington as possible. And so there was still quite a bit of room from, Wellington, from, let's say, Kent Street right down to SGM with regards to, the ability to park more trucks. Metcalfe was cleared for the most part. Again, there may have been a few stragglers here and there, south of Laurier. but Kent was still packed. So when Councillor McKinney was walking down Kent Street, she was right. There was no movement of any trucks on Kent Street. In fact, Kent didn't clear out until the police started their action to actually, with the public order teams, to move out. And then the trucks moved out quite quickly. But yeah, so my walk was to I try and identify, has any progress been made, and is there still room? And are the protesters actually moving out as well, or are they just trying to move everything to Wellington Street? And it was my perception, I guess, that I didn't see a lot of trucks leaving town. I just saw a lot trying to get on Wellington Street. And again, I can't speak for Officer Drummond and the reasons for stopping it, but I suspect that it might have something to do with that as well, and the negotiation and the ability of both sides to be able to, the give and take factor. So,
Excellent. Those are my questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ayat. I just want to make sure I understood what you said about the fire issue with the Chateau Laurier. And you said they dispatched 4 fire trucks.
Yes.
That would be the appropriate number of trucks, or was that more trucks than what the appropriate response is?
That is our deployment for an alarm call.
Okay.
So in this particular case, it was an alarm call, general alarm.
So just so I understand, when you say it wasn't a high risk, it's because it was a broken fire plug, if you like, or
sprinkler.
Sprinkler. But if there had been a real fire, that would be a real problem, having not all of the trucks that were dispatched, and presumably there would be more trucks dispatched if it were a real fire.
Correct. How it unfolds is depending on the information that the 911 or that the dispatch center, the Ottawa Fire Dispatch Center, receives. If it's just a general alarm, then we proceed with our staffing for a general alarm, and that's enough to get things started. And then if there is a fire, other rigs would be coming in, and they would continue to come in. So that's a general alarm assignment. If it was a fire, if the information came in that we actually have a fire in one of the rooms, there would have been several more vehicles responding because it's a high risk. We would have had 25 firefighters in total responding. So you're looking at 8 or 9 rigs responding.
And I guess all I'm trying to understand is the inability of some rigs to get there would have been a bigger problem if there had been a real fire. Because I think what I'm trying to understand is whether, when you said it wasn't serious, it's because it wasn't a real fire, but access would have been limited if there had been a real fire.
Of course, yes.
And that would have been a big problem.
And that was the concern of the Chateau Laurier. Okay. But they were portraying it as oh my God, they couldn't get in at all. Well, that was one of the 4 trucks. The other 3.
But you're not saying it wasn't a problem.
No, I'm saying it's a problem. It was a problem everywhere with the congestion. Ideally, there's a reason why we have large roads so that we can get the trucks set.
And the same thing for Kent Street. If there'd been, because we saw, I think yesterday, apartment buildings on Kent Street that were inaccessible,
right,
because Kent was blocked, that would have been a serious problem if there'd been a serious fire.
No doubt. And we planned for those, but again, we were lucky there were no serious fires.
Okay. I thank you for coming. There's just one more. You may have some re-examination. No, there is no re-examination. So we're done for the day, and we want to thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And testifying today. And thank you all for ending it a little earlier than I thought. And we are back tomorrow at 9:30.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.
Oui.